Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. We're just about to get underway with our first race here this morning, which is race 150, 150, the first heat of the Champion Schoolboys Year 11 Double Scull. It's set for commencement at 10 minutes past 7, so in 2 minutes' time, starting at the 2,000 metre mark. Once again, great to see the crews getting upstream early. I hope everybody enjoyed their sleep in this morning with the 7:10 start instead of the 7 o'clock. Certainly sets us up well for the rest of a great day's competition. I'll just run through the lanes as they are at the moment in this, the first heat, as I mentioned before, of the Year 11 Double Scull for schoolboys. In lane number 1 will be Townsville Grammar's Lucas Brown and Daniel Kim. They are coached by Corby Green. In lane 2, Shalom College's Denyon Rose and Matthew Parker. They are coached by Michelle Rico and David Routh. In lane 3, the Cathedral School's Joshua Nalder and Toshiro Larson. They are coached by Luke Thomas and Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 4, Brisbane Boys College, Kai Vladusik and Lennox Tune. In lane 5, Rockhampton Grammar School's Joshua Sparks and Bradley Taylor. Their coaches are Max Napper and John Smythe. In lane 6, Ryan Catholic, Matthew Burgess and Roman Robinson. They are coached by Erin McGuffey and Simon Davis. In lane 7, Ignatius 1, Sonny Crawford and Noah Lau. They are coached by Harrison Parks and Lachlan College. In lane 8, Brisbane State High School's Annan Waller and Charlie Simpson. They are coached by Cameron Stevenson.
Thank you, Simon. And for those of you who may have missed it, the Brownlow medal was decided last night, and the first winner ever from the Port Adelaide Power, with Ollie Wines winning the Brownlow, 3 votes clear of Marcus Bontempelli. So it was, I don't like the Brownlow usually, but it was the most exciting Brownlow I've ever watched.
Yes, normally you don't need to trouble the Rhodes Scholar program to see who's getting up, but it has been a weird season.
Oh, so. Yeah. Well, first time ever 3 players got 30 votes or more, and at one stage there was about 4 of them within about 4 votes. It was incredible. We're underway, are we?
We are underway. Yeah. Ahead of time and under budget. It doesn't get better than that. It's like the Cross River Rail. Yeah. I don't think I can say that, right? So, gee, testing about the 1,500 metre mark, but would it be lane 3, lane 4? Lane 4 perhaps, and
very close. The Shalom crew's just back a little, but the other 7 are very, very close.
Very close, yeah. Absolutely beautiful morning. You can see there's a bit of breeze just down the last 200 metres of the course, and after yesterday I have given up doing any sort of weather predictions, but lane 7 at the moment, the pairing of Sonny Crawford and Noah Lau from Ignatius seem to be doing pretty well down on the this side of the river.
So these 2 heats, Simon, and then the next 2 races, the Year 11 pair has been consolidated. So I did say while you were off getting the coffees, there'll be these little couple of instances in the morning where races have been consolidated. You announced the one earlier, was it 168 and 169, I think it was.
That's right.
It just gets you an opportunity to go and get a coffee or go and get something to eat or go and see Jack McGee and get some souvenirs from Jack, or go and see John O'Voller at Wintec.
Movement improvement.
Movement improvement, that's right. It's in the name.
Have something there. So certainly race 152 and 53 consolidated will be race 198. So if you are nominated for those races, please be aware that you don't have to go up for your heat. There will only be the final in 198. So certainly it looks like the Ignatius rowers of Sonny Crawford and Noah Lau are just in front of Cathedral School's Joshua Nalder and Toshiro Larson. And then probably back to lane 1, Lucas Brown and Daniel Kim from Townsville Grammar School. Yeah, that's right. It's Townsville plays Townsville at the moment. In this race, it's 1, 2, 3 and 4 go through to the final, which will be race 197. Absolutely perfect conditions for rowing. You can just, like glass. So our lead rowers are coming up to the 500 metre buoy, and as Ray mentioned before, we're looking at the rowers from Ignatius. Still got it on the. Oh, mind you, lane 6 is starting to. Are they? No, probably not. Probably not. So
I think it's still 7, 3, 1. 1 under pressure from 4, and maybe out to 8. What do you think? But you know, when they came through halfway, it was certainly Townsville, and the Ignatius Park crew, Sonny Crawford and Noah Lau leading, Harrison Parks and Lachlan College. What is the encouragement coming already? They can't hear you.
It's behind you. It's behind you. Certainly when the cheering starts well on the happy side of the 250 metre boys, you know it's going to be an exciting day.
That's a commanding lead for Ignatius Park.
Oh, yeah.
Lane 3 certainly in second place, but a wonderful race for third. First 4 to go through to the final. So plenty to race for. Ignatius Park comfortable. Cathedral number 2 also comfortable in second. And then the race for third. Townsville Grammar, Brisbane State High School. Probably lane 4, Brisbane Boys College number 2 crew. And lane 6, as you said before, Simon Ryan Catholic, all in the mix for that third and fourth places. They're not letting off, are they? The
no.
Ignatius Park boys. They're racing it all the way to the line.
Decided they want to win it well, not just win it.
Got the beat right up, haven't they? Around about 33, 34 strokes to the minute there.
Lovely clean strokes they are too.
They're doing a good job. Won well over Cathedral in second place.
Second and
clearly second now. If we can see our big screen.
Is it Townsville Grammar? Looks like Townsville Grammar across in third
Townsville
place.
Grammar will be third. And then State High will be fourth, I'd suggest.
State High fourth by the look of that. So they will be the 4 teams that will progress to the final this afternoon in race 197. So straight on, ladies and gentlemen, to race 151, the second heat of the Schoolboys Year 11 Double Scull. In lane number 1 will be Brisbane Boys College Flynn Bruce and Regan Pratt. In lane 2, Townsville Grammar 2, Owen Beanie and Thomas White. Their coach is Corby Green. In lane 3, Trinity Lutherans, Johan Tan and Erman Gucic. Their coach is Sam Duncan. In lane 4, Rockhampton Grammar School's Carl Stanky and Jed Napper. Their coaches are Max Napper and John Smythe. In lane 5 is the Cathedral School's Ashton Pratchett, Micah Talbot. They're coached by Luke Thomas and Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 6, Gregory Terrace's Sam Allen and Bailey Clark. In lane 7, Ignatius 2, William Leone and Riley Masters. They are coached by Harrison Parks and Patrick Cudmore. And in lane 8, Somerset College's Thomas Gray and Callum McClure. Sorry. So casting our eye upriver at the moment, it would look like lane 5 and lane 6 at the moment, which would be Cathedral School and Gregory Terrace, seem to have opened up a slight lead as they approach the 1,000-metre mark.
Well, that's just the vagaries of the random draw. There's these are heats, of course, not semi-finals. So straight through to the final. The first 4 will go through to the final to be rowed at race 197 later today. Carl Stanky and Jed Napper were in a pair, remember, yesterday when those races were swapped around, and we made absolute gooses of ourselves.
Called it for everything. Lost count, lost sight, no idea of the finish. Business as usual. Geez, it's a you have to pick 4 out of that. It's a fairly open go at the moment.
So Ashton Pratchett and Micah Talbot, again a Townsville school. They're leading along with Gregory Terrace, Sam Allen and Bailey Clark. I'd hazard a guess that Allen and Clark may be coached by Simon Daly. Brisbane Boys College probably coached by John Pettigrew. Some of the coaches are shy, Simon. Have you noticed that? They don't like putting their names against their crews.
Do you think there's places in Rockhampton they owe money, Ray?
It could be the case, yes. Well, his former rower's father had the Great Western for a good few years.
Oh, right.
Ryan O'Hanlon's dad. I forget what he's...
yes, Terry.
Terry O'Hanlon, yes.
Terry O'Hanlon.
Ryan rode juniors for Australia. And, his dad... Was it Terry that brought in the rodeo?
Yeah, the bull riding. Yeah, Terry was... and then, interestingly, when he got out of it, he sold it to Lee Kernaghan.
Yes, that's right.
Who was publican here for some time, so... Used to be a rite of passage in Rockhampton, going to Wednesday night bull riding practice at the Great Western. It was nearly better value than the proper ones because most people got the flick. It was.
And actually, news overnight in the sports world, Maddie Wilson, Olympic gold medalist in swimming. I don't know whether she's holidaying in Italy, but she's come down with COVID and has been admitted to hospital in Italy. Maddie Wilson.
It was interesting. Lane 8 is starting to really. Lane 8, the rowers from Somerset College, Thomas Gray and Callum McClure, certainly in there now. So it looks at the moment to be 8, 6, and 5 heading for the first 3. But trying to pick who's coming in 4th at the moment is a spin of the chocolate wheel, I'm afraid. 1, 2,
3, and 7 are all the chances.
Yes. So if you look right across there, the 4 rowers who are behind our front 3 are all working fairly hard. And geez, I haven't got my phone out yet, but that rating over in lane 1 and lane 2 looks like they are not going to leave it on the course this morning.
They know what's at stake. So 5 and 6 still fighting it out over lane 8. So Cathedral and Gregory Terrace and Somerset College look destined to go through. What a cracking race for 4th between Brisbane Boys number 1, Townsville Grammar number 2, and Trinity Lutheran in stations 1, 2 and 3. They're feeding off each other. They may get up and beat Somerset College yet. So 5 and 6 go to the line locked together. It's 5 first, 6 second, then 1 and 8. Wow.
Wow, that was very, very impressive finish.
Get the adrenaline going early, Simon.
So, ladies and gentlemen, our races 152 and 153 have been consolidated into a single final. So, it looks like we've gone early with race 154, which wasn't due until 7:25, but it looks as if the rowers were up there. So we've got 8 lanes full. So we think at the moment this will be the Championship Schoolgirls Year 10 Quad Scull, a Coxed event with 1, 2, 3 and 4 to progress to the final, which will be race 199 this afternoon. In lane 1 is Somerset College, the crew of Amelia Fink, Georgia Daly, Eliza Strong, Lillian Tan and Jack Hodge in the Cox seat. In lane 2 will be Brigidine College's Lucy Kinn, Hannah Drysdale, Rose Hudson, Malalia Kurukatoga, Grace Bradford in the Cox seat, and they are coached by Tanya Bramer and Cody Ellam-Allen. In lane 3, the Rockhampton Grammar School's Jessica Cook, Alexandria Appleton, Aisha Stewart, Carolyn Sparks and their Cox Bridie Doyle. They are coached by Robin Fay and Kynwyn Fay. In lane 4, St Peter's Lutheran College's Brianna Duval, Neve Searles, Robin Matthews, Bridget Dennis, and they're coxed by Olivia Axelson. In lane 5, St Margaret's number 2, Charlotte Pete, Manon Brown, Inga Mellor, Tiggy Wake, and their cox is Lucia Owen. In lane 6, Somerville 1, Amy Bidstrup, Madeline Milne, Lillian Slatter, Madeline Warhope and Catherine Cairns in the Cox seat. In lane 7, All Hallows 1, Anna Belloso James, Charlotte Casey, Juliet Goals, Tabitha Sully, and they are coxed by Hermione Curtis. And in lane 8, Brisbane State High School's Zoe Waldron, Abby O'Dwyer, Sophia Turin, Jenny Tran and Finn Geneve Clare in the Cox seat. They are coached by Ben Birchall. So as we look down the river at the moment, there's fairly tight racing in the middle. From here it would look as if lane 8, the crew from Brisbane State High School's up there with them. And then lane 5 at the moment, St Margaret's. And lane 4 maybe. Actually, now that I have a better look, it does seem to be a bit over this side of the river, but the shadows are a little confusing down there. But certainly lane 8, 7, 6, 4, certainly at the moment look to just have a bit of distance between them and the rest of the field. But at this stage, as they come to the 750 metre mark, anybody's race. And thank you everybody that the crews were there early enough to be able to get this race underway. I'll give you the results, ladies and gentlemen, just while that race makes its way down, of the first heat this morning, which is race 150. First heat of the Schoolboys Year 11 Double Scull. In first place was Ignatius 1, the team of Crawford and Lau, and that is down as a no time. Cathedral 2, in second place, Cathedral, Nalder and Larson. In third place, Townsville Grammar's Brown and Kim. In fourth place, Brisbane State Highs, Waller and Simpson. In fifth place, Brisbane Boys College, the team of Vladusic and Tune. In fifth place, Ryan Catholic, the team of Burgess and Robinson. In seventh spot, Rockhampton Grammar's Sparks and Taylor. And in eighth spot, Shalom College's Rose and Parker. Starting to get a bit clearer as we look down the course now, and certainly at this stage it seems to be lane 4, the team from St All Hallows, and in lane 6, the team from Ryan Catholic seem to have opened up a bit of the field and looking good for first and second. When you go a bit further back from that, it's sort of 8, 7, 5. And over in lane 1, although they just might be a little off the pace, I think St Hilda's 1 at the moment. But certainly at the moment, well in front as they hit the 250 metres to go. The teams from, actually it looks now as if the lane 4, the All Hallows 2 side of Saffron Dennell, Alexandra McAnally, Alice Anderson, Sarah Hislop. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. If we go to the, yeah, starting to lift my eyes a bit. Lift your eyes, man, they say. So we go back to lane 4, which will be St Peter's Lutheran. Then in lane 6, the Somerville House. And after that, perhaps I would think it's nice and tight for the next 2 places. Between lane 8, the team from Brisbane State High. Lane 5, the team from St Margaret's. And over there in lane 1, putting in a few big ones, but just might be a bit out of it. So we're going to see lane 6, the Somerville House team, cross the line first. They'll be followed by lane 4, the team from St Peter's Lutheran. And 8 or 1 for the next 2 places, maybe in the middle. Oh, gee, in the middle, I think. That might have been lane 5, the team from St Margaret's. And then lane 8, the team from Brisbane State High. May well have come across the line in time to take the direct entry into the final this afternoon. We go back now to the race 155, the second heat of this, the schoolgirls year 10 quad scull. In lane 2 will be the team from St Hilda's. That's Lucy Corish, Grace Champion, Kyra Bender and Annabelle Montgomery with their cocks Mika Free. They are coached by Ian Hawley. In lane 3, Trinity Lutherans, Isabel Clifford, Ali Sims, Ruby Hodges, Scarlett Wood, coxed by Byron Welsh. In lane 4, All Hallows 2, the crew of Saffron Dennell, Alexandra McAnally, Alice Anderson, Sarah Hislop and Bridget Oberth in Cox seats. In lane 5, St Pat's Townsville, Olive Jury, Lily Bragg, Emily Black, Sarah Burke, coxed by Ella DeMello and their coaches Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. In lane 6, Ryan Catholic, Katarina Swain, Kelsey Donaldson, Courtney Davis, Hayley Davis, coxed by Hyunji Lee, and their coaches Erin McGuffin, Simon Davis and Liam Turley. In lane 7, St Margaret's 1, Kaya Miles, Alice O'Toole, Jemima Rice, Gabby Cypher and Gillian Cook in the Cox seat. And in lane 8, Brisbane Girls Grammar School's Harper Hammer, Georgia Peterson, Ella Valerie, Chloe Chambers and their cox Isabel Bamba.
And they're well down the course now, Simon. I'll just have a look at the binoculars and see lane 8 doing well, as is lane 2, I would suggest. And then in the middle, you got lane 5, also prominent, and lane 7. St Hilda's in 2, Girls Grammar in 8, lane 5 is St Pat's of Townsville, and lane 7 is St Margaret's Anglican School.
Just while we've got a little bit to run, we might just run through the results of race 151, the second heat of that Year 11 double scull for boys. In first place was the Cathedral Schools team of Pratchett and Talbot in a time of 7:32.61. In second place, Gregory Terrace, Allen and Clark. In third place, Brisbane Boys College, Bruce and Pratt. In fourth place, the Townsville Grammar's number 2 team of Beanie and White. In fifth place, Somerset College's Gray and McClure. In sixth place, Trinity Lutheran's Tan and Gurgic. In seventh place, Ignatius's Leone and Masters. And in eighth place, Rockhampton Grammar's Stanky and Napa.
So it looks like lane 8 to me, Simon.
Yes, lane 8, certainly 8, 7, 5 and 2 at the moment. Look like the
4 crews to go through.
Crews to progress.
Lane 2's got a couple of lengths of clear water over Trinity Lutheran. Should not lose that spot from there. But Brisbane Girls Grammar School in Station 8 having a good regatta. Girls Grammar Director of Rowing, Darcy Ruck, here, weaving his magic. And Blaine Hesseltine also doing a good job coaching there.
So it's
what I've learnt, Simon, is the crews in lane 1 and 2 are closer than you think.
Yes. So here we are. It's lane 7 putting in a big effort at the end here, but there's our 4 who are going through. So it'll be 2, 8.
Yep, 2 won it, haven't they?
Yeah, 2 won it, 8, then 5 and 7.
So, yes, I did say yesterday afternoon that I'd finally learnt the crews on the Eastern Bank are closer than you give them credit for, and I got trapped again this morning into not believing my own rubbish that I speak.
So our next race is actually scheduled
for 7:40.
The 7:40, so that's 5 minutes time. So you can just see
crews are just coming across to get on the water, yeah, to the Marshal Jeremy Parsons, who's done an outstanding job over the weekend. He, along with the boat race officials, keeping the regatta running beautifully on time. Couldn't be done without the cooperation of the athletes and the coaches, of course.
Wonderful to hear the sportsmanship come through with the cheers for everybody as the crews come across the line.
Absolutely. So 3 heats of the Champion Schoolboys Year 9 double scull, with the first 2 from each heat and the next 2 fastest to go through. And we've got crews from all over Queensland here, from Kenmore to, we got any to the Gold Coast. Kenmore, Cathedral, Ignatius Park, Somerset College, Emmaus, Cathedral, Sunshine Coast Grammar. So we've got the whole eastern seaboard of Queensland covered there, from Townsville to the border.
I'll just run through the starting lineup for you in race 156. In lane 2 is Kenmore State High's number 1 team of Matthew Burgess and Angus Proctor. They're coached by Michael Swainston. In lane 3, the Cathedral Schools 3, Aidan Bryce, Cooper Walmsley, and their coaches are Stefan Muhlenberg and Sean Keogh. In lane 4, Ignatius 2, the team of Harrison Barrett and Harrison Biggin, and their coaches are Harrison Parks and Zachary Judge. I'll have to ask Ray when there was last a team of all Harrisons, both rowers and a coach. In lane 5, Somerset College's Jake Isles and Giannis Nicolau. In lane 6, Emmaus College's Kobe Liddell and James Toman. Their coaches are Bonnie Byrne and Kim Byrne. In lane 7, the Cathedral Schools, Charlie Patrick and Jack Weekers. Their coaches are Stefan Muhlenberg and Sean Keogh. And in lane 8, Sunshine Coast Grammar's Sam Craig and Finn McDonald, coached by Donna Muller.
What's in a name? For us, it's everything. Over 70 years of paint under fingernails. Hard work in the hot sun. A promise to our local community. Our customers. From our family to yours. This is our story.
Sunshine Coast Grammar and Cathedral, probably Cathedral leading, I'd suggest, in Station 7, but little to choose between them and the Crews on the other side of the course. As I said a couple of times in the last race, the Crews in lanes 1, 2 and 3 are closer than you think when we're sitting here. Great pitches coming from the side. The feedback from the live streaming has been very positive indeed.
Be a surprising number of people watching it today, I'd imagine, while they're pretending they're working for their employers.
Well, one of my co-commentators from the Australian Championships will be running his dad's business today with one eye on the rowing, I'm sure. Because he can't move around in Melbourne much, that's for sure.
No, exactly.
So it is still lane 7, Simon, but have a look at the crew on the far side, as I said. Kenmore State High School.
Yeah.
Matthew Burgess and Angus Proctor, coached by Michael Swainston. And 6 is pushing through as well, and lane 3.
So once again, the first 2 through, and then it's on to your time. So fairly important to be in that 1-2 finish. This is hard to believe it's a heat, really, isn't it? It's certainly... 7 and 2, do you think, at the moment?
I think currently 7 and 2, yeah. But the crew in Station 3, the Cathedral School crew, we know all of those Stefan Muhlenberg coach crews are fit. We know they'll come home strongly, but they've got a good length to catch up on Kenmore State High. It's just whether Kenmore's going to win it or whether Cathedral's going to win it over in Station 7. And I'm looking at the number of boys left to go, and I reckon lane 2's going to get up. Kenmore State High. Oh, yes, they've actually won by the best part of 3/4 of a length. Kenmore State High first. Cathedral and 7 have finished second. And then the Cathedral crew in lane 3 have finished third. And what do you think? I think probably Emmaus then, was it?
I think Emmaus,
yeah,
yes.
Finished 4th, so they're a chance, depending on their time, of getting into the final. The first 2 only from each heat and the next 2 fastest.
So we take you back down to the 1,000-metre mark for race 157, race 157, the Year 9 Schoolboys Double Scull. This is the second heat. In lane 2 will be Bundaberg State High School's Cody O'Davis and Logan Cavill, and their coach is Joanne Krensler. In lane 3, the Cathedral Schools, Henry Chin and Max Strickland. Their coaches Kimberly Brown and Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 4, Kenmore State High School's Lachlan Brooks and Liam Robinson. Their coach Michael Swainston. In lane 5, Somerset College's Bowen Mansell and Alex Jordan. In lane 6, Ignatius Ones, Sebastian Aarons and Thomas Bartels. Their coaches are Harrison Parks and Zachary Judge. In lane 7, the Rockhampton Grammar School's Christian Towers and Matthew Shen. Their coaches are John Smythe and Sean Bell. And in lane 8, Shalom College's Sam Card and Samuel Hines, who are coached by Dana Houston. So that race is underway. Just while they're coming down, we'll use the opportunity to update you on a few results.
An announcement from the president of the jury. Athletes, when you're moving to the start, if a race is finishing, please don't row through, even though you're off the course, please don't row through the vision of the judges. So if a race is concluding, the judges have to be able to see clearly right across. If you're going to the start and you're parked or rowing through that finish line area, albeit off the course, it is very distracting and makes it difficult for the judges to be accurate. So thank you for that. Please be aware, do not row through the finish of a race.
Go back to race 154. The winner there was the Somerville crew of Bidstrup, Milne, Slatter, Warhope and Cairns in a time of 5:51.25. 5:51.25. In second place, St Peter's Lutheran, the team of Duval, Kenny, Matthews, Daniels and Axelson. In third place, the crew from St Margaret's, and they are Pete, Brown, Mellor, Wake and Owen. In fourth place, Brisbane State High's Waldron, O'Dyer, Turin, Tran and Genevieve Clare. In fifth place, Somerset College's Fink, Daly, Strong, Tan and Hodge. In sixth place, All Hallows, Beloso, James, Cassie, Golds, Sully and Curtis. In seventh place, Rocky Grammar's Cook, Appleton, Stewart, Sparks and Doyle. And in eighth place, Brigidine College's Kin, Drysdale, Hudson, Curricatoga and Bradford.
And on the course, Heat 2, Cathedral, Henry Chin and Max Strickland. I think, Simon, they were both medalists in the Year 9 single scull final. Remember, Cathedral were first, second and third. And they are leading their heat of the champion schoolboys Year 9 double scull and have got the look back at the rest of the field, probably headed by Kenmore State High, then across to Ignatius Park. And
So remembering that it's first two across the line go through to the final. Certainly some encouragement coming for our teams from down on the waterfront.
So Kenmore State High, Lachlan Brooks and Liam Robinson in second place. Then across to Ignatius Park, Sebastian Aarons and Thomas Bartels. No doubt that Cathedral are going to cross first. Got a couple of lengths up their sleeve there. Good race for second and third between Kenmore and Ignatius Park. Kenmore second, Ignatius Park third. And then fourth, also close. I reckon it'll be the crew from Bundaberg State High School over in Station 2 that'll get fourth. So Ignatius Park and Bundaberg State High still some chance of getting through to the final if they're the next two fastest crews.
Race 158 on course at the moment. The final heat in this, the schoolboys Year 9 double scull. In lane 2, Rockhampton Grammar's Jared Godwin and Jaden Sylvester, coached by John Smythe and Sean Bell. In lane 3, Somerset College's Callum Miles and Jake Phillips. In lane 4, Brisbane Boys College Frederick Brommel and Henry Wake. In lane 5, Cathedral Schools 2, Darcy Hock and Nathan Whitehead, coached by Kimberly Brown and Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 6, St Luke's Anglican Schools Georgia Mortimer and Oliver Meehan. In lane 7, the Cathedral College's Tyler Rose Barnes and Richard Meikle. And in lane 8, Townsville Grammar School's Kieran Bartlett, Charles Cronin, coached by Corby Green.
So again, a good geographical spread in this entry. The local hopes in lane 2, coached by John Smythe and Sean Bell.
Just give you the results of race 155, one of the heats of the Year 10 Quad Sculls. In first place was St Hilda's number 1, the team of Corish, champion Bender, Montgomery and Free in a time of 5:59.31. And then in second place was Brisbane Girls Grammar School, the team of Hammer, Peterson, Valerie, Chambers and Bamba. In lane third place was St Pat's Townsville, the team of Jury, just got the sun in the wrong spot. Jury, Bragg, Black, Burke and DeMello. In fourth place, St Margaret's, Miles, O'Toole, Rice, Cypher and Cooks. In fifth place, Trinity Lutherans, Clifford, Sims, Hodges, Wood and Welsh. In sixth place, All Hallows, Dannell, McAnally, Anderson, Hislops and Obartha. In seventh place, Ryan Catholics, Swain, Donaldson, Davis and Lee. And that completes the list of winners there. We do have time. We'll just go to 156 quickly. 156 was the first of these heats of the Year 9 Double Scull. So first place was Kenmore State High School's team of Burgess and Proctor in a time of 3:47.75. In second place, Cathedral College's Patrick's and Weekers. In third place, Cathedral Schools Bryce and Walmsley. I may have said Cathedral College, that was Cathedral School in second. In fourth place, Emmaus College's Liddell and Toman. In fifth place, Sunshine Coast Grammar's Craig and McDonald. In sixth place, Ignatius 2, the team of Barrett and Biggins. In seventh place, Somerset College's Isles and Nicolau. So lane 5 looking pretty handy here at the moment, I'd suggest.
Pushing out, aren't they, Simon, over the rest of the field? They've certainly got a good look back.
Darcy Hock and Nathan Whitehead from the Cathedral School.
Hock was placed in that under Year 9 single scull final as well. I think he was third in that. So those 3 single scull medalists showing that form in the double sculls now and heading straight through to the finals.
Be great to be young enough to have your name come up so often in a regatta.
I think I'd like to ask Bob Alexander which of these young people have covered the most miles this weekend.
Yeah, it would be interesting.
Well, there was a similar question at the Masters in Adelaide back in May, and someone who was watching the live streaming from Tasmania sent through an answer, and apparently this woman had done 54 kilometres or something. That was including getting to the start. It wasn't 54 races, but...
So we'd say at the moment that the team from lane 5, the Cathedral School's looking pretty handy. If I was a betting man, I'd suggest lane 2, Rockhampton Grammar.
I'm a betting man and I would agree with you.
So we're looking pretty well. So it'll probably be the Cathedral School's Darcy Hock and Nathan Whitehead straight through to the final, as will the Rockhampton Grammar team of Jared Godwin and Jaden Sylvester. Third place will probably be Somerset College's.
I concur.
No, it went the other way.
Did it? Oh, really? Okay. So lane 6, St Luke's, have finished third, and Somerset College has finished fourth. You never can tell.
No, it sort of sneaked up on us a little bit there. Just while we're waiting for the next one, I'll give you some results, ladies and gentlemen. Take you to race 157. 157, which was the second heat in this, the Year 9 Double Scull. That was won by the Cathedral Schools Chin and Strickland in a time of 3:46.07. 3:46.07. In second place was Glenmore State High School's Brooks and Robertson. In third place, Ignatius number 1, Aarons and Bartels. In fourth place, the Bundaberg State Highs O'Davis and Cavell, or Cavill. In 5th place, Rockhampton Grammar's Towers and Shen. In 6th place, Somerset College's Mansell and Jordan. And in 7th place, Shalom College's Card and Hines. That was the results for race 157. Next race on course is going to be race 159, the school... Hang on, no, it's So we're going to race 159. There is a late scratching in that, ladies and gentlemen. Lane 1, the Brisbane Girls Grammar School rower is out of that event, so we're down to a seven rower field. In lane 2 is St Peter's Lutheran College's Poppy Yarsky. In lane 3, Ryan Catholic's Katarina Swain, who is coached by Erin McGuffey, Laura Burgess and Liam Turley. In lane 4, Cathedral School 3, Isabella Klingner, and coached by Stefan Muhlenberg and Jessica Drazic. In lane 5, Townsville Grammar School's Sally Broad, coached by Corby Green. In lane 6, Brisbane State High number 1, Ella Campbell, coached by Cameron Stevenson. In lane 7, the Cathedral School number 4 rower, Sophia Thorold, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg and Jessica Drazic. And in lane 8, Stuart Home 1, Olivia Toten, who is coached by Nick Martin, Jared Melvin and Ruthie Hagney.
So a good group of coaches there at Stuart Home. Emma McCarthy doing a great job running the program at Stuart Home, building it up, getting more rowers every year, more coaches every year. So well done to Emma and the job she's done there. St Peter's Lutheran College, Poppy Yarsky, over on the far side of the course. Just a little off the pace in the early stages there. But a close contest with the first 2 only once again to go through to the final. 4 semi-finals of the Champion Schoolgirls Year 8 Single Scull. It was a massive entry. And you'll note the next few races, Simon, are the divisions, 2 divisions of the same race. Just couldn't fit everybody into the main draw.
Yes. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? All these races too sponsored by Higgins Coating, this particular heat. Just while we've got them a fair way down the course, we'll just give you the results of race 158, which was the final heat of the Schoolboys Year 9 Double Scull. In first place was the Cathedral Schools 2, the team of Hock and Whitehead, in a time of 3:46.63, 3:46.63. Second place, Rockhampton Grammar School's Godwin and Sylvester. In third place, St Luke's Anglicans, Mortimer and Meehan. In fourth place, Somerset College 1, Miles and Phillip. In fifth place, Brisbane Boys College, Brommel and Wake. In sixth place, Townsville Grammar's Bartlett and Cronin. And in seventh place, the Cathedral Colleges, Barnes and Meikle.
And at the moment, it looks like lane 6, Brisbane State High School, Ella Campbell, coached by Cam Stevenson, is probably leading the race. But there's very little to choose behind Ella Campbell, with only the first 2 to go through. There's not even the next fastest this time.
No, this is all or nothing.
And lane 8 pushing out as well there. Stuart Holmes, Olivia Totten. And then back to lane 4, I would suggest.
Lane 4, yeah.
Yeah. 5 and 4. Yeah.
Ella Campbell from Brisbane State High, just keeping to the middle of the lane. You've been able to watch her all the way down. Has hardly deviated from that middle, so she is making every stroke count. Well, the commentator's curse. Anyway,
So still leading is Ella Campbell, but starting to encroach on that lead is the Townsville sculler Sally Broad, and then out to Olivia Totten of Stewart Home. And just after Simon said how well Ella Campbell was doing in the middle of the lane, she went to one side, now she's back to the other side. As the pressure really comes on, this is what happens at the end of a big weekend of racing. You get a bit tired.
We shall assure coaches will make no mention of where they are in the lanes from here on.
No, that's right.
But
so still State High's Ella Campbell has straightened it up again now, but coming at her strongly is Sally Broad of Townsville Grammar School. And they go to the line absolutely locked together. State High first, Townsville Grammar second. They're quite a margin in front of the rest of the field, headed by the Cathedral sculler Isabel Klinger. Yeah, a good race there. The commentator's curse got us. As soon as we said how straight she was going, went all over the shop.
So I'll just run through race 160, the next heat in this, the Schoolgirls Year 8 Single Scull, sponsored by Higgins Coating. In lane 1 will be All Hallows, Claudia Munn, coached by Mike Partridge. In lane 2, St Peter's Lutheran College, Sienna Owen. In lane 3, St Pat's Townsville 4, Lucia Lau, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. In lane 4, Somerset 4, Molly McIntyre. In lane 5, Brisbane State High School's Olivia Grant, coached by Cameron Stevenson. In lane 6, the Cathedral Schools 1, Rosa Zika, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 7, St Pat's Townsville, Emily Edison, coached by Harrison Parks. And in lane 8, the Cathedral Schools 2, Claudia Chun Tai, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg and Jessica Drazic. And with that, we welcome to the microphone for the first time this morning Mr. Todd Wells. Morning, Todd.
Morning, Simon. How are you going?
Really well, thank you. It's been some good racing so far.
Oh, it certainly has, and another cracking morning here on the mighty Fitzroy River. I think everyone's been very blessed to have these sort of conditions over the last couple of days, and the wind stayed off yesterday afternoon for us, which for those finals, which was spectacular, and we're looking forward to these heats and semi-finals today, leading into finals, which start at 12:20 today, and it'll be really exciting if yesterday's anything to go by.
Certainly it was perfect conditions all day, wasn't it, really? Not too hot, not much breeze, perfect water.
Yeah, no, perfect September weather here in Rockhampton, and I think everyone's enjoying the brisk mornings when you first get up here and get your bacon and egg roll and get your coffee to get the morning started, and then just jumper off after that and ready for a great day of conditions. Light breeze, keeping everyone nice and cool. There's certainly, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, a lot of kilometres in the legs and arms of our rowers as they get into day 3 of this event.
So when we look down the river now, it looks like lanes 5 and 6, who would be Somerville House's Molly McIntyre, and lane 4, sorry, that's 4. It'll be Olivia Grant and Rosa Zikor, the rower from Brisbane State High School and the Cathedral School. Lane 7, St Pat's Townsville, Emily Edison up there with them. Again, we remind you it's the first 2 go straight through to the final, with everybody else eliminated. So the action all in 5, 6 and 7 at the moment. I would say at the moment it's lane 6, the Cathedral School's Rosa Zikor, with a slight advantage perhaps.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Simon, but certainly not much in it. A few powerful strokes here from either competitor, even the rower in lane 7 there.
Olivia Grant from State High in 5 does look like she's certainly keeping up, if not just started to get a bit of distance on Rosa.
Yeah, the side-on shot looks like she might be, and the boys are there, so there's not much in that.
There's not a lot here, but
maybe the inside, lane 6.
So it's lane 6. The Cathedral College's Rosa Zikor, and coming in next was the Brisbane State High School's Olivia Grant, and then St Pat's Emily Edison. But it's lane 4, Somerville's Molly McIntyre fill out the first 4. But it'll be Rose Azekor and Olivia Grant going through to the final in the Champion Schoolgirls Year 8 Single Scull. 2 more of these to go, so we'll go to race 161, which is the third heat, the third semi-final rather. In lane 1, Stuart Home 2, Paige Van Gelder. She's coached by Sabina Murchie and Nick Martin. In lane 2 will be Stuart Home 4, Lucy Gillies, coached by Jared Melvin, Nick Martin and Ruth Hagney. In lane 3, Somerville 1, Sally Brommel. In lane 4, St Margaret Mary's, Iluka Hammond, coached by Harrison Parks and Saskia Matheson. In lane 5, the Rockhampton Grammar School's Georgia Appleton, coached by Raquel Mangan and Olivia Maynard. In lane 6, Emmaus 2, Marcella Paget, coached by Bonnie Byrne and Kim Byrne. In lane 7, St Margaret Mary's Theodora Aarons, coached by Harrison Parks and Saskia Matheson. And in lane 8, St Margaret's Ella Welsh. And that race is underway. Just while those rowers are coming down, we'll give you the official results of race 159. So 159 was the first semi-final of the Year 8 Single Scull. That was won by Brisbane State High's Ella Campbell in a time of 4:39.59. 4:39.59. In second place, Townsville Grammar's Sally Broad. In third place, Cathedral 3's Isabella Klinger. In fourth place, Ryan Catholic's Katarina Swain. In fifth place, St Peter's Lutheran's Poppy Yarsky. In sixth place, Stuart Home's Olivia Toten. And in seventh place, the Cathedral School's Sophia Thorold. And rounding that out in, there was a scratching. So that was the placings there in race 159.
And early prediction here is we are in trouble with this next race with the finishers, because it's right across the field, neck and neck, that is for sure. A young girl in lane 6 just crossing over into lane 5, so she'll need to straighten up there a little bit at this stage.
Is lane 8 and lane, hard to tell, isn't it?
Yeah, I think lane 5 might be the person that's out in front at the moment.
Lane 5 is Georgia Appleton from Rockhampton Grammar. She's looking pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, I think lane 8, then lane 3.
Certainly as they just come past the 500 metre mark, so a little over halfway down this course. The ever-present temptation to try and do it all on your arms instead of keeping your stroke flowing. An affliction that affects rowers of all ages, of course.
Yeah, I do think it's Georgia Appleton in the middle of the course there in lane 5, who's got a bit of a lead over lane 8, Ella Welsh. And then lane 3 from Somerville, Sally Brommel would be our best guess at this stage.
Yes, it certainly.
Top 2 going through. It's going to be extremely tight here to close out this last couple of hundred metres.
So at this stage, I think we'd be saying that it'd be 3 and 5 looking likely. Just working on Ray's theory that the ones on the far side are a bit closer than you think they are. Oh, this is a race. Easy to know that these rowers do know that's only the first 2 through. So
yeah, you can hear the support from the bank here. Even though it's we're only an hour into our races here today, there's still a lot of feeling and support from the peers of the rowers.
So Sally Brommel from Somerville and Georgia Appleton from Rockhampton Grammar at this stage.
There's a big push in lane 1 there. Paige Van Gelder from Stuart Home 2. She's certainly powering home.
Oh, going to have to watch this one.
It's going to be really close. I think Georgia's got it there in the middle in lane 5.
Georgia Appleton certainly looking comfortable in 5. And then the Somerville rower of Sally Brommel. came
And lane
across,
1.
and then lane 1, Paige Van Gelder from Stewart Home.
And lane 8,
Lane
Ella Welsh
8,
from
St
St
Margaret's. Yeah, Ella Welsh. So very handy race there. Take you back up river to the final heat in this, the schoolgirls Year 8 single scull. In lane 1, Townsville Grammar's Zara Moller. She is coached by Corby Green. In lane 2, St Pat's Townsville 3, Matilda Schroeder, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. In lane 3, Trinity Lutheran's Molly Lomax. In lane 4, Bundaberg's North State High School's Sarah Wake, coached by Thomas Laven. In lane 5, Trinity Lutheran 2, Lily Fruin, a name that's come up regularly. In lane 6, All Hallows Danielle Watt, coached by Mike Partridge. In lane 7, Rockhampton Grammar's Ella Doyle, coached by Raquel Mangan and Olivia Maynard. And in lane 8, Chloe Rabbits-Hick, coached by Raquel Mangan and Olivia Maynard from the Rockhampton Grammar School. So we'll give you the results now for race 160, 160, which was the second of the heats in this Year 8 single scull. That was run by the Cathedral Schools, Rosa Zico, in a 4:36.04. In second place, Brisbane State High School's Olivia Grant. In third place, St Pat's Townsville Emily Edison. In fourth place, Somerville's Molly McIntyre. In fifth place, St Pax Townsville's Lucia Lau. In sixth place, St Peter's Lutheran College Sienna Owen. In seventh place, All Hallows Claudia Munn. And in eighth place, the Cathedral Schools Claudia Chun Tai. So they were the results for race 160, the second heat. We're now in the final heat. It looking like lane 8 and lane 6.
Yeah, it looks
5.
like I think lane 8's got a bit of a lead here at this stage. So
that would be Chloe Rabbits-Hick from the Rockhampton Grammar School. If
certainly started off the race really well, but there's not much in it. I would say that right across the field there, maybe lane 1 there just behind a little bit, but the rest of the field, I think all the action's on the left-hand side of the course. They might be slightly in front of.
Certainly lane 6, the rower from All Hallows, Danielle Watt, seems to be travelling pretty well at the moment. And then for second, it's from 4 plays 8, maybe 5 in there too. I think we're going to have to wait for them to get horribly close. So we're at the 250 mark now.
Yeah, I think it's between 8, 6 and 3 at this
8,
early
6
stage.
And 3, yeah, for the mine.
Helping out those people at home that on the live stream, we've got that side-on shot there, which is a fantastic shot. But with the sun, it's quite hard to differentiate the different rowers there. But at this stage, we think it's probably lane 6 out in front there a little bit. Danielle Watt. No,
lane 3, certainly lane 3. The rower
coming
from
home
Molly
strong
Lomax.
there, yes. She
certainly
has
not
through.
out of contention now. In fact,
I'd even say she's in the lead
I was
now,
going to say,
Molly.
it looks like Molly Lomax from Trinity Lutheran.
Fantastic
in lane
last
3
500 from her.
has certainly put in a big row over this
She's
last
going a little bit
200
sideways
metres.
now, so she's got to straighten up. But I think
She's
it's
just got to
actually.
keep that going.
And Sarah Wake in lane 4,
Ooh.
I think, might be the looking for second place here. If top 2 go through.
So coming down, just a couple of more strokes. Oh, this is close if you have a look on the screen. Yep. So Molly Lomax gets there from lane 4 in Sarah Wake, did we think, Todd?
Yeah, Sarah Wake second, yes.
So they're the two who'll go straight through. So we're going to go, just for information, ladies and gentlemen, race 182, 183 and 184. That has been consolidated into 2 races only. So if you were in race 184, please check with your coach because those races have been consolidated If you were in 184, you are now in either 182 or 183. So please check that. Moving back up the course for the final heat, semi-final rather, of the Higgins Coating Championship Schoolgirls Year 8 Single Scull. In lane 1, Townsville Grammar's Zara Moller, who's coached by Corby Green. Sorry. One behind. Moving to the 1,000-metre mark, again for the Championship Schoolgirls Year 8 Single Scull. These have been put into 2 divisions. So Division 1 will be lane 2, Stuart Home 8, Lily Haddad, coached by Sabina Murchie. In lane 3, Emmaus 6, Layla Struthers, coached by Kim Byrne and Bonnie Byrne. In lane 4, Stuart Home 6, Beth Hewitt, coached by Sabina Murchie. In lane 5, Brigidine College's Olivia Gorry, coached by Timothy Skipper. In lane 6, St Margaret's Zoe Rossiter. Lane 7 is a scratching. And lane 8 will be St Pat's Townsville 5, Amelia Ponte, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. Just while they're away, we'll take you to the result for race 161. 161, the third semi-final. And the winner there was Georgia Appleton from the Rockhampton Grammar School in a time of 4:42.64. 4:42.64. Second place, Somerville's Sally Bramell. In third place, Stuart Home's Paige Van Gelder. In fourth place, St Margaret's Ella Welsh. In fifth place, Lucy Gillies from Stuart Home. In sixth place, St Margaret Mary's Iluka Hammond. In seventh place, St Margaret Mary's Theodora Aarons. And in eighth place, Emmaus College's Marcella Paget. They were the results for race 162. So it just looked like there must have been a very late scratching here. Because 7 and 8 are empty. We knew 7 was out, the Rockhampton Grammar School rower, but it looks as if lane 8, the rower from St Pat's, is a late scratching. So we'd take Amelia Ponte out of this race, leaving us with the 5. So we've got 6 leading 3. Oh, 6 leading 4. 6 leading 4 with perhaps lane 2, the rower from Stuart Home, Lily Haddad in third. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first division of this particular category this afternoon, or this morning rather. My wife is right, I don't know what day it is, Todd.
And it looks like a great race here between lanes 6 and 4, and you wouldn't discredit lane 1 there as well. So that's Lily Haddad in lane 1, and we've got Beth Hewitt in lane 4, and Zoe Rosita in lane 6. So let's look where the race is at the moment. But I think lane 4, Beth Hewitt looks like the person that's maybe just got a slight lead here. She can hold her form going into last 100 metres or so.
Zoe Rossiter from St Margaret's just a little bit surprised by the breeze that came across down there. You can see it on the water. And some of these single sculls, of course, when you do get the breeze come across you, they're difficult enough to keep straight at the best of times.
That's very true. So a few strokes to go here, and it looks like Hewitt in the middle. But there's not much in it. I think St. Margaret's rower in lane 6 there is certainly powering home. And as we said, lane 1.
Lily,
also lane 2, sorry. So Lily looks like she might be in with a chance here. Oh, it's really close on the line, but it's the middle.
Lane 4, lane 2, lane 6.
4-2-6 would be the unofficial.
4-2-6, the way we call it across the line.
That's a great race for this Division 1 Championship Schoolgirls Year 8 single scull. Very even race there across those 3 competitors. And also for 4th place here with Layla Struthers and Olivia Gorry. Not much in between those competitors as well.
Take you to the results for race 162, which was the 4th semi-final in the girls' Year 8 single scull. That was won by Trinity Lutheran's Molly Lomax in a time of 4:41.43. In 2nd place, Bundaberg North State High School's Sarah Wake. In 3rd place, All Hallows' Danielle Watt. In 4th place, Trinity Lutheran's Lily Fruin. In 5th place, Rockhampton Grammar's Chloe Rabbits-Hick. In 6th place, Townsville Grammar's Zara Moller. In 7th place, Rockhampton Grammar's Ella Doyle. And in 8th place, St Pat's Townsville's Matilda Schroeder.
So, Simon, if we look at the times there across those 4 semi-finals, it does look like the Cathedral's Rosa Zikor will qualify in the fastest time. So 4 minutes and 42 was her, 4 minutes 36 was her time. And then Ella Campbell was the next best qualifier. And she was from Brisbane State High School. She went through in 4:39. And a little bit of a gap there to our 3rd and 4th heats. So Molly Lomax with a 4:41 and Georgia Appleton with a 4:42. So you think the pace is probably going to come from Rosa and Ellie in that Year 8 single scull schoolgirls final, which will be on race 201 later this afternoon.
We move now to the 2nd division in this race, in this schoolgirls Year 8 single scull. Race 164. In lane 2 will be Brigidine College's Chelsea Skipper. She is coached by Tanya Bramer. In lane 3, St Margaret's Madeline Pugh. In lane 5, St Pat's Townsville's Ella Mayer Woodhouse, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. In lane 6, St Margaret's Callista Sanday. In lane 7, Emmaus College's Imogen Liddell, coached by Bonnie Byrne and Kim Byrne. And in lane 8, Stuart Holmes 7, Gracie Hine, coached by Sabina Murchie. Just bring you a quick result. Race 162, which was the final semi-final, or the 4th semi-final of the Year 8 single scull. Actually, we've done that one, so we don't. That's as far as we've got at the moment. Had a couple of scratchings in this race, ladies and gentlemen. You'd take out lane 2, the Brigidine College rower, and lane 5. So that brings us back to a 4-horse race. So 3, 6 and 8 certainly all in it at this stage. So that's between Madeline Pugh of St Margaret's, between Callista Sanday of St Margaret's, and Gracie Hine from Stuart Home. Looking...
Yeah, there's nothing in this race, that's for sure. Maybe on the far side there in lane, Madeline Pugh there in lane 3. Might have a bit of a lead there, I would suggest. Fantastic shots on the big screen and the live stream. You can see the Rockhampton Barrage in the background there as they swing heading to home. And panning around now, and you can see the banks of the Fitzroy. And yeah, we do think lane 3, the furthest on the right, is the lane that is holding true at the moment. Lane 6 going on a bit of a zigzag there, so that'll slow them down a little bit.
So at this stage, fairly confident that Madeline Pugh for St Margaret's will be across the line first.
You're very close for second here by the looks, as young Callista Sunday there has just gone sideways a little bit, and I think it's going to be, no, she's going to hang on. She hangs on for second place, and Gracie Hine from Stewart Home looks like she's got third place.
And Imogen Little will round out the placings in fourth. Take you to some more results now, ladies and gentlemen. We've done 162. We'll take you to 163. And this was 163 was the Division 1 of the Year 8 single sculls, and that was won by Stewart Home's Beth Hewitt in a time of 5:03.50. 5:03.50. In second place, Stewart Home's Lily Haddad. In third place, St Margaret's Zoe Rossiter. In fourth place, Emmaus's Layla Struthers. And in fifth place, Brigidine College's Olivia Gorry. So the Schoolboys Championship Schoolboys single scull, of course, over 2,000 metres. There are three heats. 3 heats in this race, and it will be the first 2 direct progress to the final, and then the other 2 crews will be on the next fastest, so it'll be on times after that. In lane 1, we're going to have Matthew Flinders College's Charles Clark, coached by Donna Muller. In lane 2, Rockhampton Grammar's Marshall Leeson, coached by John Smythe. In lane 3, Brisbane Boys College, Matthew Cashman. In lane 4, Ignatius's Riley Williams, coached by Harrison Parks. In lane 5, St Luke's Anglican School, Tobias Reynolds, coached by John Presler. In lane 6, Ignatius 3, Lachlan Larson, coached by Harrison Parks. In lane 7, Brisbane State High's Liam Humphrey, coached by Cameron Stevenson. And in lane 8, Townsville Grammar's Jared Haynes, coached by Corby Green. Absolutely magnificent sight just looking down the river at the moment. You've to be able to be here with all that's going on with pandemics around the place. The weather's stayed with us, the water's stayed with us, the work that the council have done around here to make it comfortable. It was wonderful to hear so many parents yesterday commenting on how magnificent it is to have the shade and the trees and the facilities that we tend to take for granted here in Rockhampton, that you can find a very comfortable place to settle back and watch an afternoon's racing here on the Fitzroy River.
Yeah, I certainly agree, Simon. It's you got a couple of different vantage points, so you can sit down to the right of the main clubhouse in a big shady area. It's a natural sort of amphitheatre there with the bank just moving from low to high and enabling parents to be able to sit comfortably and enjoy the racing in a nice deck chair. And then you can also walk across the creek and go to the finish line and watch from side on and get a bird's eye view of the crews as they come in.
We have the result on the second division of the Year 8 single scull. The winner there was St Margaret's Madeline Pugh in a time of 5:07.16. 5:07.16. In second place, St Margaret's Callista Sanday. In third place, Stewart Holmes' Gracie Hine. And in fourth place was Emmaus College's Imogen Liddell. So that brings us up to speed on all the results thus far. These are available, of course, in live. You can have a look on the RQ site and keep up to date with all these results as quickly as we can see them here.
Yeah, that site's pretty special. You can look at the live draw and also click on live results and see them at the same time that we can up here in the commentators box. So I know students and parents that have been around rowing for some time have got that clued in on their phones to get that access and get that data as soon as it's available. So we are underway here in the schoolboys single scull.
Lane 1, the rower from Matthew Flinders, Charles Clark, is actually a scratching. So if you're wondering, no one in one, no. So it was a scratch there. So this comes down to seven oarsmen in this race. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a set of headphones handed in. They were left in the warm-up area, and they are actually quite nice. They're Beats, a set of Beats headphones. Are these the ones that are by Dr. Dre or not? I'm not.
Simon, you're out of your depth there, I think.
I think so, yes.
And so am I, but yes.
At least you've got the beard, I've got the bald head, Wellesley. Where are we going to end up?
Not sure, but...
So that is up here. If you have lost a set of reasonably flash Beats headphones.
And we also have a phone that's been handed in. Looks like a relatively good iPhone. And the picture on the phone is a Ignatius Park College rower. So if there's anyone from Ignatius Park that's lost their phone, and they've got a couple of medals around their neck from the Central Queensland Schools Championships. So if that individual would like to come up here, we can identify them from their picture on their phone and be able to provide that to them. So an iPhone from Ignatius Park College young male. If he wants to head up, we can reconnect him to the world.
Just got a request come out from the organising committee, ladies and gentlemen, for this afternoon. We need a boat driver. We do need a boat driver for this afternoon's finals. So if you could come up, please, to the desk downstairs at the Rockhampton Grammar School's Rowing Club and just let us know you are around. The reason we're looking for it is that the driver who was going to be in one of the umpire boats is doing such a great job providing the live pictures. We would really like to be able to continue with that. These pictures are being sent out live on the web, so I think that gives another dimension to the efforts that are going in here at the Regatta, knowing that you can watch them from anywhere in the world. So if you can drive a boat, we would love to hear from you. It'll be a couple of hours' work, and if you could just come up now, that'll save us worrying about it this afternoon. So help wanted, one boat driver.
As we're moving past the 1 kilometre mark there, it looks like a race between 4, 6 and 8 at this stage. So Ignatius Park, Riley Williams in lane 4, Lachlan Larson from Ignatius in lane 6, and Jared Hayes in lane 8 from Townsville Grammar. So looks like it could be the Battle of Townsville here with the couple of leaders from Ignatius and Townsville Grammar at this early stage. We'd say fourth place is between lane 3 and lane 7. And then also lanes 2 and lane 5.
Yes, as you said, Todd, it looks like lane 4, Riley Williams from Ignatius, certainly Up there with them, as is lane 8, Townsville Grammar, Gerard Hayes. And then lane 6, Lachlan Larson from Ignatius. So seem to be there. It's 1 and 2 go through to the final. There are 3 heats, so 1 and 2 direct progression, and then the final 2 spaces will be filled on the best times available.
And it does look like the rower there in lane 4 is Riley Williams from Ignatius. Holding a better boat lengths lead would be our best guess at this stage. And he looks like second place, I'm guessing now, would be lane 8. But there's not much in that between young Gerard Hayes there and Lachlan Larson from Townsville Grammar, and Lachlan's from Ignatius. So I imagine Lachlan and Riley do a lot of rowing together, and it looks like it's Riley that's in front today in the first of these Championship Schoolboys single scull events. Top 2 competitors go through, so it's going to be a big effort here between Gerard Hayes from Townsville Grammar, who I think is in second place, and Lachlan Larson from Ignatius in lane 6. But it is going to be the Riley Williams from Ignatius going through in first place in lane 4 there. Congratulations, Riley. And second, it does look like the rower closest to the screen there, which is Gerard Hayes from Townsville Grammar. So 1 from Ignatius, 1 from Townsville. And Lachlan Larson there will be counted on his time to try and get through as one of the next 2 fastest. And coming across the line now is Matthew Cashman from Brisbane Boys. And that'll be followed by Marshall Leeson from Rockhampton Grammar School. And then the St. Luke's rower in lane 5. And the Brisbane State High School rower in lane 7. So Tobias Reynolds there from St. Luke's, and Liam Humphrey from Brisbane State High School.
So just run you through the starters in our second heat of the Schoolboys Single Scull. In lane 1, Townsville Grammar's Lachlan Donald Wales, coached by Corby Green. In lane 2, Rockhampton Grammar School's Riley Godwin, coached by John Smythe. In lane 3, St Luke Anglican School's Dane Mortimer. In lane 4, Genesis Christian's Jeremy Stone. In lane 5, Brisbane State High School's Moss Murphy, coached by Cameron Stevenson. In lane 6, Brisbane Boys College number 1, Lex Tucker. And the rower from Ignatius in lane 7 is a scratching. So there will be six competitors in this, the second heat. Again, the first 2 straight through. And then the final 2 into the final on times.
And a great shot by the live stream there, as you can see the rowers coming in, and you can see the bank of supporters there waiting for their rowers to come in. So great work by our live cameraman out on the boat, getting those fantastic shots to give everyone at home a real aspect of what this looks like here at Rockhampton, and really positive feedback coming from all angles.
So at the moment, we'd suspect it was Brisbane State High's Moss Murphy in lane 5 with a slight advantage over lane 3, St Luke's Dane Mortimer. And in lane 1, Townsville Grammar's Lachlan Donald Wales would be up there with the best of them as well. But get a better idea as they hit the 500 metre mark. Sitting about 600 metres out at the moment. Just had the results come through for the first of the heats in the single scull for schoolboys. That's race 165. That was won by Riley Williams from Ignatius Park. And he did that in a time of 7:59.43, 7:59.43. In second place, Townsville Grammar's Gerard Haynes. In third place, Ignatius Lachlan Larson. In 4th place, Brisbane Boys College, Matthew Cashman. In 5th place, Rockhampton Grammar School's Marshall Leeson. In 6th place, St Luke's Anglican Tobias Reynolds. And in 7th place, Brisbane State High's Liam Humphrey.
And as we close in on the 250 metres to go, it's a very close race here. Our top 3 or 4 competitors, there is not much in this, that is for sure. So at this stage, we believe the rower in lane, what's it going to be, lane 3?
Lane 3.
Dane Mortimer from St Luke's, possibly slightly in front of the Brisbane State High School Moss Murphy in lane 5. And Lex Tucker from Brisbane Boys in lane 6. But you couldn't discredit the rower Lachlan Donald Wales in lane 1 from Townsville Grammar. He looks like he's powering through there a little bit. He's got a bit of a lead over the rower in lane 2 there, Riley Godwin from the Rockhampton Grammar School.
Actually, lane 1 maybe a bit more in contention than we'd called, but
yeah, certainly have powered through in the last 10 strokes or so. That is for certain. So looks like a race between lanes 1 and 3 at this stage would be our best guess. So that's Lachlan Donald Wales and Dane Mortimer. So good regional battle here between Townsville and Bundaberg.
Oh, this is
But
close.
does look, we've gone to the side on camera here. But I think Lachlan from Townsville Grammar's got that on the far side. Great finish there, last 500, followed by Dane Mortimer. And then it was actually Riley Godwin coming in 3rd place. And 4th and 5th was in lanes 5 and 6 there.
So Lachlan Donald Wales from Townsville Grammar and Dane Mortimer from St Luke's will progress straight to the final. And the other rowers will be waiting on the results and times as they get posted. We now take you to the 3rd and final heat of this, the schoolboys single scull. It will be in lane 2. I'll just check whether we've got any scratchings before we read them out. So yeah, lane 7. Lane 7. Hang on, let's have a look. Next one down. Lane 2 is a scratching, though, a rower from Trinity Lutheran. So we'll start across the course with lane 3, which will be St Luke's Anglican School's Samuel Clotes, coached by John Presler. In lane 4 will be Rockhampton Grammar School's Ben Worth, coached by John Smythe. In lane 5, Brisbane Boys College, Daniel Cashman. In lane 6, Ignatius 2, Zachary Skip, coached by Harrison Parks. In lane 7, Brisbane State High School's Matthew Brosnan, coached by Cameron Stevenson. And in lane 8, Brisbane Boys College, Mitchell Owen. So looking down the river at the moment, it looks like St Luke's Anglican in lane 3 and the rower from Ignatius in lane 6. Please don't discount lane 5 at the moment. Brisbane Boys Daniel Cashman. Once again, it's the first 2 across the line progress directly to the final. We'll then have a little break because race 169 and 170 have been combined due to scratchings. So those races will not take place. So the next race after this one will be race 171. Hang on. No, they're all combined. So it'll go to 172. The schoolgirls championship, schoolgirls year 11 quad scull. But back to the action on course at the moment. It certainly looks like the St Luke's rower in lane 3. That's Samuel Clotes, and in lane 6, Ignatius is Zachary Skip. Still looking good. Bit of a contest coming from lane 5. Brisbane Boys Daniel Cashman. As they're well inside the 250 metres now. probably at this stage we'd say it's Samuel Clotes from St Luke's Anglican School. So here it is. It's 3 plays 6 at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. But looking like Samuel Clotes may well be there. So it looks like it's going to be Samuel Clotes, coached by John Presler from St Luke's Anglican School in Bundaberg, across the line first. And then reasonably confident that it's going to be Zachary Skip. Oh, hang on. Yeah, Zachary Skip from Ignatius, followed by Brisbane boys Daniel Cashman filling out the 3. But the first 2 there will progress straight to the final.
Call for Jared Bidwell. Jared, there's a package for you up here on the bar. Jared Bidwell from St Margaret's, there's a package for you up here at the bar if you could come up. And that's not code. There is really a package with something in it here for you.
Let's have an 8:45 beverage.
That's Fraser Island. That's Fraser Island. That is.
Your footage now, Tony. Oh, we've got a big green bar at the bottom. I'm just going to pop that.
So we'll bring you the result now, the official results of race 166, which was the second heat of the schoolboys Sink to Skull. That was won by Townsville Grammar's Lachlan Donald Wales in a time of 8:09.75, 8:09.75. In second place, St Luke's Anglican's Dane Mortimer. In third place, Rockhampton Grammar School's Riley Godwin. In fourth place, Brisbane State High's Moss Murphy. In fifth place, Brisbane Boys College Lex Tucker. In sixth place, Genesis Christian's Jeremy Stone.
And Simon, we do have a little bit of a break now in our races, as race 168 through to 171 have all been cancelled. So 9 o'clock is our next race. It's the Championship Schoolgirls at Year 11 Quad Scull over 2,000 metres. So a great opportunity now for our spectators and athletes to get over to the canteen at the Emu Park Surf Lifesaving Club shed and enjoy the hospitality there of our volunteers that have worked tirelessly over the last 3 to 4 days, preparing all the variety of food and drinks that you can enjoy there. So we would encourage everyone to utilise that hospitality over the next over the rest of today to ensure that we don't have too much stock remaining at the end of today. So thank you for your support so far, and we look forward to that continued support over the next few hours as we close in on our finals, which will start at 12:20 today, and we're looking forward to another cracking day of finals. So,
ladies and gentlemen, we'll just take the opportunity to remind you of our very kind sponsors of this regatta. Higgins Coatings, Simon Ruddock, I'm sure many of you will have had the opportunity to meet him. Higgins Coating do commercial painting all around central Queensland and indeed in multiple states. So if you are looking for a major job, they are the people to talk to. We thank Advance Rockhampton. They're the peak organisation and central focus point for our local Rockhampton Regional Council here. They handle economic development, investment, attraction, tourism, industry growth, marketing and events. And certainly Rockhampton, the number of events that are done now, from our Rocky Nats for the car fans through to the beef organisation for our triennial beef expo here, that's just constantly going. In fact, those locals will know the Wine and Food Festival, as always, is a wonderful time. Rockhampton Regional Council, For those people who did comment on the facilities we have here, the council do a magnificent job keeping the course where they are. And this is one of the few rowing courses in the world where the buoyage system is actually owned by the Rockhampton City Council. So you can imagine there's a fair bit of work goes into keeping this buoyage system up and running. And when the Australian teams were training here, the effort they put in to keep it weed free was absolutely fantastic. So they had beams up the river keeping the stuff up. They went up and burned it. They towed it. They did everything to it.
They certainly did. And the amazing fact is that the course gets pulled out each summer. So obviously the floodwater from hopefully the rain that we'll get this summer will flow through the Fitzroy. And basically after this regatta, the lanes will be taken out by volunteers and the Rockhampton City Council to allow that flow of water to come down over the summer months. And then they'll be set back up for Term 2 racing here in Rockhampton next year. But it's an amazing facility, and to imagine that you have to take it in and take it out every single year, we greatly appreciate the support of Rockhampton City Council in providing this facility.
We'd also like to thank the Rockhampton Grammar School, whose team are handling the audio-visual here under the direction of Tony Kennedy. Absolutely fantastic pictures being beamed out, as I said, across the web. So Rockhampton Grammar School's great partners in putting on this rowing event. We also like to thank the Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club, who are providing a large number of volunteers. They look after rowing for several schools around the district, and it's great to work in consultation and conjunction with the Rockhampton Grammar School in being able to present an event of this standard. Our sponsors, Movement Improvement, Simon Poole and the team have been downstairs here providing complimentary physiotherapy services to those who need it, and I'm sure the competitors will have appreciated that. Acumentis, Rod Hewitt and the team, they are Australia's only independent property valuation and advisory firm that are actually listed on the ASX. So you can take it for granted that means they're serious operators. Central Queensland University, they're certainly well involved with so many things around the place, and of course one of the few universities that also include TAFE operations. So Central Queensland University will take you from your Cert 3 in whatever you like through to your doctorate. Lupton Stewart Orthodontics, Mark Lupton and his team, great supporters. They've been providing specialist orthodontic care to Central Queenslanders of all ages and really work in with all the sporting communities around here. David Lloyd and the team from PKF, they're one of our leading accounting, audit and tax and business advisory firms in town. MB Plant Hire, Amber Brennan, we thank them. They've certainly provided some cash sponsorship here. The Empire Apartment and the Edge Apartment, both arms of the Cassidy Hospitality Group, Grant and Rebecca Cassidy, and I'm sure everybody who's been staying in either the Edge or the Empire will appreciate what a fantastic standard of accommodation we have here in Rockhampton. Our friends at the NAB have supplied meat for us, so thank you to the NAB for their support of rowing in Central Queensland. Godwin Commercial, Tricia and Sid Godwin, they have been inclined supplying some of the cleaning that's going on. And as I mentioned yesterday, if you have 1,000 people, keeping up with the cleaning around the place is not to be underestimated. Scott and Dana Leeson from the Leeson Cattle Company, very kind cash sponsors here. The Frenchville Sports Club, both cash and meal vouchers, as you would have seen, handed out by their chairman, Graham Brady, on the afternoon of Saturday. So one of the pearls, the jewels of North Rockhampton social scene, the Frenchville Sports Club, and certainly supporters of numerous sports and leagues around Central Queensland. Nutrient Ag Solutions, once known as Harcourt's, Dalgetty's, name for many things, but here SBB, but certainly very large suppliers to the agricultural community. And if you want advice, if you want to sell cattle or you want a roll of wire, Nutrient Ag Solutions are the place to go for it. Reese R and Sydney Jones, cash sponsors for us. They are Queensland oldest law firm, still practicing. Bernie's Pies, again, great sponsors for us, and it's great to have them along. And if you are around, you'll appreciate why everybody here talks about Bernie's Pies. They are lovely. And our final sponsor, Grant and Simpson Lawyers, fourth generation law firm, long-time supporters of sport in central Queensland, and of course Shelley Chisholm, née Grant, is a wonderful supporter of rower and a keen rower herself. So ladies and gentlemen, when you get the opportunity, please thank our sponsors, because I'm sure you'd agree they have put on a magnificent regatta for us here over this long weekend. Just before the start of the next race, we'll bring you up to speed with the results. So this is the official results for race 167, which was the third heat of the schoolboys single scull. The winner there was St Luke Anglican School's Samuel Clotes in a time of 8:11.70. 8:11.70. In second place, Ignatius's Zachary Skip. In third place, Brisbane Boys College, Daniel Cashman. In fourth place, the Rockhampton Grammar School's Ben Worth. In fifth place, Brisbane Boys College, Mitchell Owen. In sixth place, Brisbane State High's Matthew Brosnan. And the rower from Trinity Lutheran was a late scratching.
So looking at those semi-finals, it'd be Riley Williams from Ignatius that'll qualify with the fastest time of 7:59, followed by Lachlan Donald Wales from Townsville Grammar with his time of 8:09, and then Samuel Klotz with 8:11 there from the St Luke's School. So looks like Riley Williams there, the fastest time, whether he was the one that was working the hardest in that semi-final, and maybe Lachlan and Samuel were holding back a little bit as they cruise through to the finish line. Will be yet to see, and there'll be some anxious students waiting for the results of those, with the next two fastest rowers going through to that final. So a lot of the third place and fourth place rowers will be very interested in those results as they do come through in the next few minutes.
So our next race, ladies and gentlemen, will be the Championship Schoolgirls Year 11 Quad Scull. This will be contested over 2,000 metres, and this in the first heat. There will be 2 heats of this event, with the progression to be first, second, third and fourth in each of the heats to progress to the final, which will be race 2:05 this afternoon. The rest of the crews will be eliminated. I shall just run through the lane placings for you. In lane 3 will be the team from the Cathedral College of Phoebe Doolan, Georgia Slack, Georgia Crichton, Merrin Lawrence and Richard Meikle in the cock seat. That crew is coached by Dan Healy. In lane 4 will be St Margaret Mary's College, the team of Katie Preen, Abigail Barr, Nisha Hammond, Maya Williams. Their cox is Theodora Aarons, and they are coached by Harrison Parks and Saskia Matheson. In lane 5, All Hallows, the crew of Kate Jessup, Lucy Hales, Nicole Watt, Edie Russell, and their cox is Polly Gascoigne, and they are coached by Gus Rodero. In lane 6, Trinity Lutheran, the crew of Avalon Deur, of Ali Sims, Ruby Hodges, Ellie Clifford, and their cox Lily Williams. In lane 7, the Brisbane Girls Grammar School's Alice Barker, Odino Chi, Emma Paul, Adelaide Chalmers, and their cox is Isabel Scarrett. And in lane 8, the Cathedral School's Scarlett Woodbury, Abigail Cox, Isabel Egan, Sarah Scobie, and their cox Trinity Bennett. They are coached by Stefan Muhlenberg. And you can see that race is well underway now. So on course at the moment, race 172. Just a reminder, we have a set of Beats headphones up here. They are black and they were left in the training area. They're the nice wireless ones. So if they're yours, we may have a winner for that particular raffle. Thank you very much. So we've got Beats. There may be some confusion. These are Beats headphones, not Bose. Had they been Bose, we wouldn't have mentioned it because they're really handy. But these Beats, we're a bit too old for the Beats ones up here. But yeah, they're sitting up here for anybody who can come and claim them.
And it looks like lane 5 is out in front here at the moment, closely followed by lane 8. And lane 1 would be our first guess. So lane 5 would be the All Hallows crew. Lane 8, the Cathedral crew. And in lane 3 there, the Cathedral College crew.
So 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the final in this one. So at the moment, it certainly looks like the Cathedral College would be in that 4. And also down to All Hallows, across to lane 8, the Cathedral School. And then what would you reckon, Todd? Lane 7, Brisbane Girls Grammar School?
Yeah, I think 7 just in front of
just peeking
lane
at the moment.
6, yeah.
So our lead boat's just gone past the 500 metre mark. For those with the good eyesight, that is the red buoy. You can see the boats going past now. Back into the yellow ones until we hit the line of red buoys indicating there are 250 metres to run on course.
Yeah, it's certainly All Hallows crew out in front here at the moment in lane 5 there that you can see. And the Cathedral School in lane 8, I've got them down as second place, but the Cathedral College in lane 3 aren't too far behind them. and it could actually be the crew in lane 7, Brisbane Girls Grammar School. Might be sneaking into 3rd place there, but they look like top 4. Trinity Lutheran in lane 6 got a fair bit of work to do, as does St Margaret Mary's College in lane 4.
So, yeah, the longer the race goes, the further in front our team from All Hallows sneak in front. That's Kate Jessup, Lucy Hales, Nicole Watt, Edie Russell and Polly Gascoigne. So they're looking very comfortably across the line first. And a nice easy rate as they come down the course. Saving a bit for this afternoon. Race 205 will be here fast enough. Pressure is on for the rest of the field though, so it looks like lane 8, the Cathedral Schools crew, Cox by Trinity Bennett.
Yeah, and I think it would be
second.
The Cathedral College in lane 1, fighting it out with lane 7 there, the Brisbane Girls Grammar School for 3rd and 4th, but both should get through here with top 4 going through to that final, so it'll be a great result there. All Hallows, what a finish there. Those girls look like they'll be hard to beat in the final.
So it looks like the Cathedral College going to come in with a fairly solid 3rd. Yeah.
Yeah, great row there, Cathedral College.
Certainly a boat length. Cathedral College by a boat length.
And Brisbane Girls in 4th place there.
They're rounding out the ones that will advance. We go then to lane 6, Trinity Lutheran, and the field will be rounded out by the crew from St Margaret Mary's College. Back up river now for race 173, which is the second heat of the Year 11 Quad Scull. In lane 3, the Cathedral Schools, Janaea Groves, Eliza Gisberts, Grace Abdi, Steffi Simon. They're coxed by Wendy Crawford, and their coach is Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 4, Somerville Houses, Phoebe Brommel, Menyea Bishop, Eliza Bridgefoot, Molly Salisbury, and their coach is Catherine Cairns. In lane 5, the Stewart Home crew of Gigi Kelly, Georgia Sharp, Georgia Betts, Lucy Sullivan, and their cox Grace Bentley, and their coach is Olivia Mendonca. In lane 6, Sunshine Coast Grammars. Just make sure we don't have any scratchings here. Sorry, the Stewart Home crew in lane 5 is a scratching. So there will be only 5 in this race. We go to the Sunshine Coast Grammar team of Alana Scott, Sari Lombard, Talia Smith, Remy Neville, and they're coached by Dash McDonald, and their coach is Donna Muller. In lane 7, the St Margaret's crew of Greta Howes, Lucinda Hudson, Josephine Spooner, Georgia Campbell, and their cox is Ella Steinberg. And in lane 8, Somerset College's Lauren Taylor Girdler, Georgia Daly, Amelia Fink, Natalie Brown, and Eliza Strong filling the cox's seat.
And at this very early stage, Simon, I would have to say that there's not much in this race. Looks like lane 4. Lane 4 and lane 7, I think, have got an early lead, but 6 isn't too far behind. And you certainly wouldn't discredit lanes 8 and lane 3 there as they're coming down the course.
Quick trip, I won't be calling to see you. Yeah. I need a chat. Next thing his phone rang. I didn't phone it.
Doesn't surprise me. You're right. certainly not my side. What are mine? Yeah, mine are blows. Always cancelling it. Yeah, they're pretty popular. Well, make flying a lot easier. Yeah. They're well and so Champion School Girls Year 11 Quad Scull Heat 2. Cathedral in 3, Somerville in 4 and leading. Lane 5 has been withdrawn. Lane 6 is Sunshine Coast Grammar School. Lane 7, St Margaret's. Lane 8 is Somerset College. First 4 to advance, so just one crew to be eliminated, and that certainly will not be Somerville House at this juncture. Phoebe Brommel, Manea Bishop, Eliza Bridgefoot and Molly Salisbury have already had gold medal success here. They're coxed by Catherine Cairns, and they're well clear in this second heat of the Champion School Girls Year 11 Single Scull. Oh, the dot's there, not the tick.
And it certainly is the race of Somerville here in lane 4. Just cruising through at the moment. They are very confident that they will progress through here in first place. Second place looks like a battle between lanes 6 and 7. So Sunshine Coast Grammar in lane 6 and St Margaret's in lane 7. I think they are going stroke for stroke at the moment. And then the all-important 4th place to sneak into the final will be a battle between lanes 8 there, Somerset College, and lane 3, Cathedral School. But it certainly is a fantastic race there by the Somerville number 1 crew in lane 4. They will certainly challenge All Hallows, who went through as the fastest crew in the first of the schoolboys Year 11 4.
And that is
School
absolutely leisurely, Todd. Rating 17 at the moment. So that is a very dominant performance by this well-credentialed Somerville House crew. Brommel, Bishop, Bridgefoot, Salisbury, Catherine Cairns, the coxswain, went across the line first. Won't be a great need to warm down, one would suspect.
And
St Margaret's will be second, Sunshine Coast Grammar third.
Sorry, Ray. Yeah, that is correct. As they come across the finish line now. Great race there for second place. That'll be a good hit out for those crews as they look to battle it out with All Hallows and Somerville look like the strong favourites in this division. And it looks like the Cathedral School over in lane 3 will get through in the important 4th place to qualify for that final later this afternoon. And the Somerset College crew rounding out our top 6.
This will be followed from the 1500 metre mark by the Champion Schoolboys Year 10 Double Scull. There are, I would suggest, 3 heats, just looking over the page. Yes, 3 heats of the Champion Schoolboys Year 10 Double Scull. First 2 from each heat and the next 2 fastest crews to advance to the finals later this morning. Or later this afternoon, I would imagine. Race 206. That's later today. Race 172 yet to be official. I've got the dot, but I don't have the tick. So Heat 1, Brisbane Boys College in lane 1. Lane 2, Cathedral School. Lane 3, Ignatius Park. Lane 4, Gin Gin State High School. Lane 5, Somerset College. Lane 6, St Luke's Anglican School, lane 7, Townsville Grammar School, and lane 8, Shalom. So race 172 now official. First, All Hallows, Jessup, Hales, Watt and Russell. And Gascoigne the Coxswain, 7:55.59. Second, Cathedral. Third, Cathedral. So Cathedral School was second. Cathedral College is third. Brisbane Girls Grammar School is fourth. Trinity Lutheran is fifth. St Margaret Mary's College is 7:55.59 the time. And the times will be interesting because Somerville House did not expend a great deal of energy winning Heat 2, that's for sure. That's official now. Somerville House, Bromell, Bishop, Bridgefoot, Salisbury and Cairns in 7:58.82. 7:58.82. They could have gone much faster than that. St Margaret second, Sunshine Coast Grammar third, Cathedral School fourth, Somerset College fifth, Stewart Home was withdrawn. So about 3 seconds slower than Heat 1, but all the same, yeah. Very cruisy performance from that Somerville House crew. Lane 7 and 6 going okay. Townsville Grammar, Brian Hayes and Charlie Mariff, coached by Corby Green, and St Luke's Anglican School from Bundaberg, Harrison Baldwin, Saxon Blair, coached by Joseph Black. Then over in Station 2, Cathedral, Kyle Wood and Jarrah Moncrief, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg. Also very much in the mix along with Brisbane Boys College, Rudra Potlapali and Hamish McGregor. And lane 3, Ignatius Park, Sonny Crawford and Vincent McCale, coached by Harrison Parks and Zachary Judge. Certainly looks like lane 6, St Luke's Anglican School, leading the way, however. Townsville Grammar drawing up level there with the St Luke's Anglican School crew, and they certainly appear to have the look back at the rest of the field, possibly headed by lane 1, Brisbane Boys College, but the Ignatius Park crew, Crawford and McHaley, they're very much in the mix as well. And back to Shalom, Oliver Jansen and Archie Bury, and the Gingin High School crew, Lachlan Simpson and Nathan Davis. Okay. So still lane 6 and 7, St Luke's Anglican School and Townsville Grammar. They look to be the two crews that are going to qualify. The others back in lane 3, in particular Ignatius Park, looking to minimise the damage, narrow the gap between the first two, means that they're going fast, and they're looking for one of those next two fastest times.
Yeah, it'll be a big battle on the right-hand side of the course there for those two crews, but certainly out in front, lane 6 and 7 look very comfortable at this stage. So it'll be a race within a race. Will be the Brisbane Boys in lane 1 and Cathedral in lane 2. Would be the two teams working really hard there to try and get their fastest time to ensure they can sneak into a final this afternoon. But
and that Ignatius Park crew in lane 3 are on 36 strokes to the minute and being matched by Brisbane Boys College. So they know what the job is, and they're trying to maximise their result.
But yeah, nice solid row here by the Townsville Grammar and St Luke's crews as they're going to come across in a really close finish here. Neck and neck.
Townsville Grammar
inside,
just.
Townsville Grammar followed by St Luke's. Great race there. And race for 3rd and 4th here. It does look like the crew from Brisbane Boys on the far side.
Ooh, about half a canvas over the crew from Ignatius Park in 4th. As we said, they've both raced really hard to the line. They know
sure
the need to be the next two fastest crews behind 1st and 2nd. And they've got to endure 2 more heats of 3rds and 4ths trying to do the same thing.
Just hoping that rower from Brisbane Boys there is okay. He's just leaning down in his boat, which does...
Sit up, bow man. That's not going to help you.
Yeah, that's... The officials are really quick to make sure that all athletes are okay at the end of the race. And if an athlete's lying down, obviously that puts a bit of a threat through the camp to make sure that they're okay. But he looks like he's fine now. He's up and going well. So the Brisbane Boys and Ignatius crews, they'll be hoping that they will be the next two fastest in what was looked like a pretty good heat there.
Yep, it was a very strong race, that's for sure. Year 10 double scull. Heat 2 underway. Lane 2, Rockhampton Grammar, McRae and Leeson. Lane 3, Ignatius number 3, Mitchell and Ahrens. Lane 4, St Luke's Anglican School, Freeman and Wangman. Lane 5, Gregory Terrace number 1, Robinson and Sheehan. Lane 6, Emmaus, Edwards and Ballinger. Lane 7, Cathedral College, Rowe and Connor. And lane 8, Townsville Grammar number 3 crew, Jack Valentine and Sabir Naya. I reckon Ignatius Park and St Luke's, probably the two leading boats at the moment. And across then to lane 5, Gregory Terrace, Robinson and Sheehan also in the mix. But Rockhampton Grammar in station 2, right on the money there at the moment. And just back a little is the Emmaus crew and Ignatius number 3. With St Luke starting to get a little bit of an advantage over Gregory Terrace and Rockhampton Grammar. They've spent a fair few petrol tickets there. They're back in 3rd place along with Townsville Grammar over in Station 8. And I think the 3rd heat may be underway as well, Todd.
Yeah, looks like they're getting them through, which is great to see. Especially a lot of families and students looking to try and head home this afternoon. If we can keep the regatta moving nice and smoothly, it gives us the best chance to get a pack up and have some rewarding beverages at the end of today, I believe, Ray.
Well, yes, I believe the bar will open at 12 o'clock, and once the trailers are loaded, you know, if we're not leaving until tomorrow, that's time to enjoy the hospitality of the Rockhampton Grammar School supporters, support group.
I think there'll be a lot of volunteers and boat officials and so on that worked so hard over the last couple of days that we'll be looking forward to that last sort of pack up and getting those boats all loaded and ready to go. But in this race here, the Championship Schoolboys Year 10 Double Scull, it is certainly in the middle of the field, so lanes 5 and 4.
And so Gregory Terrace starting to move away now, aren't they? They're sculling beautifully.
Yeah, they look like they're well within themselves there and holding true form there. So that's Tom Robertson and Jed Sheehan from Gregory Terrace. About a boat length in front of the St. Luke's rowers. So Zachary Freeman and Jacob Hangman, coached by Joseph Black. So they'll go through. And the next two fastest will be an interesting race here. We've got the Rockhampton Grammar Schools, Riley McRae and Connor Leeson on the far side of the course.
And Townsville Grammar over on nearest the judge.
Exactly right. So we'll have to go to our side on camera on the live stream here. Rockhampton Grammar's popped up there already, but Townsville Grammar could pop up to the screen very shortly.
Looks like
Rockhampton
Grammar too strong. They'll be third.
About a boat length there. So great finish there for Riley McRae and Connor Leeson. And they'll be hoping that that time will be good enough for them to get into that final this afternoon, which is race number 206.
So race 174 is now official. First Townsville Grammar, Hayes and Mariff in 5:42.88. 5:42.88. In second place is St Luke's Anglican School. Third is Brisbane Boys College. Fourth, Ignatius Park. Fifth, Cathedral. Sixth, Gin State High School. Seventh, Shalom. And eighth, Somerset College. So that's official for race 174.
Not within earshot, no.
So heat 3, Todd, we've got Ignatius Park, McDougall and Murphy, Gregory Terrace, O'Rourke and Koga, Trinity Lutheran, Heron and Vanderpool, and boast on their single sculls performance. You'd think they'd be hard to beat, but they're not leading. Kenmore, Hall and West, Townsville Grammar, McClelland and Pascoe, and Rockhampton Grammar, German and Hewitt. And
Yeah,
certainly the Townsville Grammar crew that's leading, isn't it?
Yeah, they've certainly started this race extremely well. I guess a boat length in front of the crew from Trinity Lutheran in lane 5. And then it's a pretty tight race there for third spot. I would say Gregory Terrace in third and Rockhampton Grammar School in fourth and Kenmore in fifth. And back to Ignatius Park in sixth would be our best guess at this stage. But the race is certainly on for Townsville Grammar. They are working extremely hard in lane 7. A bit close to the boys there, but they're holding pretty true to form at this stage. Will Trinity Lutheran have a big push here, or will it be the Gregory Terrace crew, which we thought would be in the mix here? Are they going to lift the rate here to power home over the Trinity Lutheran? It's going to be a great finish here.
Townsville Grammar still on 33 strokes to the minute, so they're not backing off. And they've got a good look back at the rest of the field. I think Trinity Lutheran are comfortable now, don't you?
Yeah, they look comfortable now as Gregory Terrace just trying to get in their slipstream by the looks.
Yep, they've got that's illegal in triathlon, but they're trying to get in behind.
A great race there, Townsville
rowing
Grammar.
right on the boys at Gregory Terrace crew. Rockhampton Grammar over in Station 8.
Yeah, they might... now it looks like Gregory Terrace are back on track here to hold on for third spot. And it was the
Trinity Lutheran to
Trinity
finish
Lutheran,
second.
that's right.
Yeah. Gregory Terrace third, Rockhampton Grammar
Grammar
fourth.
Yep.
Fifth will be Kenmore State High School, and sixth will be Ignatius Park. And all well aware of the progression, all in third and fourth, trying to go as fast as they possibly can. Race 175 is official. First, Gregory Terrace, Robinson and Sheehan. 5:49.08, 5:49.08, so some 7 seconds slower than race 174. Second, St Luke's Anglican School. Third, Rockhampton Grammar School. Fourth, Townsville Grammar. Fifth, Ignatius Park. Sixth, Cathedral College. Seventh, Emmaus. And that is official in race 175.
So our next race. Our next race is 177, the Championship Schoolgirls Year 9 Single Sculls semi-final. And we've got our top two races progressing. And our next two fastest crews will be underway. So it's over 1,000 metres starting at 9:35. So we think we're slightly in front here at the moment, which should be a great effort by all athletes and coaches.
And the process is, if everybody's at the start, the starter will ask the crews if they're all happy to start early. And if there are no dissenters, then they will start. And I wouldn't know why you would dissent. You'd be wanting to get the race over and done with, I'm sure.
Yeah, especially for a lot of these athletes that have doing multiple races on multiple days. Every minute you're out in the sun, they're just losing some energy, and it's quite zapping. Even though we've had reasonably good conditions, it's still pretty hot out on the water there.
And physiology, the recovery is equally important as the effort, isn't it? So if you're going to do multiple efforts in a day, you have to be very disciplined with your recovery. Keep the fluids up and the energy levels up. I'm sure there's been lots of energy gels and the like being consumed here. Always intrigued seeing cyclists who are, weekend warriors who are, pull up at the local bakery and then fill their water bottles with a couple of cans of Coke or something so they get a heap of sugar into them for the trip back.
Yeah, no, a long ride and then a lovely bacon and cheese croissant or something like that at the end of their ride there. But it's better than not getting out there and doing anything, that's for sure. So we're just waiting for this race to start. And while we do wait there, we might run through the field. So in lane 1 from Shalom College, we've got Montana Weta, and her coach is Paul Task. In lane 2 from Townsville Grammar, Yasmin Eaton, coached by Emma Green. In lane 3, All Hallows, Zara Shaw, coached by Joseph Patterson. In lane 4, Rockhampton Grammar's Caroline Sparks, coached by Kywin Fay and John Smythe. In lane 5, Rockhampton Grammar, Asher Stewart, coached by Kywin Fay and John Smythe. In lane 6, St. Peter's Lutheran College, Lara Alazidin, no coach on that one. And lane 7, Rockhampton Grammar School, Georgia Brennan, coached by Kywin Fay and John Smythe. And in lane 8, Stuart Home, Molly Coventry, coached by Emma Tucker and Lucy Hope. So we've got three rowers here from the Rockhampton Grammar School in lanes 4, 5 and 7. So that creates a lot of local interest. And neighbours there at Shalom in lane 1, All Hallows in 3 and St. Peter's in 6, Stuart Home in 8. So the first of our Year 9 single scull. This was, from memory, the group that had 72, was it, Ray?
I think it was something like that.
72 entries that we worked through in heats yesterday, and through to semi-finals now. And we have 3 semi-finals. So the top 2 going through, and the next 2 fastest is the format here for our Year 9 single scull.
And official race 176, Townsville Grammar, McClelland and Pascoe, in clearly the fastest time, 5 minutes 39.45. Second was Trinity Lutheran, Heron and Vanderpoel. Third, Gregory Terrace. Fourth, Rockhampton Grammar School. Fifth, Kenmore State High. Sixth, Ignatius Park. So we're up to date there. Race 176 is official. Race 177 is on the course at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see who gets through in third and fourth fastest. 5:42, 5:49, 5:39. So the margins then, of course, are important. Well, we've just had a lesson on how to use this this program. Thank you to Bob Alexander, the long-time Regatta Secretary of Rowing Queensland and life member of Rowing Queensland. Bob Alexander, OAM, I should say. And he tells us by using this tool that we have in front of us that there were 64 entries in this. The Champion Girls Year 8 1X had 86 entries. That's a race where you had the divisions as well as the... Razor looking for a pronunciation of your sculler in semi-final one of the Year 9 single scull, mate. Yeah, she was good yesterday. She'll be in the mix. They're into the last 500 metres of the Schoolgirls Year 9 single scull. Semi-final number one. The first two automatically through, and then the next two fastest from the three semi-finals, Todd.
Yeah, it looks like a cracking race here, as you would expect with so many competitors. It's going to be pretty even, and as we've talked about yesterday, they are seeded, so you'd expect the winners to come from the middle lanes, but that's not always the case.
But it is a middle lane that's leading. Rockhampton Grammar, Asher Stewart is our leader in Station 5.
Yeah, that's how I see it. And probably lane 4 then, Caroline Sparks, also from the grammar school. So 3 competitors from the grammar school in this race.
And the first two, as we said, are automatically through. Lane 6, St Peter's Lutheran College. Lane 7, Rockhampton Grammar. And that's about where the race is, I think. First two to automatically go through. The 2 Rockhampton Grammar scullers fighting it out. Then back to St Peter's Lutheran College, and the 3rd Rockhampton Grammar sculler. Then across to possibly lane 8, Stewart Home, Molly Coventry, and back to lane 3, All Hallows, Zara Shaw.
Does look like the St Peter's rower is powering through here in 3rd place in lane 6 there, but I would think that
she's moved into 3rd, there's no doubt about that.
She's got 3rd. So it looks like Asher Stewart will hold on here in lane 5. Would be a... Not much in this, though.
Not much between she and Caroline Sparks, that's for sure.
The two on camera.
It is Stewart first.
Half a boat length
Sparks
there.
second.
And I've got Grammar School coming through in 3rd there.
Absolutely. Rockhampton Grammar first, second, 3rd. St Peter's Lutheran College 4th.
So great result there.
All 3 Rockhampton Grammar scullers coached by Kindwin Fay and John Smythe.
Yeah, they'll certainly be happy with that, and hopefully for the school's sake there, the Georgia Brennan will be one of the 2 next fastest crews to get 3 girls into the final. So fantastic race there for the locals.
And they have another entry in the next as well. Kindwin Fay and John Smythe, Rockhampton Grammar School, Greta McCosker. So a great result in the Year 9 level for Rockhampton Grammar. I reckon the Director of Co-Curricular probably deserves a pay rise for such things. Semi-final 2 underway. Lane 1, St Pat's Townsville, Ponty, Amelia Ponty. Lane 2, Townsville Grammar, Naomi Kutash. Lane 3, Rockhampton Grammar, Greta McCosker. Lane 4, St Pat's Townsville, Lily Bragg. Lane 5, St Luke's Anglican School, Georgia Mortimer. Lane 6, Rockhampton Girls Grammar School, Callie McRae. Lane 7, All Hallows Annabelle Dalheimer. And Lane 8, St Luke's Anglican School, Alexina Milbank.
And it does look like the middle of the field. So we've got lane 4 here, I think would be out in front of lane 6. So
certainly looks like St Pat's Lily Bragg, just over Rockhampton Girls Grammar School's Callie McRae at this juncture. They seem to have moved out a little, don't they, over lane 5, St Luke's Georgia Mortimer.
Yeah, Georgia was pretty impressive in the heat, so we'll expect her to come home pretty strong. Maybe she's just gone out within herself for the start of this race, and then she'll come home strong. But it certainly does look like the rower there in lane 4, the St Pat's Townsville, Lily Bragg, maybe half a boat length there over lane 6, Callie McRae, as they come in close to 250 metres to go.
So when I was a younger man, schools like North Rockhampton High School used to row here. Of course, the Australian Olympic team manager, Wayne Diplock, is a North Rocky High boy. I think he might have been school captain.
Yeah, no, Wayne's been fortunate enough to come back a couple of times now with the Australian rowing team, and it's great to have that connection with the Australian rowers and have them out. Unfortunately, last time they were here before Tokyo, they were still in the bubble, so it wasn't as much connection with the local rowers, but it was still fantastic to have them on the water and really close. So we go back to this main race here, heat semi-final 2, and it does look like Lily Bragg's holding on to her first place here. First 2 go through, and Callie McRae looks like she's going to be comfortable in second place. So the battle will be for third place in the fastest time, and looking like Georgia Mortimer in the middle there will be working really hard to try and get the next fastest time.
But St Pat's Townsville, as you say, over Rockhampton Girls Grammar School. And long-time coach Frank Hick passed away last year, but his wife Jill Hick was here yesterday and very impressed with what was going on at this regatta. And it's great to see Callie McRae is going to make it through to the final for Rockhampton Girls Grammar School. Great race for third, Todd.
Certainly is. And, well, we had the outside there, actually. I think the outside, the Townsville Grammar, Naomi there. I think we didn't talk about her much during the race, but her finish was sensational.
Third and fourth of Townsville Grammar and St Luke's. We'll just have to confirm the order shortly. Race 177's now official. First Rockhampton Grammar School, Asher Stewart, 4:27.24. Second Rockhampton Grammar, Caroline Sparks. Third Rockhampton Grammar, Georgia Brennan, 4:32.37 was her time. Fourth St Peter's Lutheran College, also in 4:32.69. Then follows All Hallows, Stewart Home, Shalom and Townsville Grammar. So race 177 is now official. $4:27.24 for that race. We wait for the official result of that exciting race 178 as race 179 comes down the course. The third and final semi of the Schoolgirls Year 9 single scull. Lane 1, Somerville Felicity Bishop. Lane 2, Somerville number 3, Alexandra Inwood. Lane 4, St Peter's Lutheran College, Mac Burley. Lane 4, All Hallows Nell Murphy. Lane 5, Stewart Home Eva Hosking. Lane 6, St Peter's Lutheran College, Jess McOwen. Lane 7, Ryan Catholic from Townsville, Courtney Davis. And lane 8, Trinity Lutheran, Scarlett Wood. As the plane flies over and reinforces the reason why we can't have drones. Flies right over the top of the course. And looks like 6 and 5 to me here. St Peter's Jess McOwen and Stewart Home Eva Hosking would be our 2 leading scullers. Then back to lane 4, All Hallows Nell Murphy. And the sculler in lane 4, All Hallows, is pegging back those early leaders and may have moved into second and almost be level pegging. So 4, 5 and 6 is where the action is currently.
Yeah, that's certainly right, Ray. I think might actually be 4, as you said, might have snuck into the lead there. As we mentioned a couple of times, you're looking down the course, it can be deceptive. The inside lanes look a little bit closer than the lanes 1, 2, 3, 4. But they're both on a bit of an angle here at the moment.
All of a sudden they've just taken a right-hand turn, haven't they? Both of these lead boats dropping back now. St Peter's Jess McOwen, I'd say she's in 3rd place, but the 1st and 2nd clearing away from the rest of the field.
Yeah,
and going hammer and tong, All Hallows Nell Murphy and Stewart Holmes Eva Hosking.
They certainly are. It's a bit hard to judge right now. The side on camera suggests to us that it's the All Hallows rower of Nell Murphy might be slightly in front here. But I think she's powered home in the last little bit there, and maybe a quarter of a boat length, half a boat length, I would suggest.
Right on the line, yes. It'll be All Hallows first, Stewart Holmes second. 3rd and relying on a fast time will be St Peter's Lutheran College. 4th will be Ryan Catholic, well done. 5th then will be the sculler in Station 8, Trinity Lutheran. And we look as though we've lost one, have we? No?
Yeah, there's one out of lane 2.
Yep.
So St Peter's will be coming in there in 6th, and Somerville in
lane 1 will be 7th.
And we've got a rower down in lane 2 there, but the Surf Lifesavers are with her right now, and she'll be fine as they assist her in getting back to the bank to her support staff.
Race 178 is now official. First St Pat's Townsville, Lily Bragg. 4 minutes 20.69, so that's very fast. 4:20.69. Second, Rockhampton Girls Grammar School, Callie McRae. And when I find my cursor, I'll give you the rest of the results. 3rd, Townsville Grammar. 4th, St Luke's Anglican School. 5th, All Hallows. 6th, Rockhampton Grammar. 7th, St Pat's Townsville. And 8th, St Luke's Anglican School. Well done to our lifesavers. Emu Park lifesavers got the boat and all on the rubber duck.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now take you to the starting lineup for race 180. I'll just check whether there's scratchings. No, so this should be as per the original nominations. So this is the first heat of the Year 8 Schoolboys Quad Scull, a Coxed event. And in this heat, 1, 2, 3 and 4 will progress to the final. That will be race 208 this afternoon. The rest will be eliminated. So in lane 2, we're going to have Somerset College 1, which is Thomas Sanders, Benji Liu, Jack Hodge, Luke Oishi and Abigail Vandenbrink, in the Cox's seat. In lane 3 will be Trinity Lutherans, Justice Khalil, Monty Kingston, Teal'c Heron, Ben Zerner, and they're cocked by Christian Reishu. In lane 4, Rockhampton Grammar School's Harrison Kaur, Clay Rabbits Hick, Zachary Camp, Benjamin Bailey, coxed by Alexander Connell, and their coaches are Nicholas Story and William Howland. In lane 5, the Cathedral Schools, Ethan Warrington, Braden Rebgetz, Toby Kennedy, Nathaniel Talbot, coxed by Max Ritchie, and their coach is Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 6, Shalom 1, the team of Brody Hartshorn, June McMahon, Jacob Britton Wagenknecht, and Henry Jansen, and they're coxed by Jacob Nord. Their coaches are Joshua Pole and Hamish Young. In lane 7, Emmaus College's Jai Ole in the bow seat, Nicholas Thompson, Tristram Vesey, Harry Brandt in the stroke seat, coxed by Layla Struthers, and their coaches are Kim Byrne and Bonnie Byrne. And in lane 8, the Cathedral College's Charlotte Cole, Hamish McWhirter, Dusk Jones, Calvin Meikle, and that boat is coxed by Oliver Cole.
So those races from the 1,000 metre mark, the Champion Schoolboys Year 8 Quad Scull.
Just while they're on the way, ladies and gentlemen, we'll sneak back and give you the results of race 179, the Schoolgirls Year 9 Single Scull. In first place was All Hallows Nell Murphy, and that was in a time of 4:20.86. In second place, Stuart Holmes, Eva Hoskins. In third place, St Peter's Lutheran Jess McCowan. In fifth place, Ryan Catholic's Courtney Davis. In fifth place, Trinity Lutheran Scarlett Wood. In sixth place, St Peter's Lutheran College Mac Burley. In seventh place, Somerville's Felicity Bishop. That was the results for race 179, and we look down the course at the moment to race 180, the first heat of the Schoolboys Year 8 Cox Quad Scull.
And the Cathedral crew in Station 5, very prominent there. The crew coached by Stefan Muhlenberg. Stefan was telling me he does coach all the Year 8s, get the technique right in the first place, and by the time they're Year 12s, is just putting the polish on. Ethan Warrington, Braden Rebgetz, Toby Kennedy, Nathaniel Talbot, Max Ritchie, the coxswain of that crew. And beside them, Rockhampton Grammar, Harrison Carr, Clay Rabbits Hick, Zachary Camp, Benjamin Bailey, Alexander Connell, coached by Nicholas Story and William Howland. And it's the first four to go through, Simon. So across then to Emmaus, Jai Ole, Nicholas Thompson, Tristram Vesey, Harry Brandt, Layla Struthers, coached by Kim Byrne and Bonnie Byrne. So those three look comfortable to me. And then interest in fourth, maybe lane 2. What do you think?
Lane 2 is looking pretty strong at the moment. The Somerset College's combination of Thomas Sanders, Benji Liu, Jack Hodge, Luke Oishi and Abigail Vandenbrink. So starting to be quite comfortable in lane 5 for the quad from the Cathedral School.
The Emmaus crew putting in an effort there, Simon, over in Station 7.
Absolutely. They're going to make sure these wins are earned rather than stumbled across.
Yeah.
So first four across the line a go there. At this stage, it still looks as if the team from the Cathedral School and then Emmaus and Rocky Grammar battling it out for second.
Oh, I think Rockhampton Grammar may have just got second over Emmaus. It was very close, however.
A bow ball in it.
And they'll both go through, of course. And then fourth will be Somerset College. They'll go through as well. Fifth then will be Trinity Lutheran. Sixth will be Shalom. And seventh will be Cathedral College in Station 8. There's been some cracking finishes here.
Absolutely. Go through to the second heat now. Race 181. That's the race in progress, the second heat of the Year 8 Quad Scull. In lane 3, the Ignatius crew of Taylor Levick, Harrison Biggin, Seth Chun Tai, Angus Woodhouse and Kai Birchall in the Cox's seat. They are coached by Harrison Parks, Anthony Greck and Zachary Judge. In lane 4, Somerset College's Benjamin Strong, Xavier Brand, Byron Taylor, Angus Riddell and Layla Zubair in the Cox seat. In lane 5, St Peter's Lutheran College, Luca Kendall, Ted Allard, Flynn Grizzard, Will Yu and Elliot Jackson, the Cox for that crew. In lane 6, Shalom 2, the crew of William Holzberger, Taylor Chalker, Ryan Steinhardt, Cody Poole, Cox by Luca Harvey, and their coach is Nathan Poole. In lane 7, Gregory Terrace, Jack Alford, Charlie Blanchard, Rowan Clancy, Hamish Setter, and Xavier Panisi, the Cox. And in lane 8, Varsity College's Mitchell Franz, William Crelly, Taj Poitevin, Caden Hatchett, James Humphreys, the Cox, and their coach is James Harkham. So fairly close racing at this stage. It looks as if lane 7, the crew from Gregory Terrace, and lane 8, Varsity College. Come back then to lane 5, the St Peter's Lutheran crew. Those three seem to be perhaps with their nose in front at the moment. Fourth place at the moment, I would suggest, is between lane 6 and lane 3, which would be the Ignatius and the Shalom 2 College. Shalom College Team 2.
So you've got 5, 7 and 8, is it where the race is?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
So
the Varsity College from the Gold Coast in Station 8. I'm not sure of the history of Varsity College, but they're having a very good regatta. They've picked up a couple of medals here and there, making finals. And
yeah, it's great
James
to see.
Harkham seems to have his name against every crew, so he's obviously very busy.
It's great to see new schools coming into the competitive school rowing.
Yep, St Peter's leading here. Peter Hicks, I think in his second year running the program at St Peter's and doing a good job. Of course, St Peter's got a rich history in swimming, put half a dozen swimmers on the Australian Olympic team with a crazy coach.
Yeah.
Well documented how nuts he is.
Yeah, it's good to get excited, but not if you're going to pull a muscle doing it.
Yeah. They just lost a bit of form there, that St Peter's crew. The stroke side blade work just got a bit untidy, but they've picked it up again now. But they need to, because Gregory Terrace are really coming home strongly, and Varsity College hanging on to that third place. So St Peter's have recovered from those couple of dirty strokes, however.
And then back to Iggy Park, would you think, in 3?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, tightish.
Ignatius Park will be in 4th place, I think.
Yeah,
So it'll
I
be
think
St
so.
Peter's first, Gregory Terrace second. Then hot on their heels is Varsity College. 4th will be Ignatius Park. 5th then will be Shalom, and 6th will be Somerset College.
Change of pace now, ladies and gentlemen, as we go back to the 2,000 metre start for the championship schoolgirls double scull. There are 2 heats here with first, second, third and fourth to progress directly to the final, which will be race 210 this afternoon. In lane 1 will be St Margaret Mary's College, Abigail Barr, Savasti Aarons. They are coached by Harrison Parks and Saskia Matheson. In lane 2, St Peter's Lutheran, Giselle Graham and Ella Harp. In lane 3, Rockhampton Grammar School's Alexandria Appleton and Laura Cypher. They are coached by Robin Fay. In lane 4, St Peter's Lutheran 2. That's the combination of Gabby Kenny and Lily Millard. In lane 5 will be Brisbane Girls Grammar School's Stephanie Burgess and Olivia Barr. In lane 6, St Peter's Lutheran, Brianna Duval and Zoe Moorhead. In lane 7, Brisbane Girls Grammar School 2, the combination of Sophie Lucas and Nancy Duncan Bates. And in lane 8, Townsville Grammar's Jasmine Rose and Erin Keogh. They are coached by Taylor Donald Wales. I will just check for scratchings in that race, just make sure we do have the full field. And that field is clear, so it'll be 1 to 8. Just while they're coming, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take you to some results. We have the result of 179, the semi-final, the third semi-final. Sorry, 180. Take you to 180. We've done that one. So 180. Yes. So take you to race 180. These are the official placings for 180. So it was the Cathedral Schools quad scull. That was the team of Warrington, Rebgetts, Kennedy, Talbot and Ritchie, and that was in a time of 3:48.04. 3:48.04. Second place will be Rockhampton Grammar School's team of Core, Rabbits Hick, Camp, Bailey and Connell. In third place, Emmaus College's Ole, Thompson, Vesey, Brandt and Struthers. In fourth place, Somerset College 1, Sanders, Liu, Hodge, Oishi and Vanden Brink. In fifth place, Trinity Lutherans, Khalil, Kingston, Heron, Zona and Rashu. In sixth place, Shalom 1, which was Hartshorn, McMahon, Britton, Wagonnecht, Jansen and Nord. And in seventh place, the Cathedral Colleges, Cole, McWhirter, Jones, Meikle and Cole.
Yeah, Simon, just before you give a race 181, so 182, 83 and 84 have been consolidated into just 2 heats now. With 8 in the first heat and 7 in the second. So we thank those that scratched early enough for our regatta secretary to make that change. First 4 from each heat will go directly to the final.
So results from that last race, ladies and gentlemen, race 181 in first place, St Peter's Lutheran College, the combination of Kendall, Allard, Grizzard, Yu and Jackson, and that was a time of 3:48.93. In second place, Gregory Terrace, Alfred, Blanchard, Clancy, Seta and Panisi. In third place, Varsity Colleges, Franz, Crelly, Poitevin, Hatchett and Humphreys. In fourth place, Ignatius Park, Livick, Biggin, Chuntai, Woodhouse and Birchall. So they are the 4 crews that will progress to the final. In place 5, Shalom College's Holzberger, Chalker, Steinhardt, Pole and Harvey. In sixth place, Somerset College's Strong, Brand, Taylor, Riddle and Zubair. So that was the results for the second heat of the Year 8 quad scull. Back up river now for race 182, the first heat of the schoolgirl double scull. Over 2,000 metres. This is again 1, 2, 3 and 4 to progress to the final, which will be race 210 this afternoon. Lane 1, St Margaret Mary's, Abigail Barr and Savasti Aarons. They are coached by Harrison Parks and Saskia Matheson. In lane 2, St Peter's Lutheran's Giselle Graham and Ella Harp. In lane 3, Rockhampton Grammar School's Alexandria Appleton and Laura Cipher. They are coached by Robin Fay. In lane 4, St Peter's Lutheran 2, the team of Gabby Kenny and Lily Millard. In lane 5, Brisbane Girls Grammar School's Stephanie Burgess and Olivia Barr. In lane 6, St Peter's Lutheran College's Brianna Duval and Zoe Moorhead. In lane 7, Brisbane Girls Grammar School 2, Sophie Lucas and Nancy Duncan Bates. And in lane 8, Townsville Grammar School's Jasmine Rose, Erin Keogh, who are coached by Taylor Donnell Wales.
And a fourth St Peter's crew in Heat 2, so they've got a very strong hand in this champion schoolgirls double scull. And they're, halfway mark, I would suggest. And does it look like lane 6 is vacant?
Yes, it does. That's not coming up as a scratching, so that may have been something that happened. So by the look of it, St Peter's Lutheran 4. So lane 6, which is down as St Peter's Lutheran College 4, appear not to be on course. So we're not exactly sure what's happened there. There is a scratching in the next heat in 183. The lane 3, Somerville 1, have been scratched.
And while the St Peter's crew from 6 appear to be withdrawn, the St Peter's crew in lane 2 is very prominent in the race. Giselle Graham and Ella Harp, along with Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Sophie Lucas and Nancy Duncan Banks. I've mentioned a number of times Nancy Duncan Banks won 3 gold medals at the Australian Championships in Tasmania in sweep rowing. This is sculling, of course, but won yesterday as well. But currently, Giselle Graham and Ella Harp over in Station 2 look to have a pretty convincing lead to me.
Yes, 2 plays 7 perhaps, and lane 3 up in there, as we said before. First 4 across the line are going to progress to the final. And that seems to be sorting itself out as they come down the river.
I did say earlier this morning and late yesterday, the late withdrawals become more evident here when, well, I think Bob Alexander may have said before, some of the girls in the Brisbane Schoolgirl Rowing Association are rowing more races here this weekend than they did in the whole BSRA season, due to a couple of regattas being cancelled due to COVID considerations. But
it has been a year that you'd prefer not to see repeated, the way there's been multiple lockdowns and things.
Well, yeah, I just suggested that 2020 didn't happen.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I often refer to something as last year, and I'm actually talking about 2019 usually. But
and the great disappointment for Hairy Old Blokes, of course, was Longreach. The head of the Outback succumbing to COVID with the lack of teams coming to Brisbane, which was
and the Thompson River with a reasonable amount of water in it was there a couple of days ago.
It was going to be a beautiful beautiful weekend out. But
speaking of beautiful things, this sculling from St Peter's is a beautiful thing. Giselle Graham and Ella Harp. What, 5 lengths?
I would say at least. They're certainly cruising through here. This will be an interesting one to get the time on.
Sharp blade work. Look, the blades are nice and parallel. The entries down close.
Perhaps they're not their first day on the water, Ray.
No. Well, we will see in the next race. The Jenison Christian College crew are the Australian under-19 champions in this event.
Wow. So there they are.
Giselle Graham and Ella Harp, very impressive double sculling in Heat 1 of the Champion Schoolgirls double scull. Girls Grammar will be second. Brisbane Girls Grammar, that is. Rockhampton Grammar, look to me like they'll finish third.
Yeah, fairly safe bet there. And beside them,
another St Peter's crew.
Another St Peter's crew with Gabby Kenny and Lily Millard.
Those 4 will all go through. Then 5th currently is possibly Brisbane Girls Grammar School, although in lane 8, Townsville Grammar are trying to peg them back. And that's closer than we think because the crew in lane 1 are not out of it either. St Margaret Mary's College. Very close to the boys on the stroke side. So they've just done a little dipsy doodle there and turn through, and they'll get up and finish in front of the other two boats. Girls Grammar lifted there, however. Oh, it was close. I think St Margaret Mary's just in front of Girls Grammar and Townsville Grammar, but we wait for the official result of that.
That one's a bit too good for us, I think. Ladies and gentlemen, back up river now to the 2,000 metre mark. The race underway, actually sitting at about 750 metres, 1750 at the moment. But in lane 2, Sunshine Coast Grammar School's team of Sari Lombard and Remy Neville, coached by Donna Muller. We take out the team in lane 3. Although, if you're looking down there, you would not think that was the case.
No, you would not. There's only 5 boats.
So we might think that Sunshine Coast Grammar may have been a late scratching in 183. 8, 7, 6, 5 and 4 are occupied. So Sunshine Coast Grammar looks like they were out. So lane 4 will be the St Peter's Lutheran College team of Alice Jansen and Jessie Garbanzo. In lane 5, Brigidine College's Gemma Thompson, Emma Searle. They are coached by Tanya Bramer and Michael Oppelston. In lane 6, Brisbane Girls Grammar School's Michelle Cluley and Ellen Hill. In lane 7, Genesis Christian's Ella Smith and Jav Probitz. And in lane 8, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Sarah Hopkins and Jade Somerville.
And the Genesis Christian crew, Ella Smith and Jav Probitz, as I said, national champions in the under-19 double scull and the club double scull. They won the under-19 double scull by 7 seconds. The rating never got below 36 all the way down the course, and were selected as the Australian under-19 double scull, but unfortunately there was no travelling. Well, they got to go to Adelaide for a mock regatta and are eligible for that event again next year.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
that's good.
Hopefully the under-19s and under-21s and 23s will be able to travel next year. Let's keep our fingers crossed on that one. But yes, they are leading here, and that's not a surprise given their form from back in March, April and May. Having said that, that St Peter's crew was pretty damn impressive in the previous heat.
Yeah, it's going to be some tight racing in these finals. Should I risk a weather report, do you think?
Your form's not good in that area.
No, although I will admit the law of averages must be starting to work in my favour.
2 abject failures, Saturday and Sunday.
That's right. It's, so, putting this down, that this is the Bureau of Meteorology. At the moment, ladies and gentlemen, you're enjoying a temperature of 24.9 degrees. Apparently it feels like 25.6, and we are heading to a maximum of 30 this afternoon. 4 kilometres of wind at the moment, so a pleasant breeze at best, and the odd 9k gust, not troubling anybody at the moment. So conditions at the moment not that different to yesterday, and yesterday would have been hard to complain about. Just while we've got a moment, I'll take you to the result of race 182, the first heat in this, the schoolgirls double scull. Have the official times come through? That was won by the St Peter's Lutheran combination of Graham and Harp, in a time of 8:16.81. 8:16.81. In second place, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, the team of Lucas and Duncan Banks. In third place, Rockhampton Grammar's Appleton and Cypher. In fourth place, St Peter's Lutheran, Kenny and Millard. And of course, those 4 will be progressing to the final. In fifth place, St Margaret Mary's College, Barr and Aarons. In sixth place, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Burgess and Barr. And seventh place, Townsville Grammar's, Rose and Keogh. And St Peter's, there actually Duval and Moorhead did not finish. So that rounds out the placings for the first heat, race 182.
And the Genesis Christian College double sculler rating 23 at the moment. So, as I said, came down the course at Lake Barrington at 36. So, one would suggest they're doing it reasonably comfortably.
Yes, that's a Sunday afternoon row, isn't it?
Very sharp in the first 500 metres. Their starts are outstanding. And I do know that the national women's head coach went out of his way to congratulate them in Adelaide at the World Cup simulation regatta, where the under-23s are talking to Grace Cypher yesterday. That was her international, in inverted commas, experience this year. And this crew rode well there, and I think we're the top-ranked junior crew for the Australian representative crews, and that's very, very comfortable, albeit, as I said, so was the St Peter's crew in Heat 1.
So for young rowers, our beginner rowers, if you're looking at that crew coming across the line now, the lesson there is if you go in together and come out together, good things will happen.
Exactly. Bridgetine College holding down second, Gemma Thompson and Emma Searle, and then back to Brisbane Girls Grammar School. So well done, Bridgetine College. They'll go through into the final. It's a school at Indooroopilly. They'll get through into the final. Girls Grammar
Maybe
will
both
be in
girls.
third, and then fourth will be Girls Grammar in lane 8, and St Peter's in lane 4, unfortunately, will be eliminated.
Our next race will be 185, the 184 race having been consolidated. Race 185 will be the Championship Schoolboys Year 11 single scull. That has started at the 2,000 metre mark. In this semi-final, it will be first, second, third and fourth will progress. There is a scratching there in lane 5. Ignatius 1 has a scratching in lane 5. So we'll go back now just to give you the run through of the rowers in this event. In lane 1, Somerset College's Thomas Gray. In lane 2, Trinity Lutheran's Ermin Gujic and coached by Sam Duncan. In lane 3, Cathedral 2, Ashton Pratchett. Coaches are Luke Thomas and Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 4, Gregory Terrace, Pat Murphy. In lane 6, Matthew Flinders, Charles Clark, coached by Donna Muller. In lane 7, with Sunday Anglican Schools, Charlie Webb, coached by David Tibbles and Adam Shield. And in lane 8, Somerset College 2, Callum McClure. So we can see them coming down the river now. It looks as if lane 6. Lane 6 seem to be getting their nose in front, although at the 1,500 metre mark, I can assure you it's testing everybody's eyesight up here. Lane 2 seems to be looming a bit larger too, which is Trinity Lutheran's Ermin Gujic.
They went hard for 500 metres and then they rated 24 the rest of the way.
24 all the way home and still pulling away. Jeez, it's pretty to watch. Yeah, mate. Have you got anything else on?
Yeah, mate, I've got a caught in the final.
I saw that.
Year 11, 140. Lane 7.
240, is it? don't have it yet. Happy with the way they're going? Crew in the finals at state, they did well. That's a big deal. They didn't look, certainly looked pretty comfortable. They got much left?
There's girls, Gabby Ray, in a single at 10:30, I think the race started.
Your nephew's just joined us on the bloody veranda.
Year 10 single,
Brandon.
Gabby Ray.
Did you coach her?
Yeah, sort of.
Do we know which one that is?
Medals
10:30.
later, I don't know.
Oh, Gabby, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Stunning.
How come they're not supplied?
I'm frustrated about it.
Don't tell me.
Bruder's sister was here, and she was taking footage of things like we got the big screen, and obviously we don't have drones. Good view here, but we got good footage coming through.
Would have sat up
One
here
guy
a few
went ass up, and
afternoons
she
some
sent
time ago,
Bruder a
wouldn't you?
message saying that pothole you joined about
afternoons
35
up here.
years ago is still out.
Got our daughter's 21st birthday out there.
And she brought Jill down actually yesterday. Jill was here. Katrina, is it?
185.
Bruder's sister?
185. So back.
I think it's Katrina. Yeah.
Looking back up the river now, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see it's lane 6. Our rower from Matthew Flinders, Charles Clark, sitting there fairly comfortable at the moment. Once again, this is 1, 2, 3 and 4, which will be through to the final. Perhaps lane 1, Thomas Gray from Somerset, and 2, Trinity Lutheran's Ermin Gurgic up there as well. So it's going to be at this stage fairly clear for first, but the far side of the river, they are travelling okay. So we'll just wait there. Our first row is now into the last 250 metres. And he'll have a good view of everybody else, and this being a semi-final, presumably will be just keen to maintain that position and keep a bit in the tank for the final this afternoon, which will be race 211. Coming a bit clearer now. Lane 4 certainly looking comfortably in second, perhaps, with lane 2 putting in a few big ones. The rower from Trinity Lutheran, Ermin Gurgic, but Gregory Terrace's Pat Murphy certainly up there, as is lane 1, Somerset College's Thomas Gray. But it looks like a start-to-finish win in this heat for our rower in lane 6, Matthew Flinders, Charles Clark, his coach Donna Muller. So the crowd starting to get fairly vocal. This is going to be good to see which 4 actually go through, because the next 3 places are pretty tight, which suggests it's going to be on the northern bank or the eastern bank. Just going to the camera now to try and figure it out. It looks as if, looks like lane 4 perhaps. Oh, gee, no. Lane 1, looks like the rower in lane 1, Somerset College's Thomas Gray got across. I think that was followed by the rower in lane 2 from Trinity Lutheran. And not sure on 4th, so we'll have to wait for the official placings on that race.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised because that massive boob she used to have are gone, and that belly she used to have,
So we'll take you now. On course is race 186. That will be as per the program, ladies and gentlemen. No late scratchings in that one. So race 186, the semi-final, second semi-final of the Schoolboys Year 11 Single Scull. That race is, again, 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through to the final. In lane 2 will be Brisbane Boys College's Xavier Rubens. In lane 3, Brisbane Boys College Joseph Thin. In lane 4 will be St Luke's Anglican School Samuel Clotes. His coach is John Presler. In lane 5, Cathedral School 1, Micah Talbot, coached by Luke Thomas and Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 6, Cathedral Schools 3, Jaya Pradnam. He is coached by Luke Thomas and Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 7, Brisbane Boys College, Thomas Stevens. And in lane 8, Townsville Grammar School's Thomas White. His coach is Corby Green. At the completion of this race, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get you to turn your attention to the 1,500 metre start for the first semi-final of the Championship Schoolgirls Year 10 Singles Scull. So just watching them, they're past the 1,000 metre to go mark now, probably sitting out about 800 metres. Anybody's race at the moment by the look of it, although most of the action does appear to be in lane 5, 6 and 7. Trinity College, the oar you lost during the race is now on the bank. The umpiring boat has just brought that back for you. So Trinity College, your oar is on the point of the Fitzroy and Lion Creek. So if you would like to come and get that, that's the umpires have very kindly brought that back. Just while they're still a little bit out, ladies and gentlemen, we'll give you the results of race 185, the first semi-final in this, the Schoolboys Year 11 Single Scull. In first place was the Matthew Flinders Charles Clark in a time of 8:06.51, 8:06.51. In second place, Somerset College 1, Thomas Gray. In third place, Gregory Terrace, Pat Murphy. And in fourth place, Trinity Lutheran's Ermin Gurgic, and those will be the 4 rowers that go through to the final. In fifth place, Whitsunday Anglican School's Charlie Webb. In sixth place, Cathedral College, Ashton Pratchett. In seventh place, Somerset College 2, Callum McClure. And in eighth place, that was the scratching, of course, from Ignatius Park. So back downriver for this, the second semi-final. Looking like the middle lanes, certainly 5, 6 and 7. 4 by no means out of it, but I would suggest that our 4 placings are likely to come from there. Lane 7 and lane 4, or lane 7 and lane 3 perhaps, battling it out for one of the minor places as well. Again, 1, 2, 3 and 4 progress. So at the moment it looks like lane 5, the Micah Talbot from the Cathedral School. Just with his nose in front from lane 6, another rower, J.R. Pradham from the Cathedral School. And perhaps, anybody's guess now. What would you reckon, Ray? Is it 7 and 4, somewhere in there?
Very close, that's for sure. Yeah, 6, 5, 7, 4. I reckon they're the 4 in contention.
Just the way the angle is here at the finish, we have.
So Samuel Klotz in this race was a B finalist in the under-17 single at this year's National Championships. So he did well to get into the B final. Did a good job. I think he finished 3rd or 4th in the B final, and has continued on his development here.
Yeah, looks like the rower in 4 is certainly up there now. He may even get second by the look of that.
Yeah, it certainly looks like 5. Cathedral Micah Talbot would be our leader.
5s across the line. Oh, and that's the dash for the end, but certainly the rower in lane 4. So it'll be 5, 4 and 6 by the look of that.
Yep. And interest in 4th then for a place into the final. Samuel Klotz, coached by John Presler, who rowed for Bundaberg Rowing Club for many years and has been doing a lot of coaching as he wound down his business interest and ramped up his rowing interests.
So we're now going to take you to race 187. We'll just check for scratchings. And the Brisbane Girls Grammar School Ella Valerie is a scratching, so lane 1 will be empty on the way down. So I'll just give you a run through of our starters in this race. In lane 2 will be Somerville House's Madeline Milne. In lane 3, St Peter's Lutheran College 2, Neve Searles. In lane 4, St Margaret's Alice O'Toole. In lane 5, Brisbane State High School's Jenny Tran, coached by Ben Birchall. In lane 6, All Hallows Anna Beloso James, coached by Dino Castellano. In lane 7, Brisbane Girls Grammar School's Georgia Peterson. And in lane 8, the Cathedral College Gabrielle Rowe, coached by Daniel Healy. So those are our starters in this, the first semi-final. You need to get across the line first and second. There are 3 semi-finals in this particular event. So it'll be the first 2 of each heat plus the next 2 fastest crews on time. So very important that the crews make sure their heat is a brisk one. And if you can't get first and second, make sure you're there or thereabouts.
So, yes, interesting field here. Some of these athletes have been racing in the Brisbane Schoolgirls season. Others have been racing locally here in Central Queensland Championships and the North Queensland Championships. I did say yesterday Madeline Milne had an undefeated season in the single at the Brisbane Schoolgirl Rowing Association. Races would have been 1,000 metres. This is 1,500. So slightly different dynamic there.
Just while we've got a moment, I'll give you the results of race 186. 186 was the second semi-final of the Year 11 single scull for schoolboys. The winner there was the Cathedral School's Micah Talbot in a time of 8:22.44. 8:22.44. In second place, St Luce Anglican Samuel Clotes. In third place, the Cathedral School's Jaya Pradham. In lane 4th place was Brisbane Boys College Thomas Stevens. In 5th place, Brisbane Boys College Joseph Thin. In 6th place, Townsville Grammar's Thomas White. In 7th place, Brisbane Boys College Xavier Rubens. So back to the water now in this, the first semi-final of the Schoolgirls Year 10 single scull. The first of 3 semi-finals. There were 49 competitors who started in this class on Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. So a very competitive division for us here at the Higgins State Rowing Titles. Just about anybody's guess at the moment. It looks like lane 6 and lane 7 may be travelling a bit more comfortably at this stage, which would be Somerville's Madeline Milne and Neve Searles. Sorry, other way. Although, no, not the other way. Yeah, Maddie Milne's certainly looking travelling pretty well in lane 2. Once again, this needs to be a first or second finish to get direct progression to that. Lane 6 is also the All Hallows rower of Anna Beloso James. Seems to be travelling well. Just about the probably 600 metres out now. Will start to become a bit clearer. So certainly over there in lane 2, Somerville's Madeline Milne. And then lane 6, it looks like 2 plays 6 at the moment, which would be our rower from Somerville, Madeline Milne, and our rower from All Hallows, Anna Beloso James. But just going past the 500 metre mark, so there's a fair bit of rowing left in this one. But the further they come down, the clearer it becomes that it is certainly lane 2 and lane 6, starting to put comfortable distance between them and the rest of the field. So at the moment, that would look like the rowers most likely to directly progress to our final this afternoon. That, of course, will be race 213. Just saying, Ray, looks like 2 plays 6 for the placings.
Yes, certainly looks that way. All Hallows, Anna Beloso, James, and Somerville's Madeline Milne. That very positive message we got a couple of days ago about the people watching the rowing live streaming in the middle of Moreton Bay. Yes. Well, that was Madeline's mum.
Oh, right.
Yes.
That would be pleasant.
It would be pleasant. Mind you, it's pretty pleasant here today as well.
No, you can't complain.
No.
Can't complain. It's forbidden.
So I'd suggest Madeline Milne is just slightly in front of the All Hallows sculler Anna Beloso James. Dino Castellano coaching the All Hallows sculler.
Just a tiny course correction there in lane 6. What's the rate there, do you reckon, with Madeline Milne?
I'll have a look at my
Your
wonderful
super-duper app. Yes. I couldn't find it on the App Store. I'll have another look this evening. So,
about 30 strokes to the minute. Just looking a bit short on the bow side to me. And he doesn't fire up at anything. Very calm man. So it is Madeline Milne. I thought she did it comfortably in the heat and has shown the form that I expected here in the semi-final to go on and win that. Over All Hallows, Anna Beloso James. Great race for third. Maybe pushing through the St Margaret sculler there, Alice O'Toole.
yes.
Yeah, I reckon Alice
you're right.
O'Toole will get third, just in front of Girls Grammar Georgia Peterson. What do you think over here in Station 7?
I think, yeah, that looks about right. And, of course, those first two rowers, Madeline Milne and Anna Beloso James, will be straight through into the final. Everybody else has the wait to see the official times come through. Our second semi-finals out on course now. It's the second semi-final in the Schoolgirls Year 10 Single Scull. Once again, we'll just have a quick check to make sure there's no scratchings.
Asia Heaps was impressive in her heat. She's in lane 4.
So a clean field for this one. So we'll go back to race 188 in lane 1. Somerset College's Georgia Daly in lane 2. St Margaret's Kaya Miles. In lane 3, Somerville's Lillian Slatter. In lane 4, St Luke's Anglican Asia Heaps, who is coached by John Presler. In lane 5, Ryan Catholic's Hayley Davis, who's coached by Erin McGuffey and Simon Davis. In lane 6, St Peter Lutheran College number 1, Robin Matthews. In lane 7, St Margaret Mary's Maya Williams, who's coached by Harrison Parks and Saskia Matheson. And in lane 8, Brisbane State High School's number 2, Zoe Waldron, and she is coached by Ben Birchall.
Well, Madeline Milne's mum's doing it tougher than we are, sitting out in the bay still, watching it online and having morning tea. Good luck.
Is that Tipplers?
Could be. While the father's here working his backside off for the Somerville program as a volunteer.
So about 7:50 left to run, and fairly tight in the middle of the course, although it looks like lane 4.
Yes, Tipplers is the answer to your question. So you can't say a thing without it going on the live streaming.
That is impressive.
You can run, but you can't hide. It shows your misspent days when we worked in Brisbane, mate, I'd say.
Good Lord.
So Ryan Catholic going well here. Hayley Davis, coached by Erin McGuffey and Simon Davis. In Station 5.
Certainly rowing fairly comfortably, aren't they? And on either side, the rowers in 4 from St Luke's Anglican Asia Heaps, and in lane 6, St Peter's Lutheran's Robin Matthews. Although really it's 4 and 5 starting to open up a bit of a gap by the look of that. So once again, first 2 through to the final with direct progression.
And she's got a nice little look back here at Harley Davis at Asia Heaps on her stroke side. Probably the biggest challenge, and then maybe across to Somerville Lillian Slatter. But it is cutthroat, first and second only to go through. St Margaret's Kaya Miles starting to feel the pinch there in Station 2, as is Brisbane State High School Zoe Waldron. Certainly no doubt that our Ryan Catholic sculler Hayley Davis is still leading over Asia Heaps at St Luke's Anglican School from Bundaberg.
Inside the 250 metres now, so those two rowers who are leading will have a good view of everybody else, and has been mentioned before with the final to come this afternoon. We'll be making sure they do enough, but don't do too much more than enough, just to keep a bit in the tank for the final. As you've seen in the first semi-final, this is going to be a particularly competitive event.
And the sculler in lane 6 there, just hooked up on the boys for one stroke. St Peter's Robin Matthews, but she's come off the boys now and is clearly in third place, I'd suggest, looking to have one of the two next fastest times behind first and second in the semi-finals. Ryan Catholic, Hayley Davis took the lead at about the halfway mark and has held it all the way through over Asia Heaps of St Luke's Anglican School in second place. Third, I think it'll be the St Peter's sculler Robin Matthews over Somerville's Lillian Slatter in fourth. Fifth may well be St Margaret Mary's Maya Williams, although on the far side Somerset College, Georgia Daly making a bit of a charge there. That's going to be close between those two.
It's going to be very close.
Outside, St Margaret Mary's has finished fifth, Somerset sixth.
So we'll draw your attention now back to the 1,000-metre mark as the the third of these semi-finals in the schoolgirls Year 10 single scull gets underway. Just sneak in and have a quick check to make sure we're not got any scratchings. Yes, Rocky Grammar has scratched out of lane 1, so it'll be lane 2, St Margaret's 2, Inga Mellor. In lane 3, St Margaret's Jemima Rice. In lane 4, St Luke's Anglican School, Sienna Clark. She is coached by John Presler. In lane 5, St Pat's Townsville number 1, Sarah Burke. Her coaches are Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. In lane 6, St Hilda's Kyra Bender, coached by Ian Hawley. In lane 7, St Margaret's Gabby Cypher. In lane 8, All Hallows, Tabitha Sully, and Tabitha is coached by Dino Castellano. We do have the official results through for race 187, the first semi-final, and that was won by Madeline Milne from Somerville in a time of 6:43.73. In second place, All Hallows, Anna Beloso James. In third place, St Margaret's Alice O'Toole. In fourth place, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Georgia Peterson. In fifth place, St Peter's Lutheran, Neve Searles. In sixth place, Brisbane State High's Jenny Tran. In seventh place, the Cathedral College's Gabrielle Rowe. And of course, Ella Valerie was scratched from that event.
And my apologies to Kyra Bender, who's in this race. She actually beat Madeline Milne the last regatta before the head of the river. So Madeline wasn't undefeated. Kyra Bender of St Hilda's beat her in the penultimate regatta the week before the head of the river. So my apologies to Kyra, but currently she's got a bit of a job in front of her because the St Pat's Townsville sculler Sarah Burke is making every post a winner out in lane 5.
Is indeed. And Sienna Clark next to her in 4, travelling fairly well.
Certainly look like the 2 at the moment, don't they?
Yeah.
Inside as the last 250 metres comes up.
So at this stage, it looks like lane 5, St Pat's Townsville's Sarah Burke has got about a boat length at the moment on lane 4, who's St Luke's Sienna Clark. Once again, we remind you that it's first and second go through directly to the final. And then the final 2 places in that final will be filled on fastest times from the heat. So in the absence of a great change, that's probably going to be the way it will finish. So we've got St Pat's Townsville number 1, Sarah Burke, heading down towards the finish line. On her right is St Luke's Sienna Clark. So I'd be happy to suggest to you that they will be through to the final. Looks like lane 6, the rower from St Hilda's, Kyra Bender, will take 3rd place. And 4th, lane 7, will be the St Margaret's rower, Gabby Cypher. After that, probably a lane 8, All Hallows Tabitha Sully. St Margaret's Jemima Rice will probably fill 6th, and St Margaret's Inga Mellor in lane 2. It'll certainly be a toss-up between the 2 St Margaret's rowers for 6 and 7.
Apparently conditions not as good on the Murray River as they are on the Fitzroy. Schools from South Australia having a training camp up on the Murray and blowing a gale. So conditions just perfect here on the beautiful Fitzroy. I was talking earlier about Wayne Diplock being from North Rocky High. Of course, another North Rocky High old boy, Craig McClatchy, is a legendary sports. Well, he does everything in sport, based in Monaco and Lausanne and one thing and another. I think he was also a captain of North Rockhampton High School, so it's a shame that North Rocky High doesn't have a rowing program anymore.
As the you can see the boats for the race 190, the Championship Schoolboys Year 9 Quad Scull coming out onto the river. I'll just update you with the results we've got through the official times for race 188, which was the second semi-final of the Year 10 Girls Single Scull. The winner in that event was Ryan Catholic's Hayley Davis in a time of 6:36.84, 6:36.84. In second place, St Luke's Anglican Asia Heaps. In third place, St Peter's Lutheran, Robin Matthews. In fourth place, Somerville's Lillian Slatter. In fifth place, St Margaret Mary's College, Maya Williams. In sixth place, Somerset College's Georgia Daly. In seventh place, Brisbane State High, Zoe Waldron. And in eighth place, St Margaret's Akaya Miles. That was the results for race 188. Take you now to race 190. Looks like they're underway in lane 4. Once again, I'll just take a moment to check for scratchings. It looks like all lanes are there, so this is clear. It'll be the Cathedral.
Just going to say, just one crew to be eliminated, unfortunately. So Cathedral, Ignatius, Somerset College, Cathedral College, St Peter's. One will miss out.
So in lane 4, we've got the Cathedral Schools 2. That's the crew of Charlie Patrick, Jack Weekers, Aidan Bryce, Cooper Walmsley, and Paulus Nicholas Grobler. He is the Cox. Their coaches are Stefan Mullenberg and Kimberly Brown. In lane 5, Ignatius Parks, Harrison Barrett, Caius Arnold, Sebastian Aarons, Thomas Bartels and Kai Birchall in the Cox's seat. They are coached by Harrison Parks and Zachary Judge. In lane 6, the Somerset College combination of Alex Jordan, Bowen Mansell, Callum Miles, Jake Phillips and Giannis Nicolo. He is sitting in the Cox's seat. In lane 7, the Cathedral Colleges, Charlotte Cole, Tyler Rose Barnes, Dusk Jones, Richard Meikle, and their Cox is Calvin Meikle. And in lane 8, St Peter's Lutheran Colleges, Luca Kendall, Ted Allard, Flynn Grizzard, Will Yu, and Elliot Jackson sitting in the Cox's seat for that crew. 1, 2, 3 and 4 will progress to the final in this. This is the first of the Schoolboys Year 9 Quad Scull heats. Just had correct weight come through on race 189, which was the third semi-final in the Year 10 Schoolgirls Single Scull. So the first place there went to St Pat's Townsville, Sarah Burke, in a time of 6:27.92, 6:27.92. In second place, St Luke's Anglican Sienna Clark. In third place, St Hilda's Kyra Bender. In fourth place, St Margaret's Gabby Cipher. In fifth place, All Hallows Tabitha Sully. In sixth place, St Margaret's Jemima Rice. In seventh place, St Margaret's Inga Mellor. That was race 189.
A reminder for the coxswains of the boys' open coxed fours and open coxed quads. Coxswains, you need to weigh in. All of the coxswains for the schoolgirl eights have weighed in already, so well done to them. But coxswains of open schoolboy fours and eights, you need to weigh in. So please go to our weight steward and have your weights registered.
So we're going to have one of these crews eliminated. So certainly worthwhile giving your all. In this, the schoolboys Year 9 coxed quad scull. So at this stage, it looks as if lane 6 is getting their nose in front, the Somerset College team at this stage, and lane 4, perhaps lane 4 from Cathedral School, number 2. Lane 8, not out of the question either, St Peter's Lutheran. And then possibly lane 5, St Ignatius, with lane 6, the Cathedral College, ever so slightly off the pace at this early stage. Welcome back, Todd. Yeah, race 190.
Morning, Simon, and remains a cracking day here in Rockhampton, and some of the athletes are all enjoying. As you said, it might get up to around 30 degrees this afternoon, which will be challenging at the end of day 3 for our competitors, who have most likely had multiple races, multiple heat semi-finals and possibly finals, so they'll be feeling a little bit later this afternoon. But that's what they train for, and that's what the coaches work hard throughout the whole season to prepare for this state championship. So, but it certainly does look like what's that? Lane 4 and 4-6 out in front there, and lane 8 in third place would be our best guess at this stage.
So with 4 to progress at the moment, it will be Cathedral School, Ignatius, Somerset College, and St Peter's going through to the final. Just as our leading crews hit the 250 metre mark. As you can look further down there, you'll see the second heat of this race has 4 crews in it. So the rules of rowing stating that someone must be eliminated, there'll be 1 come out of that as well.
That's not in my pay grade.
Who are you chasing? Which person? Simon Ruddock? No?
No.
So at this stage, looks like the Cathedral College 2 side of Patrick Weekers, Bryce Walmsley and Grobler are comfortably going across the line in this, the first of the semi-finals. Second across the line will be our crew in lane 6 from Somerset College. Third place will be lane 8, St Peter's Lutheran. And Ignatius Park Townsville coming through in lane 5 will round out the people who are progressing, the crews that are progressing to the final. That will be race 214 later on this afternoon.
Nice spacings there for commentators to
Yeah, a bit
record
nice,
those
isn't it?
results. Yeah, we've had some cracking heats this morning already, so it looks like we've only got the
Just
four
the
crews. in the
Four
next
crews
race, yeah.
for the next race, 191. This is the Year 9 Quad Scull, a Coxed event. This is sponsored by Lupton Stewart Orthodontics. In our second heat, in lane 5, is the crew from Rockhampton Grammar. consisting of Jared Godwin, Tristan Towers, Matthew Shen, Jaden Sylvester, and Cox by Austin Alloway. Their coaches are John Smythe and Sean Bell. In lane 6, Townsville Grammar's Owen Valentine, Harry Bunday, Kieran Bartlett and Charles Cronin. Lane Scott is their Cox and their coach is Corby Green. In lane 7, the Cathedral Schools combination of Henry Chin, Darcy Hock, Max Strickland, Nathan Whitehead and Arden Walmsley in the Cox seat, Their coaches Stefan Muhlenberg and Kimberly Brown. And in lane 8, Kenmore State High School's Matthew Burgess, Angus Proctor, Lachlan Brooks, Liam Robinson, and the Cox in that crew, Charlie West.
And that race has just started now, so blades are in the water, and they're powering down the course. So first 3 to progress here in this semi-final. So unfortunately, one crew will miss out, and we'll see how they go as they work their way down the mighty Fitzroy, heading straight towards the clubhouse here.
Lane 8, would you think at the moment have a slight lead, perhaps? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
not a lot in it at the moment,
no,
is
not
there?
a lot in it at the stage. So just a few strokes in, but 7 and 8 look like they've had the best of the starts. And it'll be interesting to see how quickly they can get in their rhythm to push themselves down the course.
Just while the crews are coming down, we've got the final placings, so the official placings through for race 190, which was heat number 1. In this, the Lupton Stewart Orthodontics Year 9 Schoolboys Quad Scull. In first place was the Cathedral Schools crew of Patrick, Weekers, Bryce, Walmsley and Grobler, and they were in the time of 3:45.20. 3:45.20. In second place, Somerset College's Jordan Mansell, Miles Phillips and Niccolo. In third place, St Peter's Lutheran, the combination of Kendall, Allard, Grizzard, Yu and Jackson. In fifth place, Ignatius Park, Barrett, Arnold, Aarons, Bartels and Birchall. And in fifth place, the Cathedral College's Cole, Barnes, Jones, Meikle and Meikle. So first 4 places through to the final.
And it looks like in this second heat, with the top 3 going through, it does look like Cathedral in lane 7 there are holding a pretty strong lead at this stage, and there wouldn't be much between second place between Rockhampton Grammar School and the Kenmore State High School. And it looks like it's Townsville Grammar that are the ones that are going to have to do the most work to work their way into that third place. But at this stage, it looks like Townsville Grammar working hard there in fourth place, trying to push up, chasing Cathedral School in first, and then second, third is not much in it, I wouldn't have thought. Maybe Rockhampton Grammar on the inside in lane 4 there might have a slight lead over Kenmore State High School in lane 8.
So our leading crew coming across there, stroking somewhere around 24 perhaps, may have even slowed up a little from there. So very easy, the first 3 across the line. Decided the important things getting, mind you, the Rocky Grammar crew have decided just at the end here to give it a bit of a stretch out, look for a better lane.
Yeah, nice work there, Cathedral School, and it's the Kenmore School that bit stronger in the back half of that last 500 metres there to hold off for second place from the Rockhampton Grammar School in third place, and Townsville Grammar will round out 4 in that Championship Schoolboys Year 9 Quad Scull.
So this next race, ladies and gentlemen, the 192, the Championship Schoolgirls Year 8 Double Scull. From the 1,000 metre start, scheduled for 11:05. You can see those boats making their way out on course now. Once again, we'll just check it this time on the third day of the regatta. We'll check that there are no late scratchings. So no, that's a clear field. So we'll take you through now the starters for race 192. The first semi-final of the Year 8 girls double scull. In lane 1, the Cathedral Schools, Sophia Thorold and Rosa Ziko. Their coaches are Stefan Mullenberg and Jessica Drazic. In lane 2, St Margaret Mary's College, Theodora Aarons and Iluka Hammond. They're coached by Harrison Parks and Saskia Matheson. In lane 3, St Peter's Lutheran College, the crew of Sienna Owen and Poppy Yarsky. In lane 4 will be the Townsville Grammar School 4, Emma Warne and Zara Moller. They are coached by Emma Green. In lane 5, Townsville Grammar 1, the combination of Sally Broad and Cato Dempsey, again coached by Emma Green. In lane 6, Rockhampton Grammar School's number 1, which is Chloe Rabbits-Hick and Georgia Appleton. Their coaches are Mangan and Olivia Maynard. In lane 7, St Hilda's Jackson Phil and Georgia Smith. And in lane 8, Cathedral School 1, Isabella Klingner and Claudia Chun Tai, coached again by Stefan Mullenberg and Jessica Drazic. Can't see too much happening at the moment. Might be actually waiting for a start. Can't see the oars. We do manage to pick up the flash of the oars. Just while we're waiting for that, we can bring you the official times for race 191, which of course was the second heat in the Schoolgirls Year 9 Quad Scull, sponsored by Lupton Stewart Orthodontics. And the official placings on that were in first place, the Cathedral Schools combination of Chin, Hock, Strickland, Whitehead and Walmsley in a time of 3:40.11. 3:40.11. In second place, Kenmore State High School's Burgess, Proctor, Brooks, Robertson and West. In third place, Rockhampton Grammar School's Godwin, Towers, Shen, Sylvester and Alloway. And in fourth place, Townsville Grammar's Valentine, Bunday, Bartlett, Cronin and Scott. So those first three progressing to the final this afternoon.
Amazing technology. I come back to the smoke signals days.
1, 2, 2.
Well done. Thanks, mate. Cheers.
I'm not sure if we're... Just not sure, Todd, but do you see the flash of oars? Yeah, I think the race is underway by the look of that. So we are away. Again, looking across the lanes, it'll be in lane 1, the Cathedral School. Lane 2, St Margaret Mary's. In lane 3, St Peter's Lutheran. In lane 4, Townsville Grammar 4. In lane 5, Townsville Grammar 1. In lane 6, Rockhampton Grammar. In lane 7, St Hilda's. And in lane 8, the Cathedral School. If you have just turned up, we would remind everybody, ladies and gentlemen, please make sure you do check in on the COVID app. We would ask that you do check in always in that COVID app. Also, we'd just let you know that the canteen is operating. It's getting close enough to lunch that if you're anywhere near it, if the smell of onions on a barbecue doesn't tempt you to a burger, I don't know what will. And our coffee vans are still in operation as well. So we're going through a few more races, ladies and gentlemen, and then when we get to 11:25, there will be a break for the luncheon interval. Again, we would ask that you avail yourselves of the catering facilities in the Besser Block building, the shed for Emu Park Surf Club that is next door to the Rockhampton Grammar School clubhouse, the top floor of which has become the commentary box for you this afternoon. So Bit hard to pick at this stage. Todd's had the binoculars up, and it still looks like a line. So
Yeah, no distinction there at all at this stage, so puts us in a good stead for a cracking race here, as you would expect with the Year 8 double scull. First two progressing here, and the next two fastest will be going through. So the heats from memory yesterday were absolutely cracking races, so we'd expect some pretty tight battles here, and it might be the crews that stay the straightest for the longest and get every ounce of power out of each stroke that'll hold on for the win here. But pretty challenging race for Year 8s as they start their development into the rowing program at their local school.
But certainly we did have 60 entries in this particular category in the girls Year 8 double scull. So that's absolutely fantastic to see 60 teams here on the water at the Higgins State Titles in Rockhampton. So by the look of that, is lane 6 perhaps getting a nose in front, Todd?
Yeah, 6 and 5, I'd say.
6 and 5, lane 1 and 2 seem to be up there as well. So once again, this will be a tight finish because it's only 1 and 2 get direct progression and everybody else sweating on the times.
Yeah, you don't get sick of the view down the river, Simon, I don't
No,
believe.
you do not. It's just absolutely fantastic.
Just gets better and better throughout the day as the coverage of a little bit of shade on the grassed area here on the lawn outside the big screen TV as it starts to fill up as we get into our finals after 12:20 today. As you see the last... What are 8s going out? Where are they going out for practice? Is there a couple of 8s going in? And having a bit of a, sorry, Simon, having a bit of a look there. It does look like the race is in the middle of the course here. Lane 5 and lane 6, we've got it in front, and 1's certainly in the mix there. So it's going to be the Townsville Grammar rower of Sally Broad, and the Rockhampton Grammar School rower in lane 6, Chloe Rabbits Hicks, and there's a couple of rowers there, and lane 1, the Cathedral School there, Sophia Thoroid and Rosa Zikor in lane 1, and the lane 5, Townsville Grammar there, Sally Broad and Kate Ademski, and lane 6, Rockhampton Grammar School's Chloe Rabbit Hicks and Georgia Appleton. So I think that lanes 5 and 6 is where the action is for the top 2 places there, but as we've said a couple of times, the lanes on the far side generally catch up towards the end just because of the vision.
Can be very deceptive on the angle we're looking at.
That's right. Where we are, we're looking straight down lane 6 basically. So certainly looks like those rowers are in front. But looking at the side on camera, which is just flicked to another view there, but there's not much in it here.
Gee, I tell you what, lane 1.
I think lane 1 is definitely powering through here. They look like they're in second place over the Rockhampton Grammar School crew.
So the Cathedral School's combination of Sophia Thorold and Rosa Zikor.
It's going to be an interesting finish. They might even push into first place here.
I think they might too. So
they are powering home, and they certainly are in first place by the looks of the side on camera here. There's not going to be much in it though.
Nothing in it.
Couple of strokes here, couple of strokes, and inside, I think.
Geez,
I think it might have been inside. The Townsville Grammar crew, I think they led from almost maybe start to finish there, and Cathedral definitely powered home. They had the fastest back end of that race, that's for sure, and the Rockhampton Grammar School crew in third place there will be looking for some times. Fantastic race right across the field there in our Year 8 double scull.
So certainly an exciting finish for that one, ladies and gentlemen. The way we saw it was the Townsville Grammar School got up by a bow ball, but certainly no doubt it will be the Cathedral team of Sophia Thorold and Rosa Zikor, and the Townsville Grammar team of Emma Warren and Zara Moller, who will be progressing directly to the final. Back up the river now to race 193. It's again a clear race, no scratchings there, so 193 will take you through the starting lineup. In this, the second semi-final of the girls' Year 8 double scull. In lane 1, the crew from St Peter's Lutheran of Eliza Atkinson and Sophia Brower. In lane 2, Shalom College's Lily Bielenberg and Sophie Evans. In lane 3, Trinity Lutheran's Lily Fruin and Molly Lomax. In lane 4, All Hallows pairing of Gabrielle Ryan and Claudia Munn. They are coached by Mike Partridge. In lane 5, Somerville 1, Dasha Deshache and Sally Bramell. In lane 6, the Cathedral School's second side of Manny Pradden and Inga O'Brien. Their coaches are Stefan Muhlenberg and Jessica Drazic. In lane 7, St Margaret's Ella Walsh and Madeline Pugh. And in lane 8, Rockhampton Grammar School, Sienna Kent and Sophie Olive, who are coached by Raquel Mangan and Olivia Maynard.
And the full field of 8 here, and it looks at this stage like the middle of the course is where you'd expect the action to be, but I'm suggesting lanes 5, 6, 7, probably the front runners at this stage, but 1 and 3 look like they're not too far out of the mix there as well.
Crew from Rockhampton Grammar seem to have just had a slightly slower start, and in a 1,000-metre race, that is always difficult to get back from. Not sure, Todd. She's pretty tight in the middle there, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. With this many competitors, we knew these races were going to be very close, as the first of the semi-finals has demonstrated, and this one looks exactly the same. I think I'm actually leaning towards lane 5 and lane 7
5
and
3
7 at the moment.
I'd agree with that. 5, 7 and 3 would be the likely ones. Just starting to see a bit of a gap open up.
It's interesting when you look down to the spectators, they're glancing, looking straight down the course and then up to the big screen TV to try and get a perspective of where their daughters are at. And then back onto the main race. So it's fantastic to have that ability to be able to scan up and see the live stream at the same time, and then looking straight down the course for the actual live event here as lanes 4 and 5 get a little bit close to each other there.
Certainly lane 7 at the moment seems to be travelling fairly well, and lane 5 might be troubled by lane 3, but it's the odd numbers at the moment in the middle of the course. So in lane 7, the crew from St Margaret's of Ella Welsh and Madeline Pugh, travelling fairly comfortably, remembering its first 2 through to the final. Lane 5 possibly next, the crew from Somerville. And then in lane 3 perhaps, seem to be battling it out with second. That's the team from Trinity Lutheran of Lily Fruin and Molly Lomax.
Yeah, the Trinity Lutheran crew have definitely got their tempo up here, and they look like they might be putting a lot of pressure on the crew from Somerville. So, but it does look like St Margaret's will get through in first place here. But I've actually got Trinity, I think, on the far side are going to come in second place, but it's going to be close. So
St Margaret's there, and then I'd say it's going to be the team from Trinity Lutheran
on the far
of
side,
Lily Fruin and Molly Lomax will get through. So we'd call St Margaret's first, the team of Ella Welsh and Madeline Pugh, and then it was Lily Fruin and Molly Lomax in second place from Trinity Lutheran. So we would think they are likely to progress straight to the final. So they turn our attention now to race 194. There is actually a scratching in this race. So, ooh. So, race. So take you to race 194, the starting lineup, and this is the third semi-finals of the Year 8 double scull. In lane 1 will be the Stewart home crew of Bridget Lyons and Paige Van Gelder. They are coached by Sabina Murchie. In lane 3 will be Somerville 2, Molly McIntyre and Chloe Larson. In lane 4 will be St Hilda's Sarah Smith and Lila Jolie. In lane 5 will be Brisbane State High School's Olivia Grant and Ella Campbell. They are coached by Cameron Stevenson. In lane 6, Somerset College's Audrey Sirocco and Isabella Vujanovic. In lane 7, Cathedral Schools 4, Abigail Vetz and Cassie Crow. Their coaches are Stephen Mullenberg and Jessica Drazic. And in lane 8, All Hallows, Jemima Wilkinson and Danielle Watt. They are coached by Mike Partridge.
And those crews are on the water and heading towards us right now. And as you'd expect, there's nothing separating them as they've just started the race.
We'll just slip in now and give you the official results for race 192, which was the first of these semi-finals in the Year 8 girls double scull. In first place was the Townsville Grammar combination of Broad and O'Dempsey in a time of 4:15.16. They were in front of the Cathedral Schools Thorold and Zecor in a time of 4:15.52. So not even half a second in it. In third place, Rockhampton Grammar's Rabbits Hicks and Appleton. In fourth place, St Margaret Mary's Aarons and Hammond. In fifth place, St Peter's Lutheran's Owen and Yarsky. In sixth place, the Cathedral Ones, Klingner and Chun Tai. In seventh place, Townsville Grammar School's Warren and Moller. And in eighth place, St Hilda's Phil and Smith. Just while we've got time, we'll take you. We've got the correct weight through for race 193, which was the one that's just been completed. First across the line was the St Margaret's Welsh and Pugh in a time of 4:10.15. Second, Trinity Lutheran's Fruin and Lomax. In third place, Somerville's O'Dashay and Brummel. Sadashay and Brummel. In fourth place, All Hallows, Ryan and Munn. In fifth place, Cathedral Schools, Pratton and O'Brien. In sixth place, Shalom's Bielenberg and Evans. And in seventh place, St Peter's Lutheran, Atkinson and Brower. And filling out the placings there in eighth was Rockhampton Grammar Schools, Kent and Olive. So back on course now for race 194, the third of our semi-finals.
And it does look like the crew in lane 5, I believe, would be the ones out in front at the moment. That's Brisbane State High School.
And
Olivia
3.
Grant and Ella Campbell. And lane 3.
5 and 3 at the moment,
Second
leading
place.
the field, with lane 4, the crew from St Hilda's of Sarah Smith and Leela Jolly. Also in there, but you would say at the moment the Somerville crew of Molly McIntyre and Chloe Larson. Battling it out with the crew in lane 5, which is Brisbane State High's Olivia Grant and Ella Campbell.
It's going to be a cracking finish here. Can the St Hilda's crew get in the mix here? Or
St Hilda's just got a couple of untidy ones there over the boys, but back in there, not going to affect the result by the look of that, but it is going to be
Brisbane State High School
Brisbane
first.
State High School first, with
Somerville
Somerville second.
And St Hilda's in
St
third
Hilda's
there.
will be third across the line. So those crews, the first two crews through to the final, and an anxious wait for everybody else for the times to come through.
Well, if those semi-finals are anything to go by, Simon, the final for the Year 8 double scull schoolgirls will be a significant challenge for race callers.
I would think so. Certainly we have now the final two events before the luncheon break. The Schoolgirls 8, 2 heats here with 1, 2, 3 and 4 to progress to the final. This is conducted over 2,000 metres. Just checking if there are any scratching. So our first heat has 6 in it, so that's pretty good. And our second heat will have 5 in it. So we're going to need 1, 2, 3 and 4 from the first heat through, and 1, 2, 3 and 4 from the second heat through. So 8 to go through to the final this afternoon, which will be rate 217. So we'll just run through now in our first heat, the Championship Schoolgirls 8, sponsored by Higgins Coatings, conducted over 2,000 metres. In lane 3 will be the team from All Hallows, consisting in the bow seat of Nicole Watt, Edie Russell, Ruby Dollar, Phoebe Gallagher, Olivia Morgan, Georgie Pryor, Kate Jessup, Lucy Hales, Polly Gascoigne is the cox, and they are coached by Gus Rodero. In lane 4, a crew from Stewart Home, that will be Xavier Horder, Gigi Kelly, Georgia Sharp, Lucy Sullivan, Georgia Betts, Lucia Allen, Georgie Hedberg, Isabel Allen, Grace Bentley, the cox there, and their coaches are Olivia Mendonca and Richard Patterson. In lane 5, the St Margaret's 2 crew of Lucinda Hudson, Ellen Tracy, Jemima Rice, Charlotte Pete, Tiggy Wake, Lucy Dunning, Emma Fay. The stroke for that crew is Alice Baxby, and the cox, Gillian Cook. We don't actually have a coach listed for them. In lane 6, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Alice Barker, Adelaide Chalmers, Sarah Hopkins, Stephanie Burgess, Odino Chi, Olivia Barr, Emma Paul, Dominique Hourigan, and that boat is coxed by Isabel Scarrett. In lane 7, the crew from St Margaret's, number 3, Georgia Campbell, Greta Howes, Kaya Miles, Manon Brown, Inga Mellor, Olivia Richardson, Alexandra Gladman, Bella Burton, and their cox is Ella Steinberg. Rounding the field out in lane 8 is the Cathedral Schools combination of Steffi Simon, Grace Abdi, Janaea Groves, Scarlett Woodbury, Abigail Cox, Eliza Gisbets, Isabella Egan, Sarah Scobie, and Trinity Bennett in the cox's seat, and this crew is coached by Stefan Mullenberg. So due to commence at 11:20. I'm not sure if you got the glasses, Todd, but the way the day has been running, they won't be far away if they're not on time.
So this leads into the last race of the day, the last race of the weekend.
So just while we've got a moment waiting for the start here, we'll take you to the results for race. Oh, don't play up on me now. 194. And race 194, the 194, the final semi-final of the Year 8 Girls Double Scull. And the placings officially are Brisbane State High School's combination of Grant and Campbell in a time of 4:18.17. In second place, Somerville's crew of McIntyre and Larson. In 3, St Hilda's, Smith and Jolly. In 4th, Stewart Holmes, Lyons and Van Gelder. In 5th place, All Hallows, Wilkinson and Watt. In 6th place, Cathedral Schools, Vets and Crow. In 7th place, Somerset College's Shiroko and Vujanovic. So quite tight racing there as we move to the final 2 events before we get into the lunch break, and then following the finals after lunch. Todd Wells assures me that racing is underway. So all those crews still trying to get their boats up and running as best they can before they settle into the large part of this 2 kilometre race, 2,000 metres. It's down to you, Wellesley. They just, all I can tell is they're moving.
No, mate, it's all even at this stage. I'd say lane 6 would be in front.
So the call from Todd at the moment is fairly even, although from this distance, Brisbane Girls Grammar School in lane 6 may have had the best of the start, but still a lot of racing left. They would be just coming past the 1750 marker. Just the slightest amount of breeze on course, keeping things cool at the moment.
St Margaret's won the Brisbane Head of the River by about 2 lengths a couple of weeks ago. We're not sure if it's exactly the same.
Was it 1 or 2? They've got 2 in it? One of the crews from St Margaret's did win the Head of the River. We're not exactly sure of which combinations are sitting in which seat. So if that victorious crew is still together for the Higgins School Championships, we haven't got confirmation yet. There is something special about watching 8's race. So the crew's rating about 35 strokes at the moment, so the pressure is on from the get-go. The crew is mixed up from St Margaret's, so but certainly shows the depth they have in their rowing program when you can take a victorious crew in the head of the river and mix and match them to get another couple of crews going. So the call is at the moment the All Hallows crew in lane 3, certainly travelling reasonably comfortable at the moment. So just about at the 1,000 metre mark, you can see that taller buoy on each side of the river. That indicates 1,000 metres to go. Yes, I'd agree with you, Todd. It looks like lane 3, the crew from All Hallows, is certainly travelling well. Then perhaps lane 6, is it? The Brisbane Girls Grammar School crew. And maybe even in lane 8, the Cathedral School's crew coxed by Trinity Bennett on the outside. So it's the outside plays the middle at the moment from what we can see here. 1, 2, 3 and 4 go through. The other competitors, the other 2 competitors will be eliminated. So, yes, certainly lane 3, the All Hallows crew of Nicole Watt, Edie Russell, Ruby Dollar, Phoebe Gallagher, Olivia Morgan, Georgie Pryor, Kate Jessup, Lucy Hales, coxed by Polly Gascoigne, certainly seem to have the best of the running at the moment. Although 6 and 8, the crews from Brisbane Girls Grammar School and Cathedral are by no means out of it at this stage. As we said before, first 4 across the line will progress directly to the final. Will progress to the final with the other 2 teams eliminated. At the moment, it would look like lane 7 and lane 5, the crews from St Margaret's and St Margaret's, 2 of the St Margaret crews possibly having the worst of the running at the moment.
Yeah, coming up to about 500 metres to go now, and it does look like the All Hallows School there in lane 3 are the ones to beat at this stage. I'd say a boat length over second place, and that could even come from the inside there. Stuart Home in lane 4. Look like they've pushed through a little bit now as well. And I'm saying then lane 6 in third place and lane 8 in fourth place at this stage, but still about 250 metres to go.
So the All Hallows crew sitting on a fairly comfortable rate of 24 strokes to the minute. So at the moment, the crews that are likely to progress will be 3, 4, 6 and 8. 3, 4, 6 and 8. As they come down, the first of our crews now, the All Hallows crew, well inside the 250 metre markers. So, yes, this is a Gus Rodero coach crew from All Hallows. Looks like they are comfortably in. Second place will be from lane 4 or 8. At the moment, it looks like lane 4 would have the wood on them there, the Stuart Home crew, and then it's a bit of a battle from 6 and 8 to see who is going to take the honour of third or fourth. But of course, all those crews are going through to the final. So you're going to see the Cathedral School, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, All Hallows will be through, and the Stuart Home crew as well. Looks like lane 8 possibly will have the Wood, the Cathedral School in third, and then the team from Brisbane Girls Grammar School going through to the final in fourth place.
Yeah, what a great race there by the All Hallows School. They'll be going into that final as hot favourites. They didn't exert too much energy in that back end of that race there, just keeping their consistency going. And they've left a fair bit in the tank there for this afternoon, I do believe. So,
and the two teams from St Margaret's rounding that out. That was St Margaret's 3, followed by St Margaret's 2. We turn our attention back up the field, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 5 crews now in the second heat, one of race 196, the Higgins Coating Championship Schoolgirls 8. In lane 4, we have Brisbane Girls Grammar School's Jade Somerville, Michelle Cluley, Hannah Pinson, Ella Valerie, Charlotte Wagland, Sophie Lucas, Ellen Hill, and Nancy Duncan Bates and Emily Hurst in the Cox seat. In lane 5, St Hilda's 1, the team of Eliza McTaggart, Jamie Stridham, Pippa Hemming, Gemma Jansen, Kanina Murtagh, Emma Chandler, Lexi Jurchich, Jazz Ingle, Mia Harvey the Cox. They're coached by Ross Lindstrom. In lane 6, the St Peter Lutheran 1 will be Zoe Moorhead, Gabby Kennedy, Isabel Cranmer, Lily Millard, Giselle Graham, Alice Jansen, Jessie Gabanzo, Ella Harp. That crew is coaxed by Malena Canto. In lane 7, the Somerville crew of Phoebe Bramell, Imogen Walker, Tess Graham, Alice Reedy, Annie Rowan, Minyaya Bishop, Eliza Bridgefoot, Molly Salisbury, coxed by Sadie Ridgway and coached by Peter Zanleiter. And in lane 8, St Margaret's number 1 crew, the crew of Josephine Spooner, Gabrielle Agnew, Alice O'Toole, Gabby Cypher, Ava Mulholland, Hilary Davis, Mackenzie Thompson, Sky Clifford in the stroke seat and coxed by Anna Jordan.
and Simon, as they're coming down to around 500 metres to go, it does look like the Somerville crew are out in front there by about a boat length, I think. They're not much in second place between lanes 5 and 6. That's the St Hilda's in 5 and St Peter's in lane 6. And then lane 4, the Brisbane Girls crew look like they're in 4th place. So it's Top 4 are going to go through here.
So at the moment, it just looks like the St Margaret's crew. So this is different to the crew from St Margaret's that actually won the Head of the River. Was Wright, Carrigan, Campbell, Carrigan, Montague, Turnbull, Whiteman, Carrigan, and Cox by Greenup. So certainly different combinations you're hearing today. Fairly hot time of 7:10.
But it does look like the Somerville crew here are in a commanding position, just as the St. Peter's crew are just heading towards the boys there a little bit. They'll have to straighten that up, and they do that right now. But top 4 through here, so you would expect this to be decided now, I would have thought, with the St. Margaret's crew just a little bit behind these leading 4 crews at this stage. But Somerville are very strong here. They'll be in a strong position going into the final this afternoon. Even though it's a heat, you can hear the crowd getting behind their peers and supporting them all the way home. It's a bit of a battle within a battle here for second place, I would have thought, Simon. But the Somerville
certainly across the line first. They'll be followed in by St Hilda's 1, St Peter's Lutheran College 1 coming across there. Placings, progression will be rounded out by Brisbane Girls Grammar School, and then St Margaret's number 1 will round them out. For people who have never been in an 8, ladies and gentlemen, you can be assured once they're a bit like the Queen Mary, once they start to turn, they are reasonably difficult to dissuade from doing that. Or so I've been told. I've never actually managed an invitation to sit in the Cox's seat.
Well, that concludes the morning heats and semi-finals for Higgins Queensland Schools Championships. And what a fantastic morning it's been so far. And we are looking forward to the final starting at 12:20 this afternoon. So perfect time now for all spectators and athletes to rehydrate and ensure that they've had plenty of food to get you through the afternoon. Reminding that the canteen is open all afternoon today, and they'll be looking to try and move as much of their stock as they can over the next few hours to save them having to try and utilise that food somewhere else over the next week or so. But please help out. The volunteers have worked extremely hard over the last week or so in preparation for this event, and any support you can provide for the canteen would be greatly appreciated.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just wait before we sign off for the lunch break. We'll just get through the official placings for these 2 heats of the Schoolgirls 8, sponsored by Higgins Coatings. Just see the first race 195 official placings have come through. This will get you the times.
So 19 finals this afternoon. So 19 times Lynn will yell at us.
What's this wee, white man? So as the system updates, I think we must have just hit a bit of sunspot activity or something. She's showing a bit of reluctance to bring it up. Through now, so in first place in the first of the heats of the Schoolgirls 8, come on, play ball, was the team from All Hallows, the combination of Watt, Russell, Dollar, Gallagher, Morgan, Pryor, Jessup, Hales and Gascoigne. Their time was 7:36.99. 7:36.99. In second place, the crew from Stewart Home, consisting of Horder, Kelly, Sharp, Sullivan, Betts, Allen, Hedberg, Allen and Bentley. In third place, the Cathedral School, Simon, Abdi, Groves, Woodbury, Cox, Gisberts, Egan, Scobie and Bennett. In fourth place, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Barker, Chalmers, Hopkins, Burgess, O'Chee, Barr, Chambers, Hourigan and Scarrett. In fifth place, St Margaret's 3, Campbell, Howes, Miles, Brown, Mellor, Richardson, Gladman, Burton and Steinberg. In sixth place, St Margaret's 2, Hudson, Tracy, Rice, Pete, Wake, Dunning, Fay, Baxby and Cook. And just around the morning out, ladies and gentlemen, the results of race 196, the second of the heats of the eights. And all good things come to those who wait. And the winner there was Somerville House in a time of 7:23.57. 7:23.57. And that crew consisted of Bromell, Walker, Graham, Reedy, Rowan, Bishop, Bridgefoot, Salisbury and Ridgeway. In second was St Hilda's 1, McTaggart, Stridham, Hemming, Jansen, Murta, Chandler, Jurchich, Ingle and Harvey. In third position, St Peter's, the team of Moorhead, Kenny, Dennis, Millard, Graham, Jansen, Gabanzo, Harp and Canto. And in fourth spot, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Somerville, Cluley, Pinson, Valerie, Wagland, Lucas, Hill, Duncan Banks and Hurst. And St Margaret's number 1 in fifth spot, Spooner, Agnew, O'Toole, Cypher, Mulholland, Davis, Thompson, Clifford and Jordan.
Thank you, Simon. What a fantastic morning of rowing here at the lovely Fitzroy River. And just a reminder to the parents and supporters out there that the bar will open today at 12 o'clock. And it's sharp. And we'll have beverages and cheese boards up here for anyone at the top level of the RGS Rowing Club. And we do have a licence that goes into the evening. So if you're not heading home straight away this afternoon, you'd be more than welcome to have some celebratory drinks this afternoon and enjoy the beautiful view as the sun goes down over the Fitzroy River.
Just a reminder, we do have that set of Beats headphones up here, the black ones, the wireless ones. They are up here if you would like to come up and claim them. Thank you, and we'll talk to you again after lunch.
Always think of you when spring comes, like it's something in the air at that time. Don't know why. Always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time met you on a Friday, halfway out at the door of the club, playing soul on the weekends. Stayed in bed till Wednesday. Fell in love with you right there and then. I was young.
At Higgins, we invest in our people each and every day through a variety of programs. First and foremost is a development program where we allow people to get better at what they do day in, day out on their jobs. We also have a development program to allow them to work through different pathways within the organisation, so they can start as a painter and work their way up even to branch manager if they wish to. The development of our people is such a critical component. It gives them the satisfaction of knowing that we care about them and that we want them to do as well as they can do.
During my time at Higgins, I've come from a painter to foreman, project manager, business development manager, and currently the branch manager. The senior management team have provided me with an individual development plan that has been tailored to my skill set, that has seen me also collaborate and be mentored by other individuals within the business and leaders in their field.
My favourite thing about working at Higgins is the people. Whether it be my staff, who are absolutely excellent, or my clients that I deal with every day, I just love being able to communicate with people and enjoy my job. My key roles in my position as branch manager is to not only manage the sale process and our relationship with our clients, but also help our ops team to deliver an unbelievable project every time for our clients. The construction industry is quite often thought of as a male-dominated industry. For me, it's about your capabilities. It doesn't matter whether you're male or female. If you want to get in there, just go for it. I've been in this industry for 4 years and I love it.
One of the great things about Higgins is it's not a hierarchical organisation. Everybody is on equal footing, and that really gives a sense of we're all in this together.
My advice to anyone who'd like to join the painting industry, no matter where they're from, who they are, just go for it. If you're passionate about it, come and join a great industry and get to be a part of a great company if you come to Higgins.
For over 130 years, the Rockhampton Grammar School has produced outstanding young men and women who have been guided by our motto, grow in character and scholarship. Our students emerge into society educated, well-rounded and confident, equipped to pursue their ambitions, secure in their sense of self, armed with the capacity to seize the opportunities and confront the challenges life will place in their way. When you become part of the Rockhampton Grammar School, you're not just joining the best boarding school in central Queensland, you are becoming a key part in a thriving community. A place where you will enjoy your formative years. A place that will become your second home. A place where you and your family will always feel welcome, connected and proud to be a grammarian.
Well, Dad was really the main driver of the business. He was the one who obviously was a good tradesperson, but he was passionate about growing his business. He was born in a small town, Cultramar, in west coast of Ireland, one of 8 children in the middle. They were a very, very poor family. He left school at 14. He started a painting career, and then in his early 20s came to Australia. He bought a car, which was a van, and that's where the concept of the one man for van started, Jerry Higgins & Co. And that was in 1949. He was very good at selling. He had an incredible charm. He was very good at, obviously, at delivering a service, but what he needed was a really good backup, and that was Mum was. Mum ran the office. She had 4 children under 3 and a half, but that didn't stop her working all day in the office and working all night on the business. So she was driven, committed. She had the eye for detail. She was an incredible influence. Through school and university holidays, I'd always worked in the business in any odd job, any area where they needed assistance, whether it was actually stacking cans of paint, delivering materials to jobs, etc. So in my early 20s, I joined in as a supervisor. After a period of time, I became works manager, moved into sales, estimating, and then basically took over as managing director in my early 30s.
I joined the business a long time ago. It was back in 1980. After I left school, I went to study, and it wasn't for me. And had a meeting with Dad and my brother John, and they gave me a job mixing paint out in the back shed, as we did in those days. You know, one of the great things about my father, and I guess the legacy he left, was he was tough, but he was fair. People respected him and wanted to work for him, as our customers wanted to give him work because they knew they'd get a quality job. We are a multiple generation business. We now have the 3rd generation working in the business today. The great thing about a family business is it attracts families. One of the things we're very proud of at Higgins is the growth we've had since the old man started the business, and that's only the start. I see there's great opportunity for us to continue to grow the business over the next few years.
The business was started by my grandfather Jerry 70 plus years ago. Used to hang around the office when I was a little fella, and now to be working the business alongside my uncle and father, it's a great opportunity. I like the people, I like the challenge. I like what we do. Every day is different. So working a family business, very lucky to have that opportunity. It's very rare, but to continue on what Jerry, my grandfather, started is a real privilege.
To think Jerry came out here all those years ago with so little, and to build the business that it has become today makes me very proud. It was Jerry's focused and respectful approach to business that resonates within the family and our employees in the business to this day.
What I love about the business is the diversity. I think that it's not only the backgrounds of people from all over the world. I love that there's more women joining the business at all levels. I just love that there's a credible, talented, passionate young people. I see that they are the future. They're the ones who've got the enthusiasm to really take us to the next level.
It's still a very young business. We are 71 years old, been doing it for a long period of time, but I think the average age of the senior management group is between 35 and 40. And I think that just shows that there's a great deal of longevity left in us.
You make me happy. I fall asleep with a smile on my face. You make me happy. Yes, you know you do. You make me happy. Yeah. You make me happy. I fall asleep with a smile on my face. You make me happy. Yes, you know you do, you make me happy, yeah. Leftover loving on the dance floor. I've been this way since 1994.
Bags are packed, are you ready to go? This time tomorrow we'll be on the road, riding with you in the sunnier days. I wouldn't want it any other way. Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
There are many, many amazing people who have raced for our country before, and so to be able to put on something that they've won before is definitely a big honour.
It's quite incredible to be part of such an amazing team. The camaraderie and unity that you create between your coach, the coxers, the athletes, it's really quite special. It's something that is quite difficult to put into words. So yeah, it's really, really exciting.
During the pandemic and the lockdowns that have been ongoing in Australia, it has been exceptionally hard because the rare times that we do get off, I haven't been able to go home or travel interstate on the fear of being stuck on either side of the border.
COVID's obviously thrown a big spanner in the works, but I think what we've really learnt is how resilient we are as a squad and as an Australian team as a whole. So it's pretty cool to get to the pointy end. It's kind of hard to believe, but yeah, I don't think there'll be any Olympics quite like this.
I'm expecting the unexpected when it comes to these games. I'm having no firm beliefs. The key is going to be adaptive and ready for whatever challenges rise up.
Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Yeah, I hear him chat to the noise. Can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Nice keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. Let's tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on a pine. If you wanna touch my please use caution. Quad. No.
There is so much competition between ourselves, you know, to get the most out of ourselves and to get the most out of each other. It feels like we are racing every day. So I don't think we've lost that competitive edge at all. Yeah, the world should look out.
For us, it's a pretty special thing that we can go through this very, once in 100 kind of years and moment. I think that uniqueness will definitely make this a more special team.
It's anticipation, not anxiety.
Yeah.
It's excitement, and it is coming, and we're ready.
In the end, you're still riding 2Ks, and the goal is the same in mind, that we can cross the line first.
We're piecing together those final bits of getting our catches a little bit faster and getting that timing at the back end just a little bit better before we head over and put together the perfect race.
Every day, we close our eyes and pretend we're standing on top of the world, looking down on a playground of everything we've ever wanted. Then we open our eyes and realise it's where we live and where you'll want to be. This is Rockhampton. So, where do we start? It depends on who you ask. Some will tell you that if your fishing cast is big enough, you could catch a barra from your hotel balcony. A mum or dad will say it's a cooling swim and bike rides in the early morning fresh air, and crocodiles and garden picnics. Not together, obviously. Others will say it's the silence, in our caves, in our bushland, that moment just before your drink is poured. Some say a must is a selfie with a cow. Oh, and there's those who wax lyrically about Rockhampton's iconic heritage, frontier town to bustling river port to gold rush city, and of special significance, the cultural heart of our city that beats to the sounds of the traditional custodians of the land, the Darumble people, all to come together to represent the foundation that Rockhampton and Queensland was built on. Strength, character, personality. No matter what your age, whatever the occasion, fireside or 5-star, feeling the grass between your toes or the fresh mountain air on your face, you'll never be bored, because we never are. Open your eyes to Rockhampton.
I love a lot about working with Higgins. I love the variety of work. I love the different types of projects we undertake, being able to increase and scale up our workforce to deliver large-scale projects in a short amount of time. At Higgins, we offer a number of different services: general painting, maintenance painting, national multi-site painting, building services, remedial works, specialised rope access work. We deliver a number of different systems. So we've got our worksite review process, which is used across all of our 19 branches. We've got a Higgins Operational Way app, which is used through our contractor and employee base. We also use our Inform and our How online portal, and we also have a number of other contractor management processes that we use to maintain the performance of our contractors.
You can expect a trustworthy, reliable workforce who are all certified appropriately with police checks, working with children. We have a dedicated project manager and administrator, and we offer one point of contact for all of our clients nationally to ensure that we deliver a reliable, consistent service no matter where it is in Australia.
Being Tri-certified gives the customers a level of comfort that Higgins Coatings are meeting the world's best practices and standards in 3 key areas: safety, environment and quality. Higgins separates ourselves from others with our capability and resources available at a national level and consistency to apply those standards anywhere in Australia. Our safety culture comes from all levels of the business. It's the #1 priority for everyone at Higgins. Everybody deserves to go home safely every day, and everybody wants to go home safely every day, and that's what we make sure happens.
Whether you're in Townsville or Cairns, Melbourne or Perth, the consistency of the way the Higgins family delivered for their people is amazing to see, and it's a reason we all come to work and want to be here.
I'm Adair Mulhose. I've been teaching at Rockhampton Grammar Prep for over 10 years. Parents choose Rockhampton Grammar School because we give the children opportunities to be who they want to be.
When I grow up, I want to become a boss.
My name's Nicole Kennedy. I'm a prep classroom teacher here at the Rockhampton Grammar School. I think parents choose the Rockhampton Grammar School for their children to come to prep because we are very play-based, so they learn to cooperate, to build the foundations before they go into the rest of their primary schooling.
The children are coming in at 4 and 5 years old. They are young, they want to play.
I want to become a policeman.
I love teaching through projects. Last year we had a lot of children that came from farms and properties. They want to write because they want to tell stories about what's happening on their farm. They want to draw their farm so that they can communicate to other children. One little boy could drive a backhoe, so he was teaching the children about the gears in the backhoe.
A babysitter, maybe not a babysitter, a chicken keeper.
I'm Elizabeth Donaldson. I'm a prep teacher at the Rockhampton Grammar School. When you first walk in, you get very much a family feeling here.
My name's Jeff Hagman and I'm the head of primary at the Rockhampton Grammar School. The process for a child to come into the Rockhampton Grammar School involves a meeting with parents. The first 15 minutes of the interview is just talking to the little preppy, and following that I'll give them a little activity and I'll just talk to mum and dad about our school and show them for a tour of the school.
Every Friday we have cooking, and the parents come along to help with us with the cooking. They come in and they can do drawing and craft and dress up. We also have PE every day that they go to. We have an Auslan signing choir in the prep cohort. They sign for Mother's Day, music festival and anything else that we get invited to. Rockhampton Grammar is a very multicultural school. I think it's a wonderful way for children to learn that even though we're different on the outside, on the inside our hearts are the same.
And one of the great things that we have on offer here is a chance to buddy up with a person in Year 5.
The buddy system helps to create a bond that lasts throughout their whole school life.
At the end of Year 6, children of Year 6 walk through
and the preps are all lined up ready to high-five the grade 6 people who they have seen as the leaders of their primary school.
But the great thing about our school, the journey doesn't finish there. Following their grade 6 year, they just walk 20 metres further up the hill and continue their education all the way through to Year 12.
Rockhampton Grammar is a perfect school to help your child thrive and shine in their own unique way.
Wherever we're going, I could not say for sure. Better not knowing, but it's better than before. But here's the cure. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the fun line. Ain't nobody left behind. Possible we're drifting, but it doesn't seem to be. Findable what's missing, but we've never missed a beat. Can't you see? Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the fun line. Ain't nobody left behind. Now that we've arrived here, change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling frosty wine. Everybody join the fun line. Ain't nobody left behind.
I'm Ethan Gill and I'm a Year 11 student at the Rockhampton Grammar School. I started in grade 10 and I've been here for a little over a year.
Ethan is a fine example of a definitive boarder. He comes from a provincial town, Billawheeler, and there are educational opportunities there, but it's his family's choice to have Ethan here at the Rockhampton Grammar School.
My family owns 2 properties, just outside Billawheeler and another one halfway between Monto and Billawheeler. I switched to Rockhampton Grammar because I wanted to be a doctor.
We have a large number of students who come to the Rockhampton Grammar School in Year 10. They do it so that they're really well prepared for their senior studies.
For students who have been educated in the middle school in their hometowns and might be considering a switch to the Rockhampton Grammar School in Year 10, there's a lot on offer.
I chose Rockhampton Grammar because it would provide me with the best opportunity for learning.
We want to make sure that they have great study habits, because by preparing for that in Year 10, they're really well prepared to enter into an exciting learning pathway in Years 11 and 12. They'll need to be able to analyse, use their knowledge meaningfully to be able to express themselves accurately in their work to be really successful.
From the Rocky Fitzroy catering crew, and will avail yourselves of the magnificent air-conditioned surroundings of the bar at the top of the Rockhampton Grammar School Rowing Club. You get a fantastic view up here should you get the urge to come out and watch the rowing. So, ladies and gentlemen, at 20 past 12, at 12:20, we'll get into the first of our finals. This will be race 197. It's going to be the Championship Schoolboys Year 11 double scull to be contested over 2,000 metres. The crews will be in lane 1, Townsville Grammar 2, the team of Owen Beanie and Thomas White. They are coached by Corby Green. In lane 2 will be Townsville Grammar 1, the crew of Lucas Brown and Daniel Kim, coached by Corby Green. In lane 3, Gregory Terrace, Sam Allen and Bailey Clark. In lane 4, Ignatius 1, Sonny Crawford and Noah Lau. Their coaches are Harrison Parks and Lachlan College. In lane 5, the Cathedral Schools 1, which is Ashton Pratchett and Micah Talbot. They are coached by Luke Thomas and Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 6, Cathedral 2, which will be Joshua Nalder and Toshiro Larson. Their coaches are Luke Thomas and Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 7 will be Brisbane Boys College 1, the pairing of Flynn Bruce and Regan Pratt. And in lane 8, Brisbane State High School's Annan Waller and Charlie Simpson. Their coach is, of course, Cameron Stevenson. So there we are. We're now at 12:20. So expecting the start of this, the first of the finals here this afternoon, race 197, the Championship Schoolboys Year 11 Double Scull.
Just looking for 2 more volunteers to help hold boats for medal presentation area. If you've got nothing to do for the last hour or two of the regatta, Lynn McCarthy would love some assistance down at the medal presentation area. Get to mix with the medalists by holding their boats while they come up to have the medals presented to them. So if we could have 2 people to help out with that, that'd be greatly appreciated. So please present yourself down to Lynn McCarthy, who's got a blue Rowing Australia shirt on down in the medal presentation area.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do need boat holders for this presentation. The regatta weekend has run magnificently to time. It would be a shame if we fall at the last hurdle by not having people to hang on to boats. So this is an activity you will not need to be inducted. You will not need to fill out an application form. You will not need training nor special footwear. So we would encourage you please to come forward if you can hold some boats for us during the presentations, which will be soon enough because you can now see race 197, the Championship Schoolboys Year 11 double scull is approaching the 1,000 metre mark, so halfway down. Again, we'll just run through Townsville Grammar 2. They are in lane 1. That's the team of Owen Beanie and Thomas White. Townsville Grammar also in lane 2, and that's Lucas Brown and Daniel Kim. In lane 3, Gregory Terrace, Sam Allen and Bailey Clark. In lane 4, Ignatius's Sonny Crawford and Noah Lau. In lane 5, Cathedral 1, Ashton Pratchett and Micah Talbot. In lane 6, Cathedral 2, Joshua Nalda and Toshiro Larson. In lane 7, Brisbane Boys College, Flynn Bruce and Regan Pratt. And in lane 8, Brisbane State High Schools, Annan Waller and Charlie Simpson.
And it's the two Tasmanian Townsville schools, Cathedral 1 and Ignatius Park, that are fighting it out currently. And this is not, it hasn't been through heats and semi-finals. This is a straight final, I believe. Cathedral, Ashton Pratchett and Micah Talbot. No, they did have heats and semis, I apologise. Sonny Crawford and Noah Lau right beside them as some of our pieces of paper go flying. And we put the paperweight back on top of them.
Yeah, 16 entries in this event.
Yep. So the two Townsville crews in the centre of the course fighting out the gold and silver medals at the moment. Across then, I reckon, to Brisbane State High School. What do you think, Simon?
Yeah, I would think so. And Gregory Terrace, are they that far
in lane
off?
3,
in lane
yeah.
3?
Yeah.
So certainly. But 4 and 5, the team from Ignatius and Cathedral School, are going to be duking it out down the last 500 metres for the gold. So looking at it now, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the field's kind of sorted itself out as we come down to the last 250 metres. So it looks as if
on the charge, lane 4, Ignatius
Park. Sonny Crawford and Noah Lau certainly making this race their own at the moment.
Changed gears in the last 500 metres, haven't they?
They have indeed.
Flown away from the rest of the field. Gregory Terrace, as you suggested earlier, have really worked their way into it and looking certainly in line for a medal, if not a silver medal. But neither of the chasers are any match for this Ignatius Park crew of Sonny Crawford and Noah Lau. Harrison Parks and Lachlan College going to coach that winning crew.
And a reasonable rate all the way down the last 250 metres.
Yeah, absolutely.
So going to be lane, got to be cautious on this. Yeah, lane 5 by a boat length from Gregory Terrace.
I think Cathedral was second and Gregory Terrace third from what I could see. So lane 4, Ignatius Park first, lane 5, Cathedral number 1 crew second, and lane 3, St Joseph's College, Gregory Terrace, a third. Have we got our boat holders, Lynn?
Yes, that's a yes. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for that. That will enable us to keep this afternoon flowing. So on course at the moment, starting from the 2,000 metre start again, will be race 198, the Championship Schoolgirls Year 11 pair. In lane 1 will be St Luke's Anglican School, Asia Heaps and Sienna Clark. In lane 2, Stuart Holmes, Georgie Hedberg and Lucia Allen. In lane 3, St Margaret's, Josephine Spooner and Lucinda Hudson. Rockhampton Grammar's team has been scratched from lane 4. And station 5 will be All Hallows Phoebe Gallagher and Ruby Dollar, coached by Gus Rodero. In station 6, Brisbane State High School's Una Murphy, Sophie Malcolm. They are coached by Jessie Rigsby Jones. In station 7, St Margaret Mary's College, Katie Preen, Maya Williams. They are coached by Harrison Parks and Saskia Matheson. And in station 8 will be the Cathedral Schools, Scarlett Woodbury and Abigail Cox, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg. Lane 2 has been a late scratching as well, so take Stuart home out of that one. So the crew's now approaching the 1,000 metre mark. I think we will be going to presentation very shortly. So just looking down upriver at the moment, it looks like lane 8 and lane 6 seem to be setting the pace here. And then lane 5 and lane 1 also travelling reasonably well. We'll go now to the presentation, however.
So ladies and gentlemen, our first presentation for the afternoon is for the Champion Schoolboys Year 11 Double Scull. And the medals to be presented by Mr. Simon Daly, board member of Rowing Queensland. We're just waiting for the athletes to come charging up. Come on, boys, don't be shy.
Just go run through.
Just looking at it, ladies and gentlemen, coming down the lanes toward us in lane 8, the Cathedral College pairing of Scarlett Woodbury and Abigail Cox, travelling quite well, as are in lane 6, Brisbane State High School's Una Murphy and Sophie Malcolm.
Unfortunately, the Gregory Terrace crew that was third are unable to be present at the medal presentation as they have another race immediately. So to recognise third place and bronze medal Gregory Terrace, Sam Allen and Bailey Clark. In second place, winners of the silver medal, the Cathedral School, represented by Ashton Pratchett and Micah Talbot. And schoolboys Year 11 double scull champions and gold medalists, Ignatius Park, represented by Sonny Crawford and Noah Lau. And they are coached by Harrison Parks and Lachlan College. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
Back to 198, getting down the pointy end now, ladies and gentlemen, with 250 metres left to row. Leading at the moment is the team in lane 6 from Brisbane State High School, Una Murphy and Sophie Malcolm. They're followed closely, probably in lane 8 at this stage, the Cathedral School, Scarlett Woodbury and Abigail Cox. Then back to lane 5, All Hallows, Phoebe Gallagher and Ruby Dollar. Although in lane 1, the St Luke's Anglican Schools, Asia Heaps and Sienna Clark are still not out of the picture. Here we are, though, starting to come down. It looks like that is going to be the way they're going to finish. It will be Brisbane State High School in lane 6, the Cathedral School in lane 8, and then lane 4's All Hallows, Phoebe Gallagher and Ruby Dollar, looking pretty comfortable at the moment.
And they wouldn't row pairs all that often, I wouldn't think, Simon. Most of the school rowing's done in sculling boats and 8s. But doing a good job, steering pretty well. And across the line they go first, and a big high five from Murphy and Malcolm. Then across to Cathedral in second place. Third will be All Hallows, Gallagher and Dollar.
Yes, I think rowing a pair is a bit like playing bridge with your wife. It's not what you do right that gets remembered and mentioned. It will be more likely to be what goes wrong. Our next race on course is race 199. This is the Schoolgirls Year 10 Quad Scull. This is conducted over 1,500 metres, so you can see them out ready for the start now. That's due to kick off in 1 minute. The teams that will be competing there in lane, just check for scratchings. So a clear field in that one. In lane 1, starting from station 1, will be Brisbane State High School's Zoe Waldron, Abby O'Dwyer, Sophia Turin, Jenny Tran, coxed by Finn Genevieve Clare, and their coach is Ben Birchall. In lane 2, St Pat's Townsville, Olive Dury, Lily Bragg, Emily Black, Sarah Burke, coxed by Ella DeMello. Their coach is Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. In lane 3, St Peter's Lutheran College number 1, Brianna Duval, Laura Kenny, Robin Matthews, Bridget Dennis, coxed by Olivia Axelson. In lane 4, St Hilda's 1, that is in the bow seat, Lucy Corish, Grace Champions, Kyra Bender, Annabelle Montgomery and Mika Free. Their coach is Ian Hawley. In lane 5 will be Somerville's Amy Bidstrup, Madeline Milne, Lillian Slatter, Madeline Warhope, coxed by Catherine Cairns. In lane 6, Brisbane Girls Grammar School's Harper Hammer, Georgia Peterson, Ella Valerie, Chloe Chambers and Isabel Bamba. In lane 7, St Margaret's 2, Charlotte Pete, Manon Brown, Inga Mellor, Tiggy Wake, and they are coxed by Lucia Owen. And in lane 8, St Margaret's 1s, Kaya Miles, Alice O'Toole's, Jemima Rice, Gabby Cypher and Gillian Cook in the Cox's seat. So at the 1,000 metre mark, those crews are pretty much in a straight line across the river.
So maybe lanes 1 and 7 just a little off the pace, but the other 6 crews are right in the mix here.
This has only got 570 metres to go. We'll wait until this is over if we can, please. Until she gets them ready and then she says, let's.
Very difficult to choose a leader, I think, Ian. I'm suspecting lane 4 maybe starting to lead out, the St Hilda's crew.
I was just having a look. They're rating a fairly consistent 31 at the moment. And so putting it in, but still comfortable, perhaps saving themselves for the finish. They will have mapped out their race plan from the 1,500 metres and hoping to keep the excitement at bay and be able to implement that plan.
Somerville House won this race at the Schoolgirls Head of the River a couple of weeks ago.
So
and
I think
don't write them off as yet. They're currently in second place and not that far behind the crew from St Hilda's, but St Hilda's seem to have the best part of 3/4 of a length.
They're certainly starting to row comfortably there. Then what, 5 and 3 maybe? Yeah, I think so. Lane 4, St Hilda's is certainly starting to...
St Hilda's Lucy Corish, Grace Champion, Kyra Bender, Annabelle Montgomery, Mika Free, coached by Ian Hawley, holding the lead. Somerville House clearly second, Amy Bidstrup, Madeline Milne, Lillian Slatter, Madeline Warhope, Catherine Cairns, the coxswain. And a great race for third, maybe St Peter's Lutheran College, Brianna
Yes.
Duval, Laura Kenny, Robin Matthews, Bridget Dennis, Olivia Axelson.
Or it could be Brisbane Girls Grammar School.
Yeah, it could be. And station 6, Harper Hammer, Georgia Peterson, Ella Valerie, Chloe Chambers, Isabel Bamber.
No, you're right. Starting to put some length on them now. I think you're 100% right, Ray. That'll be 4, 5 and 3 for the placings.
Plenty of encouragement for these crews as St Hilda's hold that lead they established in the middle 1,000 metres of this 1,500 metre event. Level pegging for the first 250, but St Hilda's put in a concerted effort through the middle of the race and to go on and win the champion Year 10 Quad Scull over Somerville House in second position. St Peter's Lutheran College will finish third. They're the medalists. Fourth is tight. I think it'll be Girls Grammar just fourth, or St Pat's of Townsville. Very, very close, that one. Terrific race for 5th through to 8th, or 4th through to 8th. But no doubt about our medalists. Bob. Champion Schoolgirl Year 11 pair. Medal presentation to be made by Rowing Queensland board member Chloe Schauble. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, All Hallows, represented by Phoebe Gallagher and Ruby Dollar. In second place, and winners of the silver medal, the Cathedral School, represented by Scarlett Woodbury and Abigail Cox. Schoolgirls Year 11 pair champions and gold medalists, Brisbane State High School, Una Murphy and Sophie Malcolm. And they are coached by Jessie Rigsby Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists.
Razor to Lynn, do we have Amber Brennan from MD Plant Hire? Just looking for her down here. I think we saw him earlier with Maury, but I can't see him again.
And call for Amber and or Maury Brennan. If you could come down for the medal presentation, please. Amber and or Maury Brennan. Down to Lynn for the medal presentations, if you could, please.
She's on her way, Lynn. Amber Brennan is on her way. She's got to change her shirt. She's got to change her shirt and get the corporate look on.
Just while we're waiting for that presentation, ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to race 200, 200, the schoolboys Year 9 double scull. It will be commencing at the 1,000 metre mark. In lane 1 will be the crew from Emmaus, Kobe Liddell and Thomas Toman. They are coached by Bonnie Byrne and Kim Byrne. In lane 2, Rockhampton Grammar School's Jared Godwin and Jaden Sylvester. They are coached by John Smythe and Sean Bell. In lane 3, the Cathedral Schools, Charlie Patrick, Jack Weekers, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg and Sean Keogh. In lane 4, the Cathedral Schools 1 team of Henry Chin, Max Strickland. Their coaches are Kimberly Brown and Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 5 will be the Cathedral Schools 2 side, Darcy Hock and Nathan Whitehead, again coached by Kimberly Brown and Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 6, Kenmore State High School's Matthew Burgess and Angus Proctor, coached by Michael Swainston. In lane 7 will be Kenmore State High's Lachlan Brooks and Liam Robinson, again coached by Michael Swainston. And in lane 8, the Cathedral Schools Aidan Bryce, Cooper Walmsley, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg and Sean Keogh. So that is the race about to get underway now. It's due to start in 1 minute.
Hilda's, Somerville, St Peter's, that's what we got. Yep. That's what her husband's confirmed with her. Have you got the athletes, Lynn? Are we just waiting for Amber? Okay, well, Amber was just changing her shirt so that she could get the corporate number on. Yeah, I'd say so. It hasn't, just as I was about to say, it hasn't started yet. I think it started. Year 9 double, probably take about 4 minutes, yeah. Yeah, Amber's about 75 metres away. She's on her way down, but the race is underway, I think. Okay, I'll hold it.
So race 200, the schoolboys Year 9 double scull underway. Early days yet, but once again, the middle of the field seems to have perhaps got away cleaner, and there may be, I know everybody's going pretty right there, but certainly lane 5, the rower from Cathedral, Darcy Hock and Nathan Whitehead, seem to be travelling pretty well. Lane 4, we've just lost in the umpire's boat, can't really see there, but Henry Chin and Max Strickland also look like they're travelling well. So the two in the middle of the course certainly justifying their stations for the start. That having been said, Ray, you'd still say it's a pretty open race at the moment. So we're thinking at the moment lane 4 by about a canvas perhaps, and then 5, 6, perhaps 7. But certainly the action in this side of the lanes.
Currently, I agree, that's for sure. But lane 1 going okay in the early stages. That's the Emmaus crew, coached by Bonnie Byrne and Kim Byrne. They're certainly in front of lane 2, and lane 3 are there about level pegging with them. As you go to the start, please, those going to the start, keep away from the buoy line. That crew in lane 1 looks to be getting close to that buoy line. But that's also allowed lane 4 to get a little further in front, don't you think,
yes,
Simon?
Starting to open up now. So our team from Cathedral, their number 1 team in this event, Henry Chin and Max Strickland, starting to get a bit of daylight between them and second. Second started to sort itself out too in lane 5, which is another team from the Cathedral, their Cathedral 2 side. Darcy Hock and Nathan Whitehead.
And then Kenmore State High, I believe, in lane 6. Would you agree?
Kenmore State High looking good there. So the handicappers done their work at the Cathedral stable by the look of that. So 1, 2 and 3.
Kimberly Brown and Stefan Muhlenberg looking to get the Quinella here. They got the trifecta in the single for this same age group. Looking to get the Quinella here. I don't know what it was paying on Sportsbet, but sure they've had plenty on it. Then back to Kenmore State High, Matthew Burgess and Angus Proctor, coached by Michael Swainston in 3rd place. That looks pretty cut and dried to me, those
certainly
three
sorted themselves out.
As Cathedral number 1 goes across first. Cathedral number 2 will be second. Kenmore just losing their steering a little there as the other Kenmore crew comes at them. But Kenmore number 1 will be third. Kenmore number 2, maybe fourth between them and Cathedral. I'm not sure who. The medal presentation for the Champion Schoolgirls Year 10 Quad Scull. Medals presented by Amber Brennan of MB Plant Hire, accompanied by Chloe Shawble, Rowing Queensland board member. In 3rd place, winners of the bronze medal, St Peter's Lutheran College, represented by Brianna Duval, Laura Kenny, Robin Matthews, Bridget Dennis and Olivia Axelson. In 2nd place, winners of the silver medal, Somerville House, represented by Amy Bidstrup, Madeline Milne, Lillian Slatter, Madeline Warhope and Catherine Cairns. Schoolgirls Year 10 Quad Scull champions and gold medalist, St Hilda's. Represented by Lucy Corish, Grace Champion, Kyra Bender, Annabelle Montgomery, and Mika Free. And the crew is coached by Ian Hawley. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
So our next race is race 201, going to be the Schoolgirls Year 8 Single Scull Championships conducted over 1,000 metres. In lane 1 will be the Somerville 1 rower Sally Brommel. In lane 2, Bundaberg North State High School Sarah Wake. Her coach is Thomas Laven. In lane 3, the Cathedral's Rosa Zikor. Her coach is Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 4, Trinity Lutheran's Molly Lomax. In lane 5, Brisbane State High School's Ella Campbell, coached by Cameron Stevenson. In lane 6, Rockhampton Grammar School's Georgia Appleton, coached by Raquel Mangan and Olivia Maynard. In lane 7, Brisbane State High School's Olivia Grant, coached by Cameron Stevenson. And in lane 8, Sally Broad from Townsville Grammar School, coached by Corby Green. We'll go straight to a medal presentation now.
Medal presentation for the champion Schoolboys Year 9 Double Scull, which is sponsored by MB Plant Hire, and Amber Brennan from MB Plant Hire will present the medals. And we thank MB Plant Hire for their support of this event. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, Kenmore State High School, represented by Matthew Burgess and Angus Proctor. In second place, winners of the silver medal, the Cathedral School, represented by Darcy Hock and Nathan Whitehead. Schoolboys Year 9 Double Scull champions and gold medalists, the Cathedral School from Townsville, represented by Henry Chin and Max Strickland. The crew coached by Kimberly Brown and Stefan Muhlenberg. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
Back down the course now, ladies and gentlemen. We have underway the Higgins Coating Schoolgirls Year 8 Single Scull Final. And at the moment, I hope your glasses are working better than my eyes, because it does not look like there's a pocket handkerchief in it at the moment. Bit too early for us to call this one. They're certainly all travelling reasonably well, but from 1 to 8, they're just seem to be in a line doing it in formation. Perhaps lane 5 and 4 and... Oh, no, who am I kidding? It's just...
Well, lines 4 and 5 are the semi-final winners, Molly Lomax and Ella Campbell.
Lane 3 and 2 are also
right there with them.
Thereabouts.
I reckon lane 5 might be just starting to poke out. What do you think?
I agree with you there, Ray. It looks like it's keep away from those boys. Keep the strokes nice and clean. Ella Campbell from Brisbane State High School in lane 5 does look to be opening up a bit of a lead.
Over Rosa Niesgore of Cathedral. She seems to have moved into second place in front of lane 4. And lane 2, Bundaberg State High, Sarah Wake is right there as well.
Line 6, yes, I think it's on that side of the course, Ray. So it looks like 5 from 3 or 5 from 3
5,
and 2.
3, 2, 8, 6 or something like that.
8, 6, yes. I think 3 and 2 certainly in contention. The rowers Sarah Wake from Bundaberg North State High School and Rosa Nazika. And so, yeah, oh, gee.
Starting to move away, I'd
Yeah.
suggest, is our leader here, the Brisbane State High School sculler, Ella Campbell, coached by Cameron Stevenson. And then a great race for second and third. I reckon lanes 2 and 3 have started to move out from the rest of the field.
Yes.
And then lanes 4, 5, 4, 6, 7 and 8 are dead set in a straight
Yeah.
line.
Yes, absolutely. Actually, it's
So plenty of encouragement for these Year 8 single scullers. A massive entry in event number 31. And if you come through the rounds and win this, you've done very well. And Ella Campbell of Brisbane State High School.
winning out of 86 entries.
86 entries for this event, and she is going to be the Queensland Schools Year 8 champion, Ella Campbell of Brisbane State High School. Bundaberg will finish in second. Bundaberg North State High School will finish second, and the Cathedral School will finish third. So we can have our place getters there, State High, Bundaberg North State High, and the Cathedral School in for the medal presentations. Our next final is from the 2,000 metre mark and is not due to commence for another 6 minutes. So just talk about amongst yourselves.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, finally the Weather Bureau might have cracked us one here today. It is starting to warm up, and we would suggest that the sovereign cure for that will be a visit to the bar at the top of the Rockhampton Grammar School Rowing Club. They have a fine selection of beverages for you up here, and it doesn't matter what your poison is, we can assure you it will be cold and plentiful. Also, the canteen is still going if it's got to that stage. If your nerves are past, waiting for your particular rowers to win, and you can now have something to eat. The canteen is still operating. And please go down there when you feel like something to chew. Three minutes to go before the scheduled start of race 202, this championship schoolboys single scull to be conducted over 2,000 metres. Before I run through those rowers for you, we'll just move to the presentation of the event 201.
Schoolgirls Year 8 Single Scull Championship of Queensland, sponsored by Higgins Coatings, our principal sponsor of this regatta, and Simon Ruddock, branch manager of Higgins Coatings, will present the medals. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, the Cathedral School, represented by Rosa Nieskor. In second place, winner of the silver medal, Bundaberg North State High School, represented by Sarah Wake. And Schoolgirls Year 8 Single Scull Champions and Gold Medalists, Brisbane State High School, represented by Ella Campbell. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalist, and thank you to Higgins Coatings for the sponsorship of that particular event and the overall regatta. A call for Tricia Godwin of Godwin Commercial. If you're on the grounds, could you go to the presentation area, please? Tricia Godwin of Godwin Commercial, could you go down to the medal presentation area and identify yourself to Lynn McCarthy, please?
Race 202, the champion schoolboys single scull. In lane 1, Rockhampton Grammar's Riley Godwin. Riley is coached by John Smythe. In lane 2, Ignatius Zachary Skip, coached by Harrison Parks. In lane 3, St Luke's Anglican School, Dane Mortimer. In lane 4 will be Ignatius 1, Riley Williams, coached by Harrison Parks. In lane 5 will be Townsville Grammar School's Lachlan Donald Wales. He is coached by Corby Green. In lane 6, St Luke's Anglican School, Samuel Clotes, coached by John Presler. In lane 7, Townsville Grammar School's Jared Haynes, coached by Corby Green. And in lane 8, Ignatius 3, Lachlan Larson, coached again by Harrison Parks. So that race should have just got underway. So full course for this 200-metre journey. So 2:02 underway. A very close race at this stage. You can see they're probably around the 1,500 metre mark in the 2,000 metre journey. Coming across the field from the right again, it'll be Rockhampton Grammar, then Ignatius 2, St Luke's, Ignatius 1, Townsville Grammar, St Luke's, Townsville Grammar and Ignatius.
Rockhampton, Townsville, Bundaberg, Townsville, Bundaberg, Townsville. No, Brisbane. No. Good.
So no Brisbane competitors in this final. An entirely regional event at the moment.
So Bundaberg, Townsville and Rockhampton all represented here. Townsville Grammar with 2, Ignatius Park with 3, St Luke's Anglican School with 2 and Rockhampton Grammar with 1. So a full Central and North Queensland field for the final of the Schoolboys Single Scull Championship of Queensland. It's reinforcing all the great things that are going on in the regions.
Yes, it is. They're just about just come past the 1,000 metre mark, so halfway in this journey. Still fairly hard to pick anybody who's putting their absolute stamp on the race. Certainly 5 and 4 seem to be there. The teams from Townsville Grammar, Lachlan Donald Wales from Townsville Grammar and Riley Williams from Ignatius. 7 lane 7-2, Townsville Grammar's Jared Haynes putting a claim on it at the moment, but they do, don't they? Lane 6 we'd say is a bit back, lane 2 back a bit, lane 1 possibly off the pace a little bit, lane 3 the rower from St Luke's is not far behind them, but it does look like there's a bit of a gap opening up between those rowers and 4, 5 and 7. So we'd say now that Riley Williams from Ignatius Park is certainly starting to open up the lead. And then it'll be 5, 7 and 8. So we're looking at Jared Haynes, Lachlan Larson, Lachlan Donald Wales. There or thereabout at this moment, but our rower from Ignatius in lane 4 certainly starting to see daylight between him and the boats following.
Dane Mortimer from St Luke's in lane 3 and Rockhampton Grammar's Riley Godwin still in touch, but a bit of work to do to catch up to our leader in lane 4, Riley Williams of Ignatius Park. Harrison Park's having a pretty good afternoon so far, with medals coming thick and fast, so well done to him. But pushing through, I reckon, in Jared Hayes of Townsville Grammar in lane 7, would you suggest,
Yes,
Simon?
I'd say lane 7 certainly looks like they're in the dash for the final. So about 350 metres out at the moment. And you can see now that gap that Riley Williams has over the rest of the field really starting to become apparent. Geez, from this angle, lane 7's...
certainly in second place.
Second place without much, but looking at third at the moment. Oh, it's hard to say, isn't it? Particularly when you have that parallax error on lane 1.
Yes, exactly. But no doubt about our leader. It is the sculler in lane 4, Ignatius Park, Riley Williams, coached by Harrison Parks. Over lane 7, Townsville Grammar School, Jared Hayes, and Ignatius number 3, Lachlan Larson in station 8. Then back to station 5, the Townsville Grammar Scholar, Lachlan Donald Wales. But making every post a winner, Riley Williams of Ignatius Park in lane 4. Look at the support down on the bank. Sculling beautifully into the tricky side wind conditions there as well. Very, very polished sculling performance.
So There is
So
a
Ignatius Park, Riley Williams, all the way win for him. Second place will be Lane 7, Townsville Grammar School. And third will be Ignatius Park in Lane 8, Lachlan Larson. That's the way I see it.
yes, and fourth coming in probably Lane 5, which will be the Townsville Grammar Rower. And then Rockhampton Grammar, Riley Godwin in Lane 1, coming across in 5th.
Lynn, have we got Tricia Godwin yet? You have, thank you. That's why she chose that. 4, 7 and 8. Obviously. 4, 7 and 8. Yeah, that's what we've got. That judge is doing a good job. He gets it the same as us nearly every time. Most of the time, doesn't he?
Time to run through this one now. Scratching in it too. Next on course will be race 203, the Championship Schoolgirls pair, conducted over 2,000 metres, scheduled for start in 2 minutes at 1:20. In lane 1 will be the Brisbane Girls Grammar School pairing of Hannah Pinson and Michelle Cluley. The Stewart Home team in lane 2 is a scratching. We'll then move to lane 3, which is Brisbane Girls Grammar School 1, Ellen Hill and Nancy Duncan Banks. In lane 4, Brisbane Grammar School 2 will be Charlotte Wagland and Sophie Lucas. In lane 5 will be St Margaret's Gabrielle Agnew and Ellen Tracy. In lane 6, Genesis Christians, Ella Smith and Jav Probitz. In lane 7, St Peter's Lutheran College, Giselle Graham and Ella Harp. And in lane 8, Townsville Grammar's Jasmine Rose and Erin Keogh, coached by Taylor Donald Wales.
And to emphasise the standard here, Simon, lane 3, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Ellen Hill and Nancy Duncan Banks, national champions in the under-19 pair. And lane 6, Genesis Christian College, Ella Smith and Jave Probitz, national champions in the under-19 double scull.
Says it all, doesn't it? It just shows that the people who are doing well nationally are still doing well at the Queensland State Schools Queensland Schools Championship.
Yes, we can. Medal presentation for race 202, the Schoolboy Single Scull Championship of Queensland, about to take place. The race sponsored by Godwin Commercial and the owner of Godwin Commercial, Tricia Godwin, to present the medals. And members of the crowd delighted with the fact that Tricia is presenting the medals by the sounds of it. In third place, winner of this bronze medal, Ignatius Park, represented by Lachlan Larson. In second place, winners of the silver medal, Townsville Grammar School, represented by Jared Hayes. Schoolboys Single Scull champion and gold medalist, Ignatius Park, represented by Riley Williams. And Riley is coached by Harrison Parks. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalist and our thanks to Tricia Godwin of Godwin Commercial for the support of that event.
So our rowers on the way now in the race at 2:03, which is the championship schoolgirls pair. Lane 1, Brisbane Girls Grammar School. Lane 3, Brisbane Girls Grammar School. Lane 4, Brisbane Girls Grammar School. In Lane 5, St Margaret's. Lane 6, Genesis Christian. Lane 7, St Peter's Lutheran College. And in Lane 8, Townsville Grammar. So just starting around the 1,500 metre mark now. Oh, their rowers are at the 1,500 metre mark. It looks as if at this early stage that Lane 6, Genesis Christians, Ella Smith and Jave Probitz maybe just have their nose in front. But it is just a little difficult at this stage. But certainly Lane 6, Smith and Probitz, travelling pretty easily at the moment. In fact, it nearly looks like that's a lead opening up. Is it, Ray? You might be able to see it with the glasses.
Might have their bow just in front of the Ellen Hill, Nancy Duncan Banks crew. As I said, Duncan Banks and Hill, national champions in the under-19 pair. The Genesis crew, national champions in the under-19 double scull. So far more sweep experience for Ellen Hill and Nancy Duncan Banks, and they're coached by Blaine Hesseltine, who had a fantastic national championship with his University of Queensland juniors, winning the pair 4 and 8. And then I think he may have won himself. Blaine may have won himself the club double scull, I think. But he had a very good regatta with his coaching. And Ellen Hill and Nancy Duncan Banks and Ella Smith and Jave Probitz moving out from the rest of the field in the schoolgirls pair championship.
Giselle Graham and Ella Harp from St Peter's Lutheran in lane 7. Looking, they are starting to sneak in front as well. Just so down around the 1,000 metre buoy. Travelling pretty easily across the field, but certainly the racing is between lane 6 and lane 3. Yes, it may well be that lane 7 is certainly in the medals at the moment. We're just not exactly sure what order there's going to finish, although Genesis Christian's pairing of Ella Smith and Jav Probitz certainly look like they're in front and keen to remain there.
So they're leading from girls Grammar, Hill and Duncan Banks, and the St Peter's crew, Giselle Graham and Ella Harp, who've had terrific regatta really, rowing, sweep and sculling, and they're doing very, very well in lane 7. So the medals are in 6, 3 and 7, I'd suggest, Simon.
Yes, we'd need something to go radically wrong now for that lead to be pegged back. So it's just a matter of the finishing order.
So Ellen Hill and Nancy Duncan Banks are hanging on there, and the second half of the race will be strong. Far more experienced sweep rowers than the Genesis Christian College crew. And then back to St Peter's Lutheran College. Great to see St Peter's will be on the podium once again here.
Geez, it's getting hard to pick, isn't it?
Absolutely.
The Brisbane Girls Grammar School pair of Ellen Hill and Nancy Duncan Banks. Just looking how different the ratings are. I think that's... So you can watch them starting to come up to the red buoys, the 250 metres out. So we'd still maintain that Genesis Christian, the pairing of Ella Smith and Jav Probitz, are probably there if they can stay straight and stay smooth. But it is, yeah, so you can see...
flirting with the buoy on the stroke side there, aren't they?
Yes, indeed. The Brisbane girls just a bit later to those red buoys, indicating the 250 metre mark, but... that's not an exact science either.
It's what we're doing is far from an exact science, but it's certainly the Genesis Christian College crew in the lead, Jave Probitz and Ella Smith, and they're leading the Brisbane Girls Grammar School crew, Ellen Hill and Nancy Duncan Banks, and then back in third place is the St Peter's Lutheran College crew of Giselle Graham and Ella Harp.
So certainly that wind starting to affect out in course. You can see starting to be a bit of lane sharing going on. So the placings, the official placings will be Genesis Christian, Ella Smith and Jave Probitz in first place. Second, Brisbane Girls Grammar School's Ellen Hill and Nancy Duncan Banks in second. And in third, St Peter's Lutheran College, Giselle Graham and Ella Harp.
Call for Grant Murphy of NAB if you're on the grounds. Grant Murphy of NAB if you're on the grounds. That race was sponsored by National Australia Bank, the Champion Schoolgirls pair. NAB Regional Agribusiness. Our commitment to regional Australia extends well beyond banking. That's why we are proud to support the Queensland Schools Rowing Championship.
Well, I wasn't looking. Have you called that one?
No.
Well, we might get it in. I'm pretty sure. I know at least the winners have to go back for the double. Yeah. So hopefully we can get it done quickly. fact that I'm biased and they're members of Pine Rivers has got nothing to do with wanting to get it done.
Ladies and gentlemen, the race 204 Championship Schoolboys Year 11 4, Coxed over 2,000 metres, is due to start at 1:30, which is almost now. We'll run through the lanes for you. So lane 1, Gregory Terrace, represented by Murphy, Allen, Lewis, Spork, and the Cox is Kogan. Lane 2, St. Peter's Lutheran College, represented by McMurtry, Thomas, McPhee, Gardner, and Elliot Jackson is the Cox. Lane 4, Brisbane Boys, number 2, Vladiksic, Bruce, Pratt, Patterson, and Ethan Stokes is the Cox. In lane 4, Brisbane Boys, we've got Tune, Deering, Robertson, Harris, and Lachlan McLean is the Cox. In lane 5, the Rockhampton Grammar School, represented by Sparks, Taylor, Stanky, Napa, and Regan Leighton is the Cox. In lane 6 from Brisbane State High School, represented by Waller, Simpson, Byron, Martin and Barlow. Nicholas Barlow is the Cox there in that crew. Lane 7, Townsville Grammar, represented by Brown, White, Beanie, Kim and Eaton is the Cox there. And lane 8, Cathedral, we've got represented by Pradhan, Larson, Pratchett, Talbot, and Nicholas Grobler is the Cox in that crew.
And our medal presentation for the champion schoolgirls pair. Medals to be presented by Rowing Queensland Chief Executive Ian Holzberger. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, St. Peter's Lutheran College, represented by Giselle Graham and Ella Harp. In second place, winners of the silver medal, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, represented by Ellen Hill and Nancy Duncan Banks. Schoolgirl pairs champion and gold medalist, Genesis Christian College, represented by Ella Smith and Jave Probitz. And the crew coached by Ray Smith and Glenn Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
All right, the Championship Schoolboys Year 11 4 Cox event looks very much like a straight line across the course at this stage. Hazard a guess that lane 4 maybe slightly in front of lane 7, but lane 1 looks to be very handy there as well. So they're just coming towards the 500 metre mark.
Just a call for Grant and or Rebecca Cassidy from the Edge Apartments if you're available. If you could be down for the medal presentation, please. Grant and or Rebecca Cassidy from the Edge and Empire Apartments, if you could come for medal presentations, please.
So it looks like it's the Gregory Terrace crew in lane 1. I think they've got a slight lead over the crew there in lane 4, which is the Brisbane Boys number 1 crew. And then fighting out We've also got 7 and 8 out wide there, so Townsville Grammar and the Cathedral. So we've got Townsville on the left-hand side of the course, Brisbane on the inside, Rockhampton Grammar splitting them in lane 5 there. But Gregory Terrace looked like the team to beat at this stage, but certainly a race between the top 4 there.
And I think it's the extremities, isn't it? It's 1,
Sure
it's
is.
8, it's 4, it's 7. So 1 and 8 are difficult to line up. Lane 7 right on the hammer of lane 8 there. And then in the middle, lane 4, not done with yet, the Brisbane Boys College crew.
No, certainly not. It's hard to scan across the whole field there, but they are challenging us here this afternoon for the last day of this excellent regatta. Best guess is Gregory Terrace on the inside. And I would say Cathedral fighting very hard here, slightly in front of Townsville Grammar there. But it could be the crew in the middle there, the Brisbane Boys, that have got silver at this stage. But
looks like Gregory Terrace to me,
Gregory
Todd.
Terrace, I think they were going to win this. It's going to be extremely close for second place between Cathedral and Brisbane Boys, but it is Gregory Terrace.
Oh, only just, I'd suggest. Yep.
And Cathedral on the inside for a silver medal, and Brisbane Boys
be third in lane
with
4.
bronze. And it looked like Townsville in 4th, and Brisbane Boys number 2 in 5th. St. Peter's 6th, and Brisbane State High in 7th, and Rockhampton Grammar School rounding out in 8th. Next event is the Championship Schoolgirls Year 11 Quad Scull. This is a coxed event over 2,000 metres, due to start at 1:40. In lane 1, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, represented by Barker, Ochi, Hammer, Chalmers, and Isabella Scarrott is the Cox. In lane 2, Sunshine Coast Grammar, represented by Scott, Lombard, Smith, Neville, and McDonald is the Cox. In lane 3, Cathedral 1, represented by Woodbury, Cox, Egan, Scobie, and Trinity Bennett is the Cox. In lane 4, Somerville House, represented by Brommel, Bishop, Bridgefoot, Salisbury, and Catherine Cairns is the Cox. In lane 5, from All Hallows, represented by Jesop, Hales, Watt, Russell, and Polly Gascoigne is the Cox. In lane 6, St. Margaret's, represented by Howes, Hudson, Spooner, Campbell, and Ella Steinberg is the Cox. In lane 7, from Cathedral College, represented by Doolan, Slack, Crichton, Lawrence, and Richard Markle is the Cox. In lane 8, Cathedral School, represented by Groves, Jesbets, Adby, Simon, and Wendy Crawford is the Cox. Those crews are underway at the moment, and it looks like it's lane 4 and 5 have had the best of the start there amongst the 8 crews. So the Schoolgirls Year 11 Quad Scull. And you can definitely feel the conditions have changed a little bit here on the Fitzroy. It's getting a little bit choppy out there, which will be challenging our crews after some perfect weather over the majority of the last 3 days. But it certainly looks like the crew in lane 4, I believe, is out in front. It's closely followed by 5. 2 on the inside, 3 on the inside. Looks to be staying up with the pace. And that looks like gold, silver and bronze at this early stage with about 500 metres to go.
There's less than 500 to go. Can we hang on, please? Simon Daly again. Okay, thank you. Oh, he'd love that being a Gregory Terrace coach. Right, mate, play you go.
So the lead rowers there are rowing at 32.5. And we've got that down as the Somerville crew in lane 4 there. I don't think we have the... There isn't a crew in lane 1, so might have been a late scratching there, our apologies. But it is the Somerville crew, the ones that are holding court at this stage. Looks like about a boat length over their nearest rival, which is the All Hallows crew on their left in lane 5. And then a bit of a gap back to the Sunshine Coast, the Cathedral School in lane 3. And it looks like our medals are sorted out here, I would suggest, but it's going to have to take a massive effort from All Hallows to push home here. Somerville were very good in their semi-final earlier today.
Well, this crew's cleaned up this regatta. They've been very good.
Very strong performances again from the schoolgirls, year 11 from Somerville, as they power home here for a gold medal. Fantastic effort by the Somerville crew there. Bromwell, Bishop, Bridfoot, Salisbury and Cairns is the Cox. And second place goes to the crew from All Hallows. That's a fantastic row by both of the crews. And bronze medal will be going to the Cathedral School in lane 3 there. So Woodbury, Cox, Egan, Scobie and Trinity Bennett is the Cox. Congratulations to our medalists there. And in fourth place in lane 7, Cathedral College, the locals here in Rockhampton. Doolan, Slack, Crichton, Lawrence and Merkel, coached by Dan Healy there. Congratulations to the Cathedral College there, fourth place. And fifth place across the line there, looks like Sunshine Coast Grammar. And sixth will be Cathedral 2, followed by St Margaret's in lane 6 there for our schoolgirls, year 11 Quad Scull.
Medal presentation for race 204, the schoolboys year 11 Cox 4. Medals to be presented by Rowing Queensland board member Simon Daly. Unfortunately, Brisbane Boys College have not been able to make it to the medal presentation, but in third place, winners the bronze medal, Brisbane Boys College, Lennox Tune, Edward Deering, Robbo Robertson, Finlay Harris and Lachlan McLean. In second place, winners of the silver medal, the Cathedral School. Jaya Praden, Toshiro Larson, Ashton Pratchett, Micah Talbot, Paulus Nicholas Grobler is the coxswain. Here we go. Simon, the BBC boys have turned up, so if we can go back to the bronze medal, please. Bronze medal to Brisbane Boys College, as I said, Lennox Tune, Edward Deering, Robbo Robertson, Finlay Harris and Lachlan McLean. And schoolboys year 11 Cox 4 champions and gold medalists, St Joseph's College Gregory Terrace, represented by Pat Murphy. Sam Allen, Felix Lewis, Max Spork, and Tom Coogan. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
Our next event is the champion schoolboys Year 10 double scull over 1,500 metres. We're just waiting for them to start at this stage. Just a community announcement, if Anya van der Brink, if you are around, if you could make your way to the commentary area. We have your debit card here. So Anya van der Brink, if you can please make your way to the commentating area, we'll be able to reconnect you with your debit card. There's a few thirsty commentators up here as well, so might make your way up as quickly as possible. We'll move into the more important things, which is the championship schoolboys Year 10 double scull over 1,500 metres. In lane 1, Brisbane boys, we've got represented by Potlapoli and McGregor. And lane 2, Trinity Lutheran, represented by Heron and Vanderpoel, coached by Sam Duncan. In lane 3, from St. Luke's Anglican School, represented by Freeman and Wangman, and the coach is Joseph Black. In lane 4, Townsville Grammar, represented by McCalland and Pascoe, coached by Corby Green. In lane 5, Townsville Grammar, represented by Haynes and Maroof, coached by Corby Green. Lane 6, Gregory Terrace, represented by Robinson and Sheehan. In lane 7, St. Luke's, represented by Baldwin and Blair, coached by Joseph Black. And in lane 8, Gregory Terrace, represented by O'Rourke and Koga.
Schoolgirls Year 11 Quad Scull Championship medal presentation. Medals to be presented by Rowing Queensland board member Samara Quinlan. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, the Cathedral School. Scarlett Woodbury, Abigail Cox, Isabel Egan, Sarah Scobie, and Cox by Trinity Bennett. In second place, winners of the silver medal, All Hallows, represented by Kate Jessup, Lucy Hales, Nicole Watt, Edie Russell, and Cox by Polly Gascoigne. Schoolgirls Year 11 Quad Scull champions and gold medalists, Somerville House, represented by Phoebe Bromell, Manea Bishop, Eliza Bridgefoot, Molly Salisbury, and Cox by Catherine Cairns. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
So the championship schoolboys Year 10 double scull are now away, and they're getting close to the 1,000 metre mark there, and it looks like a pretty straight line across the whole field. So just a reminder there, we've got Brisbane boys in lane 1, Trinity Lutheran in lane 2. They might have a slight lead over the field at this stage, but it would only be marginal, that is for sure. So lane 3, St. Luke's, lane 4, Townsville Grammar, lane 5, Townsville Grammar number 2, and lane 6, Gregory Terrace, lane 7, St. Luke's, and lane 8 is Gregory Terrace 2. So just in case there's people that are joining the live stream for the first time this afternoon for the finals while you're working hard on your Monday workday, from the right-hand side of the screen there is lane 1, moving through to lane 8 on the left-hand side of the screen. And most of the camera work that you do see is on the lane 8 side of the course. And we'd like to thank our volunteers for their efforts providing these fantastic pictures here on the mighty Fitzroy River. It's certainly added to this event. And we do hope those people that are home watching this live stream provide that feedback to the powers to be to let them know how this made a difference to your viewing at home. And I know it's certainly made a difference to the viewing down on the riverbank, being able to scan the course and then put your eyes on the live stream on the big screen, and even be able to live stream into the clubhouse up here as well, and the second TV down near the boat loading area. So definitely providing all opportunities for our spectators to enjoy the rowing here today. So I think it's still a race between lanes 2, 4, 6 and 7 would be my best guess.
I'd agree, yeah, I agree. So lane 2, Heron and Vanderpoel of Trinity Lutheran. Lane 4, Townsville Grammar, McClelland and Pascoe. 6, Gregory Terrace, Robinson and Sheehan. And lane 7, St Luke's, Baldwin and Blair. There's certainly the 4 crews looking to be up near the lead. And 7 getting the better of 6 now, I would suggest as well.
Yeah, lanes 5 and 8 certainly not out of it, that is for sure. But
I'm hazarding a guess that the Trinity Lutheran boys, though, Troy Heron and Robert Vanderpoel, coached by Sam Duncan, may have their bow in front. But the crew, I've got my eye on is in lane 7, St Luke's, and then back to the crew in lane 4 as well, Townsville Grammar, McClelland and Pascoe. Vanderpoel was fourth in the under 17 single, I think, this year at the National Championships. It might have been the schoolboy single. We certainly had a good National Championship regatta. And he and Heron here combining in this double scull. Obviously didn't win their semi-final, but doing very well at the moment, Todd.
yeah, this is where we start to get a little bit nervous, because it's going to be a very tight finish for the silver, I believe. I do think you're right with the Trinity Lutheran crew out in front by maybe a boat length now, but second and third is certainly up for grabs. Can Trinity hold on? They have been strong performers throughout this whole regatta.
Plenty of support for the Trinity boys here on the veranda.
And here they come. They look like they've got a very strong lead as we pan over to the screen. Coming close to that finish line.
What a race for second and third and fourth. They have it between lane 7, St Luke's, and then back to lane 4, Townsville Grammar. All the way win for Trinity Lutheran College.
And it's Townsville.
Townsville Grammar has finished in second place.
And St Luke's
St Luke's will be third in lane 7.
Closely followed by Gregory Terrace in fourth. Townsville Grammar number 2 in fifth. Gregory Terrace number 2 in sixth. And then it'll be St Luke's in 7th and Brisbane Boys in 8th. What a fantastic row there by the Trinity Lutheran crew. Heron and Vanderpoel, coached by Sam Duncan.
So reinforcing the standard here, that double that has just won that were fifth at the National Championships in the schoolboy double back in March, and have kept that form going to win the Queensland Championship here. Troy Heron and Robert Vanderpoel of Trinity Lutheran College, coached by Sam Duncan.
All right, race 207, the Championship Schoolgirls Year 9 Single Scull. Final over 1,000 metres here this afternoon. In lane 1, Rockhampton Grammar School, represented by Georgia Brennan, Coach Kywin Fay and John Smythe. In lane 2, Rockhampton Girls Grammar School, represented by Callie McRae. Lane 3, Stewart Home 1, represented by Eva Hoskins, coaches Emma Tucker and Lucy Hope. In lane 4, Rockhampton Grammar School's Asher Stewart, coached by Kywin Fay and John Smythe. In lane 5, All Hallows, represented by Nell Murphy, coached by Joseph Patterson. In lane 6, St. Pat's Townsville, represented by Lily Bragg, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nelson Burke. In lane 7, Rockhampton Grammar School's Caroline Sparks, coached by Kywin Fay and John Smythe. In lane 8, St. Peter's, represented by Jess McCowan.
Ladies and gentlemen, medal presentations for the Schoolboys Year 10 Double Scull Championship. The medals to be presented by Mr. Grant Murphy, State Property Manager for National Australia Bank. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, St. Luke's Anglican School from Bundaberg, represented by Harrison Baldwin and Saxon Blair. In second place, winners of the silver medal, Townsville Grammar School No. 1 crew, represented by Aston McClelland and Will Pascoe. Schoolboy Year 10 Double Scull champions and gold medalist, Trinity Lutheran College from the Gold Coast, represented by Troy Heron and Robert Vanderpoel. And the crew is coached by Sam Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalist and thank you to Grant Murphy of NAB for your support of this event.
So the Schoolgirls at Year 9 Single Scull event, over 1,000 metres. And there's 3 competitors from the Rockhampton Grammar School in this race and 1 from Rockhampton Girls Grammar. So a lot of local rivalry and feel to this race. So the supporters will be out and about. And Stewart Home, All Hallows, St. Pat's and St. Peter's fill in the 8 races coming down the course as we speak. And looking at the field, it doesn't look like there's too much in this race. We would suggest through the seating that the in the middle of the field would be where our leaders are at this stage, but there is certainly a boat length, I would suggest, from 1st through to 8th, I would say. Lane 2 and lane 6 is what we're thinking at this stage. So that is Callie McRae, and lane 6, St. Pat's Lily Bragg.
I think only 2 representatives of Rockhampton Girls Grammar School at the regatta, but Callie McRae in lane 2 in this final making a bold bid for victory. And then across to lane 6, St. Pat's of Townsville, Lily Bragg, again coached by Harrison Park and Hayley Nielsen Burke. A call for David Lloyd from PKF. If you could go down for the medal presentation, please. David Lloyd of PKF. Now in this race is 3 Rockhampton Grammar representatives, coached by Kywin Fay and John Smythe. And I'd just like to congratulate John Smythe and the great job he's done at Rockhampton Grammar in the years that he's been here, and wish him all the very best for his future as the new rowing master at the Southport School. So well done, John, on the 2 stints you've had at Rockhampton Grammar, and all the very best of luck for your new role at the Southport School.
Yeah, it certainly looks like lane 6 at this stage is in front. Lane 2 probably in second place. It looks like Asher Stewart in lane 4 and Nell Murphy in lane 5 are working really hard through the middle of the course here. The Stewart home girl, Eva Hoskins, also looks like she's working hard for maybe a bronze medal there, but looks like a race between Callie McRae in lane 2 and Lily Bragg in lane 6 at this stage for the gold medal.
So McRae, I reckon, may just still have our bow in front, but Bragg of St Pat's of Townsville just got off the boys there. She had that stroke side blade just about right on the boys, and you can lose all momentum. You can end up in the drink, actually. But she's sprinting, Lily Bragg of St Pat's of Townsville, and she and Callie McRae of Rockhampton Girls Grammar are absolutely stroke for stroke with a couple of lines of boys to go. Little in it.
Lily Bragg.
St Pat's of Townsville.
What a fantastic row. Well done, Callie McRae from Rockhampton Girls Grammar. And bronze looks like it's going to go to the inside boat.
The blue boat.
So all hellos, Nell Murphy. Gee, she came home really strong there. 4th place, Asher Stewart. And 5th place, Eva Hoskins from Stewart Home. And it looked like St. Peter's and Rockhampton Grammar finishing the line there. What a fantastic year 9 schoolgirls single scull race. Congratulations there to Lily Bragg.
Red hot crack from that girl from Girls Grammar. Yeah, she'll be happy with that, mate. Yeah. She's just doing it by herself. I think Ash has beaten her throughout the whole year, so she's probably a bit disappointed. Maybe Ash is just so bad at the races. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, we should see how they manage that. Hello, mate. Whether you're here or not. Nah, it's last minute edition. Good days, bad days, as you know. I can imagine my mother-in-law passed away on Thursday night on our way here.
Just a reminder while we're in between races, Anya Vanderbrink, if you are on site, if you could come to the commentators box on top of the RGS Rowing Club veranda. That's Anya Vanderbrink. If you could make your way to the commentators box on the front veranda of the RGS Rowing Club, please. Also a reminder from organisers that the canteen is still running and operating a variety of different foods for spectators, athletes, coaches and supporters. So please make your way to the canteen to ensure that you are well looked after there. And if you're looking for a celebratory drink this afternoon or a quick beverage with friends and family before you depart this afternoon, or if you're staying tonight, the RGS Rowing Club is open until the evening. You are more than welcome to join us up here on the deck or inside in the air conditioning, where you can still see the live stream inside the clubhouse and keep a track of all of the races this afternoon, as we've got about an hour and a half to go in what has been an absolutely outstanding 3 days of rowing here on the mighty Fitzroy.
What, your clothes or yourself?
Yeah, just say, look, if you're not sure where they're going, like, please refer to the WhatsApp group. If you're not sure where they're going, find Lucy or Dave from Rowing Queensland, and also do a sweep of your areas, make sure all the rubbish is picked up, and just save us a few bits through having to.
Thanks, mate.
Mate, that lady from Emmaus, she said Bessie, didn't she? VC.
Single figures.
So, just a reminder for all those on the WhatsApp group that you are required to take your boat racks back to the place you got them from. And if you're not sure where that is, ask someone from Rowing Queensland like Lucy Benjamin or David Alexander, and they'll be able to give you some advice. Dave's easy to find. He's 7 feet tall. Rowing usually has a lot of tall people around, but he does still stand out. And Lucy's only 6'5". So yes, and please do a sweep of your area. This was pristine when we came here, and we need it to be that way when we leave.
Who's presenting? Oh, David Lloyd.
Champion Schoolgirls Year 9 single scull presentation. The race sponsored by PKF, a leading accounting, audit, tax and business advisory firm with 4 offices in Queensland. David Lloyd presenting on behalf of PKF. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, All Hallows, Nell Murphy. In second place, winner of the silver medal, Rockhampton Girls Grammar School, represented by Callie McRae. Year 9 single scull champion and gold medalist, St Patrick's College, Townsville, represented by Lily Bragg. And Lily is coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. And thank you to PKF and David Lloyd, their representative here, for supporting the event. Come on, girls, come together for the hug and the photo.
All good. Thanks, Ray. Championship Schoolboys Year 8 Quad Scull Cox event over 1,000 metres. They are underway already, but we'll run through all of our athletes and positions on the course. So in lane 1 from Ignatius, we've got Livick, Brigham, Chuntai, Woodhouse, and Birchall is the Cox, coached by Harrison Parks, Anthony Gritch, and Zachary Judge. In lane 2 from Emmaus College, we've got All, Thompson, VC, Brent, and Struthers as the Cox, coached by Kim Byrne and Bonnie Byrne. In lane 3 from Gregory Terrace, we've got Alford, Branchard, Clancy, Sitter, and Xavier Pennessy is the Cox, coached by Adam Alford. In lane 4 from Cathedral, we've got Warrington, Ribgetz, Kennedy, Talbot, and Ritchie is the Cox, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 5 from St. Peter's, we've got Kendall, Allard, Gizzard, Yo-Yo, and Elliot Jackson is the Cox. In lane 6 from Rockhampton Grammar, we've got Core, Rabbits Hicks, Kemp, Bailey, and Alex Connell is the Cox, coached by Nicholas Story. Lane 7, Varsity College, Franz, Cruelly, Poitevin, Hatchett, and Humphreys. And lane 8, Somerset College, Sanders, Lou, Hodge, Hishy, and Abigail Vanderbrink.
And the locals are a big chance here, Todd. The Emmaus crew over in Station 2 look as though they've got their bow in front. Lane 4 coming at them, however, the Cathedral School from Townsville. And we know they're fit, the Cathedral kids. They finished off every race very strongly. Then out to lane 7, the Varsity College crew from the Gold Coast. Emmaus hanging on. Cathedral coming at them. About 8 or 10 strokes to go. Emmaus probably got half a length, Emmaus, as they drive to the line over Cathedral and Varsity College. And Emmaus will get across first. Emmaus College first.
Fantastic race there. Well done,
Cathedral
Emmaus.
second, Varsity College third. Good local win there, coached by Kim Byrne and Bonnie Byrne.
VC. Yeah, VC. Yeah. Well, what a fantastic race there, Ray.
Lynn, have we got a Rockhampton Regional Council representative? In a minute. She often doesn't press the button before she starts. Yeah. She could have.
She's looking tired.
She takes it very seriously.
She is dead on her feet, that
Yeah.
poor lady.
Yes, in that order, 2, 4, and 7. Over.
Correct, that's what we've got.
So tell me how they're set the course so straight.
I don't know about here, but like in a lot of places you just have a winch, like a boat winch on the end.
Yeah, down here
And you just
is
tension it up with like a boat winch.
There's just big cables.
Ah, that's cheap.
Yeah. Individual drop.
No, a couple of hundred metres, a couple of thousand metres of cable with a winch at either end. And you just, the thing is not to make it too tight. And as the water goes down, of course, it loosens afterwards. And as the water comes up, it tightens up. The key to it is to...
Rocky City Council is Councillor Drew Wickerson.
Drew Wickerson.
Okay, thank you. Vickerson?
No, Wickerson.
Wickerson.
Drew
For
Wickerson.
the next 3 races.
No problem.
You won't want to know, but he's one of Queensland's great competitive cake icers. And you should have seen the one he made the Depot Hill. He just, if you want to, you're unbelievable. If you want a cake,
9
that
to
looks
go,
like
then we can go home.
Drew Wickerson's the man.
We'll have beers first. I'll do a little spiel up.
The next little bracket of races is sponsored by Rockhampton Regional Council, Advance Rockhampton. Advance Rockhampton is a peak organisation and centre point of contact for economic development, investment, attraction, industry growth, tourism, marketing and events across the Rockhampton region. As a unit of Rockhampton Regional Council, Advance Rockhampton are part of one team concentrating on improving livability across the region, enhancing the visitor experience and working with local businesses and investors to build industry development opportunities and create the jobs pipeline for the future.
Bloody hell.
It's a dragon. There's, the man is a cake genius.
Drew Wickerson, Councillor Drew Wickerson, cake genius.
Is that into the locals here with Mars as well?
Real talent. Yeah, I'll send you. It's R2D2. He did one. We had an editor who had a, whatever it was, a 50th or something. And that was good to see. Got him to make one.
Oh my God.
Singing for Rans for us.
Oh, we got a presentation.
The next race is Champion Year 8 Quad Scull, and the medals to be presented by Councillor Drew Wickerson of Rockhampton Regional Council, Schoolboys Year 8 Quad. In third place, and bronze medalist Varsity College, represented by Mitchell Franz, William Crelly, Taj Poitevin, Caden Hatchett, and the coxswain is James Humphreys.
Lost concentration. Tristan Vesey.
No, okay. Unless you want to jump back in.
In second place, and winners of the silver medal, the Cathedral School from Townsville. In second, represented by Ethan Warrington, Braden Rebgetz, Toby Kennedy, Nathaniel Talbot, and Max Ritchie.
Remember it's VC as well? VC Tristram. Yeah, Tristram.
Schoolboys Year 8 Quad Scull champions and gold medalist, Emmaus College from Rockhampton, represented by Jai Ole, Nicholas Thompson, Tristram Vesey, Harry Brandt, and the coxswain is Layla Struthers, getting her medal now. And the crew is coached by Kim Byrne and Bonnie Byrne. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists, and thank you to Councillor Drew Wickerson presenting those medals.
And their mascot is the Brolga, the Ben Chicken. Yeah. So that's what he made for the school last weekend. That is the original schoolhouse from 100 years ago. Bloody hell. With the stairs and all that. Jesus. Detail. What? He obviously doesn't drink.
Maybe he does. Maybe that's when he does.
Steady hand.
Ray's been right all along, by the way. If it comes up, it's Ossachuk. Ossachuk is
We got Tristram Vesey.
But it's Ossachuk. It's the Polish one that ends in the UK.
Hopefully we won't see it.
Yeah, it'll be there somewhere. It might be in the.
Hopefully it's one you're over. I reckon they should place at the top there, right?
Race 209, the Championship Schoolboys Coxed 4 over 2,000 metres, starting at 2:20 p.m. In lane 3 from Brisbane State High School, we've got Bronson, Murphy, Humphrey, Gadaloff, and the Cox is Flynn Devoy, coached by Cameron Stevenson. In lane 4, the Rockhampton Grammar School, represented by Stanky, Worth, Godwin, and Leeson, coxed by Regan Layton, and coached by John Smythe. In lane 5, Townsville Grammar, represented by Terry Turnow, Hayes, Donald Wales, and coxed by Aaron Coe, and coached by Corby Green. In lane 6, Brisbane Boys, represented by Tucker, McPherson, Atkinson, Martin, and coxed by Lachlan McLean. In lane 7, Ignatius Park, represented by Williams, Larson, Skip, Lau, and Jude Fole is the cox. Coaches Harrison Parks and Lachlan College. In lane 8 from Ryan Catholic College, represented by Bancroft, Shilich, Robertson, and Burgess. Cox is Ashley Kokulis, and the coaches Aaron McKeefy and Simon Davis.
Ian, it's Ray. Just seeing if you found Mrs. Hick. Thanks, bye.
So the championship schoolboys Cox 4 are underway now. It's race 209 of this wonderful regatta. And just reminding everyone, we've got 6 crews in this race. So from the right to left, in lane 3, we've got Brisbane State High School. In lane 4, Rockhampton Grammar. Lane 5, Townsville Grammar. Lane 6, Brisbane Boys. Lane 7, Ignatius Park. And lane 8, Orion Catholic College. As we look down the course, it looks like there is not much difference between all 6 crews here, I would suggest. No one's been able to assert their authority on this race at this early stage, but obviously still 1,500 metres to go, so they'll be feeling each other out in terms of trying to work out what are everyone's race plans. Where are they going to try and pick up their rate a little bit to assert some authority on the race, and where are they going to just find their rhythm and cruise before they work really hard over that last sort of 500 metres or so. But best guess would be lane 6 and lane 5 and lane 3. So that would be the Brisbane Boys in lane 6, Townsville Grammar in lane 5, and Brisbane State High in lane 3. So it is a small field, but it's a very competitive one here.
The Brisbane Boys College going okay. Todd, Lex Tucker, Toby McPherson, Robert Atkinson, Monty Martin, Lachlan McLean, the coxswain.
Yeah, they certainly look like the crew to beat at this stage. They might have a boat length over their challenger on their right-hand side, which would be the Townsville Grammar crew.
And Brisbane State High School in lane 3 are going okay, don't you think?
Yeah, I think they would be the third place at this stage, but still a long way to go. They've passed the 1,000-metre mark now, so probably 750 to go as we speak, and the conditions are getting a little bit choppier than they have been throughout most of the carnival. And when they get round to about 500 metres to go, there is a little bit of a windbreak that bursts through that area, and the crews will certainly know about it then, have to adjust their stroke and make sure they can maintain their rhythm as the wind picks up a little bit around that 500-metre mark, which is about where they are right now, I believe. So lane 6, the Brisbane Boys College crew of Tucker, McPherson, Atkinson, Martin and McLean as the cocks. They look like the crew to beat at the moment.
Certainly do. Ignatius Park over in lane 7. In the hunt for the medals, I would suggest. But to me, I agree, Brisbane Boys College leading from Townsville Grammar, Brisbane State High and Ignatius Park. I think the medals are there, don't you?
Yeah, I certainly do. It's a race of probably 2, I think, at the moment for gold and silver in lane 5 and 6, and then a race within a race for bronze between Ignatius and Brisbane State High. But still a long way to go in this race. And it only takes a slight error to slow you down while the other crews pick up their rate to work out the difference here. But you would think the Brisbane Boys crew here should be able to hold on here. Looks like they've got a couple of boat lengths. Look like they're maintaining their rhythm there. They should be able to, over the last 50 metres or so, hold on here. And silver looks like it's going to go to Townsville Grammar there in the middle of the course. And the race looks like the bronze medal here. That looks like it's going to be extremely close, but we'll get home Brisbane Boys here in first place and Townsville Grammar in second place.
And just a little bit of flipping and flopping in the cross-breeze conditions, State High and Ignatius Park. That's where we're interested in the bronze medal. No doubt about our winners. Brisbane Boys College first. Townsville Grammar will be second. Very little to choose between the fast-finishing Ignatius Park.
They've got it.
They've got it.
Well
Ignatius Park third. Brisbane State High School fourth.
And it'll
Fifth will be Rockhampton Grammar and sixth will be Ryan Catholic.
I was hoping that State High would get it. Been nice State High to get a bloody medal at some stage.
They haven't got one yet, yeah, okay.
I don't think so. Oh, yeah, well, Sophie Malcolm, of course, she is State High, but none of their boys are. Yeah, no, not less.
Just put weights in there.
Yeah, you should be putting weights in, carrying like a sandbag or something like that. And at World Championship level, National Championship level, randomly they'll weigh boats as well. They have to be a minimum weight as well. No. And some boat builders have a habit of building boats that are either right on or under. And if you sit in the sun for a couple of days and don't use it, the moisture dries out and they'll be half a kilo underweight. You know? Did you find it?
Yeah, that's all good.
Oh, okay.
Got a sniveling, moaning, complaining call out for some vocal down here. Yeah, we've only got 5,000.
A further call, we are desperately seeking some boat holders to hold boats while the medal presentations are on. If you could come down and help out, it'd be greatly appreciated, please. If you can come down to the area, you can all see where the boats have just come in. If you can come down there and see Ian Holzberger, that'd be greatly appreciated. He's easy to find. He's got a Queensland across his shoulders.
Yes, Liam? I didn't hear a word you said. So, Lynn, is it Matthew Dunlop? Is that what the guy's name is? From Rees R and Sydney Jones, Queensland's oldest practicing law firm? Matthew Dunlop. Yep, thank you. So I'll make sure on the next race.
One for the next race, mate.
Yeah, run through, mate. Yeah.
Race 210 this afternoon, the Championship Schoolgirls double scull over 2,000 metres, due to start at 2:30. So there'll be blades in the water very soon. Running through our field in lane 1 from St. Peter's, we've got Gabby Kenny and Lily Millard. In lane 2 from Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Michelle Crewley and Ellen Hill. In lane 3 from Brisbane Girls, Sophie Lucas and Nancy Duncan Banks. In lane 4 from Genesis Christian College, Ella Smith and Jave Probitz. In lane 5 from St. Peter's, Giselle Graham and Ella Harp. In lane 6 from Bridgerdine College, Gemma Thompson and Emma Searle, coached by Tanya Brenham and Michael Upseltine. In lane 7 from Rockhampton Grammar, Alexandra Appleton and Laura Seifer, coached by Robin Fay. In lane 8, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, represented by Sarah Hopkins and Jade Somerville.
And our next medal presentation is for the Schoolboy Cox 4 Championship of Queensland, race number 209, and Councillor Drew Wickerson, representing Rockhampton Regional Council and Advance Rockhampton, will present the medals. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, Ignatius Park of Townsville, represented by Riley Williams, Lachlan Larson, Zachary Skip, Noah Lau
And Jude Foyle is the coxswain. In second place and winners of the silver medal, Townsville Grammar School, represented by Conroy Terry, James Turnauer, Jared Hayes, Lachlan Donald Wales and Erin Keogh. And schoolboy Coxed Force champions and gold medalists, Brisbane Boys College, represented by Lex Tucker, Toby McPherson, Robert Atkinson and Monty Martin, and the coxed by Lachlan McLean. And I believe would be coached by Randall Martin, possibly assisted by John Pettigrew. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalist in the schoolboy champion Coxed 4. Thank you to Councillor Drew Wickerson for presenting those medals.
And returning to the course now for the Championship Schoolgirls Double Scull over 2,000 metres. Just a reminder of our crews: St Peter's in lane 1, Brisbane Girls Grammar School in lanes 2 and 3, Genesis Christian College in lane 4, St Peter's in lane 5, Brigadine College in lane 6, Rockhampton Grammar in lane 7, and Brisbane Girls Grammar School in lane 8. Looking out to the field at the moment, it does look like the race is in between lanes 4 and 5. We look like we've got a great vision of a wedge here at the moment with 4 and 5 in front. Looks like 3 and 6, followed by 2 and 7, and 1 and 8 would be our guess at this stage. But the rower in lane 7's pushing up hard against the rower in lane 6. But early suggestion would be the rower in lane 4, rowers, in lane 4, Genesis Christian College, Ella Smith and Jave Proberts. Look like they've got the lead at this stage, probably a boat length over the crew in lane 5 from St Peter's, Giselle Graham and Ella Harp. I think that's where we are at the moment, but the Genesis Christian College crew are certainly out in front at this stage as they push through to around 500 metres to go. A little bit less now.
I said earlier, Todd, these girls won the under-19 national championships by something like 7 seconds. Were selected for Australia, so one would expect they should win this. Having said that, the St Peter's crew was equally impressive in winning their semi-final, weren't they?
They certainly were, and it does look like the girls, Brisbane Girls Grammar School crew of Sophie Lucas and Nancy Duncan Banks in lane 3 there, pushing hard, looking to try and get into that silver medal spot. And I think they might be in that spot at this stage. So we currently have a Genesis Christian College in lane 4 in first place, Brisbane Girls Grammar School in third, and St Peter's, in second, and St Peter's in third. About 100 metres to go now, and it does look like the crew of Smith and Proberts are going to hold on here. They're working extremely hard, and as Ray said, well credentialed to win this race. But conditions are a little bit tricky here, but they've dealt with that extremely well. And they look like they've got a couple of boat lengths over second place. And it does look like the Brisbane Girls Grammar crew of Sophie Lucas and Nancy Duncan Banks is coming through into second place now. Maybe half a boat length in front of third place, which is St. Peter's, Giselle Graham and Ella Harp. Looking back through the field, fourth looks like it's coming from Rockhampton Grammar's Alexandria Appleton. Fifth looks like Brigidine College's Gemma Thompson and Emma Searle.
Good race for second and third. Sophie Lucas and Nancy Duncan Banks holding it down, but Harp and Graham trying to peg them back in the concluding stages.
Great finish here, great finish.
Oh, St. Peter's.
I think it might be St. Peter's. Wow. That was a great finish. If that is the way it's ended up there, St. Peter's came from a fair way back there with a couple of hundred to go and have got over the line there. So a great win there by Ella Smith and Jave Probitz. And it looks like St. Peter's, Giselle Graham and Ella Harp unofficially through in second place. And Brisbane girls, Sophie Lucas and Nancy Duncan Banks in third. Alexander Appleton and Laura Cypher from Rockhampton Grammar in fourth. Fifth looks like the Brigidine College, Gemma Thompson and Emma Searle.
And a big shout out. We've been singing the praises of our live streaming. I just got a message through from Tokyo for someone who was working on the Olympic Games and Paralympic Games saying how Kathy Everett-Davies. So a big shout out. Trinity Lutheran parents, Kath, even knew it was you that was going to be saying a big shout out to everyone. And she's enjoying watching the regatta from her room in Tokyo as she recovers from the Olympics and Paralympic Games.
Right, you pronounce that? Sorry, Jugic?
Gugic. And then they finally started telling the real figures, you know, once they postponed it.
It's Mika Talbot, isn't it? Mika?
Micah. Well, what about Jave? What sort of a name's Jave? That's how you pronounce it. It's Jave Probitz, but I don't know. We did ask for anybody who could help out holding boats. How did we go in? Did we get any volunteers for holding boats while the medal presentation was on? Hopefully we got some volunteers to help out with that, because the athletes need to get due recognition, and if they can't have someone holding their boats, they're disinclined to leave their boats floating around, that's for sure.
Our next race is the Championship Schoolboys Year 11 Single Scull over 2,000 metres. In lane 1 from Trinity Lutheran, we've got Armin Gujic and coached by Sam Duncan. In lane 2 from Cathedral, Jaya Pradhan, coached by Luke Thomas and Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 3, Somerset College, Thomas Gray. In lane 4 from Cathedral, Micah Talbot, coached by Luke Thomas and Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 5, Matthew Flinders, Charles Clark, coached by Donna Muller. In lane 6 from St. Luke's, Samuel Klotz and coached by John Presler. In lane 7 from Gregory Terrace, Pat Murphy. In lane 8, Brisbane Boys, Thomas Stevens. So 2,000 metres, they're well on their way down the course at the moment. They're past the 1,000 metre mark at the moment. It does look like the rower in lane 5, looks to be having a pretty commanding lead at this stage.
Lane 2 was scratched.
There must be. 2's out. Well, yeah, there's no one in 2. So Matthew Flinders in...
from the Sunshine Coast?
You got that in 5, yeah, that's right.
8, 7, 6. Oh, yeah. Yep.
So it certainly looks like the Matthew Flinders rower Charles Clark, coached by Donna Mueller, look like he's got a commanding lead at this stage. I'd say a couple of boat lengths with about 500 to go. So can Charles hold on there and get what I would think is Matthew Flinders' first medal for the carnival?
500 to go, Lynn. 500 metres to go. So again, could we call out for volunteers to help hold boats, please, even if their crewmates or schoolmates can hang on to the boats while medal presentation goes on. We can't proceed with the medal presentations while the athletes' boats are left unattended.
And it's Matthew Flinders, Charles Clark here, holding this race under his own command, as he's got probably 3 boat lengths now, I would suggest, over the rest of the field.
Absolutely commanding lead, isn't it?
It's a fantastic race from him so far. He's just got to hold true now, and he'll be fine. And the race, within a race, looks like the silver and the bronze medal. There's not much between the other crews there. I'd say on the inside in the Cathedral School, Micah Talbot would be in second place, but not far in front of Somerset College Thomas Gray in lane 3. And you can't discredit the Gregory Terrace Pat Murphy in lane 7. I think he's certainly still in the mix there for a medal. So Matthew Flinders here, Charles Clark, a couple of 100 metres to go. If that, he's going to cruise home here with a fantastic win for his school and his coach, Donna Mueller.
Who's second and third?
Yeah, the second and third is the challenge for the race callers here at this stage, but let's enjoy Charles Clark coming in here, because there's going to be a fair gap between him and second place, as the Gregory Terrace Pat Murphy just gets close to the boys there. So he's going to have to work hard to get outside of that. But what a race here by Charles Clark. Matthew Flinders coming across the finish line, gold medal in the schoolboys Year 11 single scull by a good 4 or 5 boat lengths.
Absolutely, and it's a commanding win.
Here comes the race for second place now. We need that camera on the side there if we can, because it's...
I reckon Micah Taylor from Cathedral's probably in second place at the moment, but the Gregory Terrace sculler Pat Murphy's coming at him.
Geez, you called that well, Ray. That is definitely the case. So Micah Talbot in second place and Pat Murphy in third. It looked like the...
Volunteers down here? I don't think so. It's only the Genesis boat that's sitting there from what I can see. I think the other 2 boats are gone.
We'll run out of puff. Do you want to take back over, mate? There's 6 races to go. 6. You all right?
We asked people to take their boat racks back. Holden boats down there and taking their boat racks back as well. Sorry, didn't hear you. Councillor Wickerson. Medal presentation for the champion schoolgirls double scull. And the medals to be presented by Councillor Drew Wickerson, representing Rockhampton Regional Council and Advance Rockhampton, who sponsored this event. In third place, are you getting up, girls? In third place, and winners of the bronze medal, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, represented by Sophie Lucas and Nancy Duncan Banks. In second place, and winners of the silver medal, St Peter's Lutheran College, represented by Giselle Graham and Ella Harp. Schoolgirls double scull champions and gold medalist Genesis Christian College, represented by Jave Probitz and Ella Smith. And the crew is coached by Glenn Smith and Ray Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists, and thank you to Councillor Drew Wickerson and Rockhampton Regional Council, Advance Rockhampton, for their support of this wonderful event.
Thanks, Ray. Drawing our attention back up the course, ladies and gentlemen, race 212, 212 is about to get underway. This is the Championship Schoolboys Year 10 Coxed 4. As I said, this will be conducted over 1,500 metres. In lane 2, Brisbane Boys College, the team of Rudra Potlapalli, Joseph Thin, David Granson, Hamish McGregor, and that boat is coxed by Ethan Stokes. In lane 3, St Peter's Lutheran College, Sebastian Jovanovic, Oliver Blunt, Adam Sukolovsky, Dominic Bell, and their cox is Olivia Axelson. In the 4th lane is Rockhampton Grammar's Riley McRae, Connor Leeson, Liam German, Fletcher Hewitt, and their cox is Regan Leighton, and their coaches are Austin Cox and John Smythe. In lane 5, the crew from Ignatius Park, Hamish Mitchell, Joe Murphy, Benjamin McDougall, Vincent McCarley. Their cox is Kai Birchall, and their coaches are Harrison Parks and Lachlan College. In lane 6, Gregory Terrace, Cooper O'Rourke, Ged Sheehan, Emmanuel Koga, Tom Robinson, and their top, Tom Coogan. And in lane 7, the Townsville Grammar team of Brian Hayes, Charlie Maruff, Will Pascoe, Austin McClellan, Sabir Nair is the cox, and their coach, Corby Green. That race is underway.
And our next medal presentation is for the Schoolboys Year 11 Single Scull Championship, and the race supported by Reese R. and Sydney Jones, Queensland's oldest practicing law firm, and Matthew Dunlop is representing Reese R. and Sydney Jones. In 3rd place, winners of the bronze medal, St Joseph's College, Gregory Terrace, represented by Pat Murphy. Eleanor Robotham from Reese R. and Sydney Jones will present the silver medal to the Cathedral Sculler, Micah Talbot. And our Schoolboy Year 11 Single Scull champion and gold medalist, Matthew Flinders College from the Sunshine Coast, represented by Charles Clark. And Charles is coached by Donna Muller. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists, and thank you to Reese R. and Sydney Jones for their support of the event. A call for Scott Leeson or Dana Leeson. If you could go down to the medal presentation area, please. Scott or Dana or both Leesons for the medal presentation for the Leeson Cattle Company sponsored event, please.
So race 212 underway now. You can see they're getting down towards the 1,000 metre mark. From here it looks like lane 6 and lane 4 seem to be travelling fairly well at this stage. But by the look of it, still not a lot between any of the competitors in this race. 6 lanes have crews in them at the moment. So the championship schoolboys Year 10 Coxed 4, well and truly underway. So just looking down there now, yeah, still not a lot in it. If anything, perhaps lane 4 maybe starting to get a nose in front. But certainly those boats can't pick up a great amount of daylight between any of them at the moment. Six races left this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, 6 races left. And certainly, gee, that's still close from what I can see from here.
Good work. We've only got 1,000 metres to go for the race, so be prepared.
Where will it end? Yeah, starting to see a bit of the field starting to spread a little bit. It certainly looks as if lane 4, the crew from Rockhampton Grammar School, are travelling pretty well, but the crew in lane 2, Brisbane Boys College, certainly up there with the best of them at the moment. Would that be the way you see it, Ray?
Certainly looks that way, and Townsville Grammar over in Station 7 travelling all right as well, but Rockhampton Grammar would be a great way to send off John Smythe if they could win the gold medal here. As I said earlier, John leaving the post here to take up the role at the Southport School. So again, congratulations to a great term here for the second time, John, and the best of luck in your new role at the Southport. While we're at it, the same goes for Stefan Muhlenberg after 14 years at Cathedral School in Townsville. Stefan, we all wish you the very best. We know you have to go home to Germany to do things with family, but look forward to you returning next year and catching up with you at a regatta sometime soon on your return. All the very best, and thank you for your contribution to rowing in Queensland over the last 17 years.
Lane 2, Brisbane Boys College, now up in the mix now. We've also got Rockhampton Grammar School's crew in lane 4 and the crew in lane 7 from Townsville Grammar. Look like they're going to be the podium finishers. At the moment, gee, it looks like it's pretty hard to call at this stage. Rockhampton Grammar still may be half a canvas in front, but certainly on the outside of them, the Brisbane Boys College crew making every stroke a winner.
And Townsville Grammar are hot on their heels, Simon.
Townsville Grammar on this side. So this is one we'll be pleased to be up here and not in the judges' boat, I suspect, Ray. But you're going to need... all these crews just need to maintain their composure.
Townsville Grammar flying in Station 7, Simon.
They have lifted the rate now, Townsville Grammar. If anything, it looks like they may have just their bow ball in front of Rockhampton Grammar and Brisbane Boys College over in lane 2. Waiting to look for them to come up on the screen so we can see it there. Oh, gee, this is tight.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks like, oh, yeah.
Townsville Grammar.
Townsville Grammar. Townsville Grammar, the fairy tale finish for John Smythe, not quite there, but he'll take the silver. Rockhampton Grammar in second place, with Brisbane Boys College steaming home into third.
Gregory Terrace fourth.
Gregory Terrace will be fourth, going back to St Peter's Lutheran for fifth, and rounding out the placings, Ignatius Park. So as called, Townsville's Grammar crew of Brian Hayes, Charlie Maruff, Will Pascoe, Austin McClelland and Sabir Nayar in the Cox's seat. Taking out first, the Rockhampton Grammar's team of Riley McRae, Connell Leeson, Liam German, Fletcher Hewitt and Regan Leighton. In second place, and BBC, Rudra Potlapalli, Joseph Thin, David Granson, Hamish McGregor and Ethan Stotes completing the podium finishes. Our next race, race 213, will be the last of the singles. This is the Championship Schoolgirls Year 10 single scull. Be conducted over 1,500 metres and due to start at 3 o'clock, so in a minute's time. So we'll let you know who's actually racing in event 213, 213, the Year 10 single sculls for girls, the final. In lane 1, St Peter's Lutheran College, Robin Matthews. In lane 2, St Luke's Anglican School, Asia Heaps, and her coach is John Presler. In lane 3, St Luke's Anglican School, Sienna Clark, again coached by John Presler. In lane 4, Somerville Houses, Madeline Milne. In lane 5, St Pat's Townsville, Sarah Burke. Her coaches are Harrison Park and Hayley Nielsen Burke. In lane 6, Ryan Catholics, Hayley Davis. Her coaches are Erin McGuffey and Simon Davis. And in lane 7, All Hallows, Anna Beloso James, coached by Dino Castellano. And filling the field in lane 8 is St Hilda's Ones, Kyra Bender, her coach Ian Hawley. So that race is underway. Seems to be a fairly clean start, although the rower in lane 8, Ignatius, may not have got the best of the conditions down that end. Long way to go. Oh, St Hilda's, sorry, in St Hilda's. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are desperate for boat holders. It's not the hardest thing. We've got about an hour to go. If you can go down there and spare a bit of time just to hang on so these kids that have worked so hard and for so long to get here get to enjoy their presentation instead of worrying that the school's new 8 is going to be washed over the barrage. So please, please come down and give a hand. As we said, it's not exactly the most skilled job on the course today, so we would ask if you can go down there and just hang on to a boat, that would be fantastic. It's for about 5 minutes at a time. Lane 5, St Pat's Townsville, Sarah Burke starting to open up a bit of a lead as they work their way past the 750 metre mark. After that, possibly looking on the other side, probably lane 3 and lane 2 are certainly up there with them. Lane 7, the rower from All Hallows, Anna Beloso James, also travelling fairly well at this stage. But every stroke down the course makes it look like the St Pat's Townsville, Sarah Burke, starting to open up, well, perhaps not a comfortable lead, but certainly at the 500 metre mark, a lead, and I suspect they would be happy to take that.
Who's presenting, Lynn? 2 seconds. Was it dead heat for a second? Scott Leeson, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Schoolboys Year 10 Coxed 4. The event sponsored by Leeson Cattle Company and Scott Leeson to present the medals. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, Brisbane Boys College. Rudra Putlapali, Joseph Tyne, David Granson, Hamish McGregor, and Ethan Stokes.
In second place, winners of the silver medal, Rockhampton Grammar School, represented by Riley McRae, Connor Leeson, Liam German, Fletcher Hewitt, and Regan Leighton is the coxswain. I imagine that's Dana Leeson presenting those medals. I'm sorry, I've been talking over the top of our presenters. It certainly looks like our leader here, St Pat's Townsville, Sarah Burke. Champion schoolboys year 10 Cox 4 and gold medalist Townsville Grammar, represented by Brian Hayes, Charlie Mariff, Will Pascoe, Aston McClelland and Sabia Naya, and coached by Corby Green.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, coming down the field at the finish of the Year 10 single scull. In a comfortable position at first is St Pat's Townsville's Sarah Burke. On the far side of the course, it looks as if it's going to be lane 2, St Luke's Anglican School, Asia Heap. And perhaps on the outside of her, St Peter's Lutheran, Robin Matthews. Fourth is going to be, oh, they're duking it out, actually. We're going to have to go here, actually.
Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalist.
St Luke's and St Luke's. So that was first place St Pat's Townsville, second place St Luke's Asia Heap, and third place St Luke's Sienna Clark. So a great race with the two rowers from St Luke's Anglican School duking it out for the second and third place. So Townsville and Bundaberg. We'll be moving, ladies and gentlemen, to race 214, the Championship Schoolboys Year 9 Quad Scull, another Coxed event. That'll be commencing from the 1,000 metre mark. In lane 2, it'll be Rockhampton Grammar's Jared Godwin, Tristan Towers, Matthew Shen, Jaden Sylvester, with their cocks Austin Alloway. Their coaches are John Smythe and Sean Bell. In lane 3, Somerset College's Alex Jordan, Bowen Mansell, Callum Miles, Jake Phillips and Giannis Nicolo in the Cox's seat. In lane 4, the Cathedral School's Henry Chin, Darcy Hock, Max Strickland, Nathan Whitehead, and their cocks Arden Warnsley, their coaches Stefan Muhlenberg and Kimberly Brown. Cathedral 2 will start from Station 5. Their crew is Charlie Patrick, Jack Weekers, Aidan Bryce, Cooper Wormsley, Paulus Nicholas Grobler in the Cox's seat and coached again by Stefan Muhlenberg and Kimberly Brown. In Station 6, Kenmore State High's Matthew Burgess, Angus Proctor, Lachlan Brooks, Liam Robertson and Charlie West in the Cox seat. In Lane 7, St Peter's Lutheran College, Luca Kendall, Ted Allard, Flynn Grizzard, Will Yu and Elliot Jackson taking the Cox duties there. And in Lane 8, Ignatius Park, Harrison Barrett, Caius Arnold, Sebastian Aarons, Thomas Bartels, Kai Birchall in the Cox seat, and they are coached by Harrison Parks and Zachary Judge.
So possibly Reese R and Sydney Jones solicitors may be presenting the next medals, and they are a multi-skill law firm practicing in central Queensland. They've been partnering with clients for over 150 years to provide friendly, effective and affordable services. They specialise in areas of litigation, commercial law
and residential conveyancing, succession planning and estates, as well as rural conveyancing and energy, environment and agri-business law. And I'm reliably informed they are the oldest practicing law firm in Queensland. Reese R. and Sydney Jones here in Rockhampton.
Fairly tight race coming down the course at the moment. This is, of course, the Lupton Stewart Orthodontic Schoolboys Year 9 Quad Scull. At the moment, it looks like lane 4, the crew from Cathedral of Henry Chin, Darcy Hock, Max Strickland, Nathan Whitehead and Arden Walmsley. They're just starting to, just hitting the 500 metre mark, but that crew in lane 4 from Cathedral is starting to just sneak ahead with a bit of a lead there. I would think after that it may well be, oh geez, lane 3 perhaps, lane 3, the Somerset College. Looks like they're giving them a run, and then a toss-up I would imagine between lane 2 and lane 6, which would be the crews from Somerset College and Kenmore State High School. Cathedral's leading every stroke, just sneaking that bit further ahead at the moment. But oh boy, it's a bit tight after that, isn't it? So lane 6 and lane 5, the crew from Cathedral, also from Cathedral and Kenmore State High School, really punching it out now. I would think that lane 6, the Kenmore State High School team, is certainly, oh, it's hard to tell. They're just holding fairly well together, those crews. I think they would have half a canvas on the Rockhampton Grammar team in lane 2. But at this stage, you could rip your tickets up on first because it's the Cathedral Schools number 1 Quad Scull, certainly coming to the line. And the minor placings, gee, they're duking it out in 6 and 5. It looks like lane 6, the Kenmore State High, may be holding a little bit in front, but boy, oh boy, it's close. Go to the screen, see if we can find it. It's not quite the one we were looking for. So we would say then, yes, that's Kenmore State High School coming across in front of the Cathedral 2. So that's going to be your placings, we would suggest. 4, 6 and 5, but we will wait for confirmation from the judge. So as called, that will be first place, the Cathedral College quad of Henry Chin, Darcy Hock, Max Strickland, Nathan Whitehead and Arden Walmsley. In first place, Kenmore State High Schools, Matthew Burgess, Angus Proctor, Lachlan Brooks, Liam Robertson and Charlie West in second. And in third place, Charlie Patrick, Jack Weekers, Aidan Bryce, Cooper Walmsley and Paulus Nicholas Grobler from Cathedral School, bringing up the third spot.
Medal presentation for the Schoolgirls Year 10 Single Scull Championship, proudly sponsored by Acumentis, and Rod Hewitt is here representing Acumentis. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, St Luke's Anglican School, represented by Sienna Clark. In second place, and silver medalist, also representing St Luke's Anglican School, Asia Heaps. Schoolgirls Year 10 Single Scull Champion and gold medalist, St Patrick's College of Townsville, represented by Sarah Burke. And Sarah is coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
Our next event, ladies and gentlemen, you can see ready for the start at the 1,000 metre mark is the Championship Schoolgirls Year 8 Double Scull. Coming across the course in lane 1 will be the Rockhampton Grammar School's Chloe Rabbits-Hick and Georgia Appleton. They are coached by Raquel Mangan and Olivia Maynard. In lane 2 will be Trinity Lutheran's Lily Fruin and Molly Lomax. In lane 3 will be the Cathedral School's Sophia Thorold and Rosa Niescore. They are coached by Stefan Muhlenberg and Jessica Drazic. In lane 4, St Margaret's, Ella Welsh and Madeline Pugh. In lane 5, Brisbane State High School's Olivia Grant and Ella Campbell. They are coached by Cameron Stevenson. In lane 6, Townsville Grammar School's Sally Broad and Kate O'Dempsey. Their coach is Emma Green. In lane 7, Somerville 2, Molly McIntyre and Chloe Larson. And in lane 8 will be Somerville 1, Dasha Osachuk and Sally Bramell. So that race working its way down now. We've got time for a presentation. Not marshalled yet. So once again, it looks like lane 5 and lane 3 have got away to a pretty good start here, but also lane 1, the Rockhampton Grammar pairing of Chloe Rabbits-Hicks and Georgia Appleton.
So lane 5, State High, Olivia Grant and Ella Campbell. We remember only an hour or two ago, Ella Campbell winning the Year 8 Single Scull Championship.
And certainly lane 3 well in there too, the Cathedral School's Sophia Thorad and Rosa Niescore. Oh, this is a tough one because the crews are pretty well together. You can see who's probably not going to be there, but there's more who might. So just looking now, it looks like lane 3, the Cathedral Schools number 3 team is certainly rowing comfortably. In lane 5, the team from Brisbane State High School of Olivia Grant and Ella Campbell also travelling well at this stage. You wouldn't dismiss the Rocky Grammar crew over in Station 1. And certainly the rowers from Somerville's in lane 7 looking in contention for a medal too. So that's starting to be the 4 that are probably sticking out. It's 1 plays 3, plays 5, plays 7. So 3 by the look of it at the moment, but it's 3 plays 5 and 5 just might have them at the moment. Lane 6, the rower from Townsville Grammar, Sally Broad and Kate O'Dempsey, certainly not giving up at this stage as they're inside with about 100 metres to go.
Cracking race, Simon.
And this is a battle.
3, 5, 7, 6 is the way I see it.
Yeah, 3, 5, 7. That's exactly right. 3, 5, 7, 6. Where's 1 now? The Rocky Grammar side may have just run out of a little bit of puff there, but it's certainly in the middle of the course, actually, by the look of it. Certainly lane 5, the team from Brisbane State High School.
Ella Campbell about to make it a double of having won the single and the double scull champions. Although, have a look at the finish coming here.
Oh, dear. Oh. So lane 6 gets up for second place. The teams from Townsville Grammar.
I think it was 7 Somerville.
Oh, 7. Sorry, 7 in Somerville.
Has. We'll have to wait for the judge.
Yeah. So our places in the end, first will be lane 5, Brisbane State High School's Olivia Grant and Ella Campbell. In second place, Somerville 2's Molly McIntyre and Chloe Larson. And in third place, the Cathedral School's Sophia Thorold and Rosa Niescore. And they're coached, of course, by Stefan Muhlenberg and Jessica Drazic.
Champion Schoolboys Year 8-9 Quad Scull medal presentation. And our medals to be presented by Matthew Dunlop and Eleanor Robotham of Rees and Sydney Jones. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, the Cathedral School from Townsville. Charlie Patrick, Jack Weekers, Aidan Bryce, Cooper Wormsley, and the coxswain Paulus Nicholas Grobler. In second place, winners of the silver medal, Kenmore State High School. Matthew Burgess, Angus Proctor, Lachlan Brooks, Liam Robertson and Charlie West. In fact, I believe it's Tim Stewart of Lupton Stewart Orthodontics who's presenting the medals. My apologies, Tim. And the winners and champions of the Schoolboys Year 9 Quad Scull, the Cathedral School from Townsville. Henry Chin, Darcy Hock, Max Strickland, Nathan Whitehead and Arden Wormsley. Please congratulate our medalists and our sincere thanks to Lupton Stewart Orthodontics, represented by Tim Stewart.
Two races to go for the afternoon and for the carnival, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going back to the 2,000 metre mark for a 3:30 start for the Championship Schoolboys Quad Scull. This is a coxed event.
What are we up to? Year 8 double scull is the one we haven't done, and they've just finished. Well, I might have taken votes back, mate, by the look of it. There's none there, so they've given up and taken votes back. So then it looks like we've given up on the votes. They're going back, and the athletes are coming back. Is that correct? Okay, mate. So race 215, Champion Schoolgirls Year 8 double. Champion Schoolgirls Year 8 double scull. Medal presentations. Medals to be presented by Mr. Ian Holzberger, Rowing Queensland CEO. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, the Cathedral School of Townsville, represented by Sophia Thorold and Rosa Niazor. Second one's for the coach.
In second place, winners of the silver medal, Somerville House, represented by Molly McIntyre and Chloe Larson. Schoolgirls Year 8 double scull champions and gold medalists, Brisbane State High School. Represented by Olivia Grant and Ella Campbell. And the crew is coached by Cameron Stevenson. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
Ladies and gentlemen, the second last race, the penultimate race for the day, race 216, is the Schoolboys Quad Scull Championships, to be conducted over 2,000 metres. It's due to commence at 3:30, so we've got about 5 minutes to go before that time. Rules of rowing, of course, the crews do have to be up there in good time, but there's no requirement to be there 10 minutes early. So you're seeing the 8s going up, the Schoolgirls 8s, which will be our last event of the carnival, of the regatta. You can see them going up now. That is scheduled to commence at 3:40. So you'll see these 8 crews using the opportunity to warm up. Mind you, some of them probably been in 10 events today, so may not exactly need all that much warming up. Yeah. So 4 minutes to the start. We just haven't seen the crews come out yet, fully out, but I will run through the starters for you. In lane 1 will be the crew from the Rockhampton Grammar School. That's Ben Worth, Jed Napper, Marshall Leeson, Riley Godwin, and Reagan Leighton in the Cox's seat. Their coach is John Smythe. In lane 2 will be the Brisbane Boys College's Xavier Rubens, Mitchell Owen, Matthew Cashman, Daniel Cashman, and their Cox Bo Palmer. In lane 3 will be Trinity Lutheran's Troy Heron, Robert Vanderpoel, Johan Tan, Ermin Gurgic, Giorgio Gaganis the Cox, and the coach there is Sam Duncan. In line 4, the Cathedral Schools and their crew of Joshua Nolder, Jaya Pradham, Ashton Pratchett, Micah Talbot, and their cox is Paulus Nicholas Grobler, and the coach is Stefan Muhlenberg and Luke Thomas. In lane 5, Townsville Grammar School's Conroy Terry, James Turnor, Jared Hayes, Lachlan Donald Wales. Their coach is Erin Keogh. Their cox is Erin Keogh, and their coach is Corby Green. In lane 6 will be St Peter's Lutheran College number 1, Archie McPhee, Angus Gardner, Oscar McIntyre, Mitchell Bridge, with Elliot Jackson, the cox, in that crew. In lane 7 will be the Ignatius Park crew of Riley Williams, Lachlan Larson, Zachary Skip, Noah Lau, and their cox Jude Foyle. They are coached by Harrison Parks. And in lane 8, the second crew from Ignatius Park, Benjamin McDougall, William Leone, Sonny Crawford, Riley Masters, their cox Vincent McCarley, and the coaches Harrison Park and Patrick Cudmore. So that is the order that those crews are going out there. It looks at the moment they're still in the starters' hands. Two minutes to go to the start at this moment. Without giving the kiss of death, the breeze does seem to have abated a bit. And going to be an absolutely fitting finish to a fantastic regatta to see the Schoolgirls 8s steaming down this course. If we could remind you, teams, ladies and gentlemen, to take your boat racks back to where you found them And it would be much appreciated if you could just have a bit of a cast around the areas you have been and making sure they are tidied up as best you can. Just a reminder, when all that work is done, if you'd like to share a beverage with your friends, the bar up here at the top of the Rockhampton Grammar School clubhouse will be open. And as I have mentioned before, the beer is still perfectly cold. So by the look of that, we may have just got underway in race 216. After 3 days, neither Ray's eyesight or my eyesight has improved to the extent where we can tell you what's happening at this distance. But by the look of it, they are racing. No, we've still got a bit of breeze up there, so even that's wrong. They're just sitting there sideways at the moment. Actually, certainly the boat in lane 7 seems to be just having a little tiny bit of difficulty. Just waiting for these boats to get lined up for the start. As you can see from here, there's a fair corner up there, so the wind can sneak around a bit. We don't feel it down here all the time, but it is possible to be affected by rain up at that first wind at that first corner. Yeah, we can see oars. We can see We're fortunate up here in the commentary position to have Rob Lang with us. He has eyesight like a fighter pilot, and he has been able to tell us that they are indeed on the way. He reckons he's a lover, not a fighter, but we'll leave that up to your imaginations. So just by looking at the boats, it seems to be a fairly even start after a bit of trouble waiting for the race to commence. But at the moment, at about the 1,500 metre mark, there doesn't seem to be very much between anyone. I don't know how you're going through the glasses, Ray, but...
Terrific race, Simon, for our penultimate race. What was the one before called? That's the anti-penultimate.
I believe that is correct.
Well, you're an old journo. You should know that.
An old crossword man you need to be for that. So how are we looking now? Geez, it's a bit hard to tell. They seem to be strung out fairly well, Ray. They don't look like...
St Peter's having a few steering difficulties, but lanes 1, 2, 4, 7... Right up there, I reckon.
Certainly 7. The crew from Ignatius, their second crew, seems to have dropped off the pace ever so slightly. Sometimes it's a bit easier to pick up who's not in the front than who is. But just coming down towards
colours are a lot easier to see than others, aren't they, Simon?
That's right. You need that. Mind you, you put everybody in lime green and it'd increase the degree of difficulty, wouldn't it? But... yeah, certainly coming down towards that 1,000-metre mark.
So it'd be a great fillip for Rockhampton Grammar for John Smythe if he could win this, but he's busy getting tents down at the moment.
Actually, the team from Rocky Grammar are certainly up there in it.
Certainly are in lane 1.
Have a bit of a canvas in front of the teams in lane 2, 3 and 4, perhaps. Lane 5 seems to be travelling fairly easily. Lane 7 perhaps up there as well.
I'd suggest the only crew off the pace is Ignatius Park in lane 8, and St Peter's just taking a left-hand turn in lane 6 once again. They'll cover about 2,300 metres the way they're going.
Yeah. So these cocks are working fairly well when there's a quad skull at pace.
2-1-7. Eagle Eyes Lang tells us 2-1-7. Brisbane Boys College, Rockhampton Grammar and Ignatius Park.
Who are we to argue, that's for sure. Oh, this is a race, isn't it? This is good. About 7:50 to go by the look of that, and still anybody's race at this stage. Lane 1 and 2 and 7s do start to look like they're opening it up, but on the far side of the bank, the tussle between BBC and Rockhampton Grammar shows no sign of abating. And then lane 7, the second crew from Ignatius Park.
And I reckon that fight in lanes 1 and 2 has started to ease them away from lane 7, don't you think, Simon? They seem to have opened up a gap there now.
It's certainly those are the 3 that are looking likely at this stage. And we're looking like, gee, they are having a bit of trouble. We may think there's something wrong in lane 6 with their steering. They're having a very difficult time of it in the St Peter's Lutheran College boat.
Brisbane Boys College starting to get the upper hand, I think, as Rob Lang's been trying to tell us, Simon.
Yes, he's right yet again. So there we are. It's certainly BBC from Rockhampton Grammar with lane 7, the team from Ignatius Park.
And then back to 5 and 4 are on the improve as well, aren't they?
Some people, interesting to see what anybody's got left at this stage of day 3 as they head down into the 250 metres to go. So BBC certainly have seemed to have snuck a canvas in front of the Rockhampton Grammar School boat.
And the BBC, the Cashman brothers, were in the silver medal winning crew at the Australian Championships in this very event back in March. So Brisbane Boys College got some good form in this event this season, and they've got their bow in front now. They've actually got the bow coxed boat as well.
So certainly 2, 1 and 4 by the look of this at the moment, although, 2, 1 and 4. Jeez.
Very polished quad sculling performance by Brisbane Boys College, in particular in the second 1,000 metres.
5 and 7 not giving up. So BBC across the line first, Rockhampton Grammar second.
Yep.
And
who will be third?
Oh, this is tight. Oh, lane 7.
Lane 7.
Ignatius Park have got across in about the last 3 strokes.
memories with us. No, he's here for the last race. Simon Roddick is standing right behind him. It's Rod Hewitt for that race that just came down, Acumentus.
So while these crews come back to the bank, we'll take you to race 217. The flagship event, the Champion Schoolgirls 8, sponsored by Higgins Coating. And due to start in 1 minute. In lane 1, we have the 8 from Brisbane Girls Grammar School, comprised of Jane Somerville, Michelle Cluley, Hannah Pinson, Ella Valerie, Charlotte Wagland, Sophie Lucas, Ellen Hill, Nancy Duncan Bates, and their cox is Emily Hurst. In lane 2, the Cathedral Schools, Steffi Simon, Grace Abdi, Janaea Groves, Scarlett Woodbury, Abigail Cox, Eliza Gisberts, Isabel Egan, Sarah Scobie, and their cox is Trinity Bennett, their coach, Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 3, St Hilda's number 1, Eliza McTaggart, Jamie Stridham, Pippa Hemming, Gemma Jansen, Kanina Murta, Emma Chandler, Alexi Jurcic, Jazz Ingle, their cox, Mia Harvey, and they are coached by Ross Lindstrom. In lane 4, the crew from All Hallows, Nicole Watt, Edie Russell, Ruby Dollar, Phoebe Gallagher, Olivia Morgan, Georgie Pryor, Kate Jessup, Lucy Hales, Polly Gascoigne in the cox's seat, and their coach is Gus Rodero. In lane 5, Somerville number 1, Phoebe Brommel, Imogen Walker, Tess Graham, Alice Reddy, Anne Rowan, Minyea Bishop, Eliza Bridgefoot, Molly Sainsbury, their coach is Sadie Ridgway, Cox is Sadie Ridgway, and their coach is Peter Zahnleiter. In lane 6, the Stewart Home crew is Xavier Horder, Gigi Kelly, Georgia Sharp, Lucy Sullivan, Georgia Betts, Lucia Allen, Georgie Hedberg, Isabel Allen, and Grace Bentley the Cox. They are coached by Olivia Mendonca and Richard Patterson. In lane 7, St Peter's Lutheran number 1, Zoe Moorhead, Gabby Kenny, Bridget Dennis, Lily Millard, Giselle Graham, Alice Jansen, Jessie Garbanzo, Ella Harp, and Melena Canto in the Cox's seat. And rounding out the field in lane 8 is the Brisbane Girls Grammar Schools, Alice Barker, Adelaide Chalmers, Sarah Hopkins, Stephanie Burgess, Ondine Chi, Olivia Barr, Chloe Chambers, and Dominique Hurigan, and their cox, Isabel Scarrett.
And a call for Rod Hewitt from Acumentus, if you could go down for the medal presentation of the Champion Schoolboys Quad Scull, please. Rod Hewitt of Acumentus.
So racing in these 8s coming down to about the 1,000 metres to go at the moment, and from here, that looks a pretty hard race to split. Don't know what you think, Ray, but boy, oh boy. So 5 and 4, the smart money, we're told, Somerville House and All Hallows.
The 2 heat winners, so they're in lanes 4 and 5. And they are going stroke for stroke at the halfway mark of the School Girl 8s Championship of Queensland, sponsored by Higgins Coatings, who've been the principal sponsor of the whole 3-day regatta.
So it looks like lane 5, the crew from Somerville, is starting to...
And lane 3 going nicely as well, don't you think, Simon?
Oh,
St
indeed,
Hilda's?
yes.
I think All Hallows have just lost a bit of ground against Somerville, and St Hilda's have picked up that ground.
Yes, certainly 3-5. Oh, gee whiz. picking a third at this moment.
So Peter Zoom Zahnleiter coaching the Somerville crew. St Hilda's coached by Ross Lindstrom. All Hallows Gus Rodero. Stewart Home coached by Richard Patterson. So some very experienced coaches in this schoolgirl 8s Championship of Queensland, sponsored by Higgins Coating.
So just coming down to the 500 to go.
5-3-4, I reckon. What do you think?
5-3-4 looks about right at the moment, that's for sure. And then, geez, for fourth, you'd be looking 1 and 7 and wherever you want. But certainly the middle of the field, looking for line honours at this stage. Just starting to, in the centre of the course, you can see they're just coming past the 500-metre buoy. And the crew from Somerville House hanging on to a bit of a lead, but geez, they're getting pushed from lane 3, the crew from St Hilda's. And in between them, the All Hallows crew. Certainly there.
So Somerville seem to have their bow well in front, Simon, to me, over St Hilda's and All Hallows. And then almost a straight line between lanes 1, 6, 7 and 8 for fourth place.
So coming down just about 250 to go now, ladies and gentlemen. You can see that the crew from Somerville is steadily opening up that lead. And then it's perhaps All Hallows and then St Hilda's now, would you think? Or have St Hilda's managed to get that bow back in front?
I think St Hilda's just, but All Hallows are raising another effort.
Yes.
Great race for silver and bronze. St Peter's have picked their way through the field and are probably up in about fourth place now. Not steering overly well, but are in the mix for that potato medal, as they call it, for fourth place.
So
stroke for stroke, silver and bronze, All Hallows and St Hilda's. But Somerville, I got a length, I reckon.
Yeah, Somerville's starting to really roll away now. It looks like the All Hallows crew may be just slightly in front. We'll see that on the side in a minute. So yes, looks like it's going to be the crew from All Hallows and then St Hilda's.
Yep, third St Hilda's, fourth St Peter's.
St Peter's have got there, going the long way to do it.
And fifth then, I think, was Brisbane Girls Grammar School.
Yes, correct. What a fitting way to end the regatta.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentations for the Champion School Boys Quad Scull Coxed event, sponsored by Acumentis, and Rod Hewitt, representing Acumentis, will present the medals. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, Ignatius Park from Townsville, represented by Riley Williams, Lachlan Larson, Zachary Skip, Noah Lau, and Jude Foyle. In second place, winners of the silver medal, Rockhampton Grammar School, represented by Ben Worth, Jed Napper, Marshall Leeson, and Riley Godwin, and the coxswain is Reagan Layton, and the crew coached by John Smythe.
He hasn't heard it. He's leaving. He's leaving.
Schoolboys Quad Scull champions of Queensland and gold medalists Brisbane Boys College. Represented by Xavier Rubens, Mitchell Owens, Matthew Cashman and Daniel Cashman, and the coxswain is Beau Palmer. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists and our thanks to Acumentis and Rod Hewitt for their sponsorship of that event.
What a magic sight when you look out there, Ray. The presentation, it's just absolutely perfect, isn't it? Wonderful to see these athletes joining in.
Well, we've had feedback from people from Tokyo, feedback from people from Moreton Bay, so it's a fairly broad range.
Exactly, something for everyone in there, that's for sure. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your efforts here today. The way that the crews have been at the start on time, the way that people have pitched in. We say it every time, but this couldn't be done without our boat race officials and the volunteers, from the bar staff to the catering staff to the cleaning staff to the marshals. A huge amount of work goes into a regatta like this. And it is
Tony and his crew from the AV department.
Absolutely special. And we see out there our surf rescue teams from Emu Park Surf Club. Thank you very much for the work you've put in here over the 3 days. Absolutely fantastic to know that we have professional help should anybody get into danger. Yeah. So one presentation to go. Looks like Lucy Benjamin packing up the toys and going home by the look of that. So just waiting for these girls' 8 crews to come down for presentation.
And those crews are all just about here. And the medals for the Schoolgirl 8 Championship of Queensland, sponsored by Higgins Coating, will be presented by Simon Ruddock, the branch manager. St Hilda's, some of these people have got to catch planes, so if you could run to the pond to the presentation area, please. So Simon Ruddock, as I said, branch manager of Higgins Coatings here in Rockhampton, to present the medals, and we acknowledge and thank Higgins Coatings for their wonderful sponsorship, not only of this and other races, but being the principal sponsor of the whole Queensland School Championship Regatta. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, St Hilda's from the Gold Coast, represented by Eliza McTaggart, Jamie Stridham, Pippa Hemming, Gemma Jansen, Kanina Murtar, Emma Chandler, Alexi Jurgic, Jazz Ingle, and the coxswain is Mia Harvey.
In second place, winners of the silver medal, All Hallows School, represented by Nicole Watt, Edie Russell, Ruby Dollar, Phoebe Gallagher, Olivia Morgan, Georgie Pryor, Kate Jessup, Lucy Hales, and the coxswain is Polly Gascoigne. Schoolgirl H champions of Queensland and gold medalist Somerville House. Represented by Phoebe Bromell, Imogen Walker, Tess Graham, Alice Reedy, Annie Rowan, Manea Bishop, Eliza Bridgefoot, Molly Salisbury, and the coxswain is Sadie Ridgway, and the crew coached by Peter Zoom Zahnleider. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists and put your hands together for Higgins Coatings for their wonderful support of this Queensland School Championship Regatta. And thank you, Simon Ruddock, for all your efforts over the weekend. I'll just thank you guys and then I'll let Yep. So thank you to Simon Irwin and Todd Welch for all their efforts over the weekend. For those of you who are leading this afternoon, drive very carefully, or if you're flying, have a chat to the pilot. Tell him that you've got excess baggage with all of your medals. Those who are going tomorrow, live it up in Rockhampton tonight, or maybe here at the bar at the Rockhampton Grammar School rowing shed. But it's been a great regatta. Thanks to all our volunteers, boat race officials, and especially to you, the competitors, and your coaches and your parents and siblings for putting on a great show. Well done. And we'll do it all again about this time next year.
At Higgins, we invest in our people each and every day through a variety of programs. First and foremost is a development program where we allow people to get better at what they do day in, day out on their jobs. We also have a development program to allow them to work through different pathways within the organisation, so they can start as a painter and work their way up even to branch manager if they wish to. Development of our people is such a critical component. It gives them the satisfaction of knowing that we care about them and that we want them to do as well as they can do.
During my time at Higgins, I've come from a painter to foreman, project manager, business development manager, and currently the branch manager. The senior management team have provided me with an individual development plan that has been tailored to my skill set, that has seen me also collaborate and be mentored by other individuals within the business and leaders in their field.
My favourite thing about working at Higgins is the people. Whether it be my staff, who are absolutely excellent, or my clients that I deal with every day, I just love being able to communicate with people and enjoy my job. My key roles in my position as branch manager is to not only manage the sale process and our relationship with our clients, but also help our ops team to deliver an unbelievable project every time for our clients. The construction industry is quite often thought of as a male-dominated industry. For me, it's about your capabilities. It doesn't matter whether you're male or female. If you want to get in there, just go for it. I've been in this industry for 4 years and I love it.
One of the great things about Higgins is it's not a hierarchical organisation. Everybody is on equal footing, and that really gives a sense of we're all in this together.
My advice to anyone who'd like to join the painting industry, no matter where they're from, who they are, just go for it. If you're passionate about it, come and join a great industry and get to be a part of a great company if you come to Higgins.
For over 130 years, the Rockhampton Grammar School has produced outstanding young men and women who have been guided by our motto, grow in character and scholarship. Our students emerge into society educated, well-rounded and confident, equipped to pursue their ambitions, secure in their sense of self, armed with the capacity to seize the opportunities and confront the challenges life will place in their way. When you become part of the Rockhampton Grammar School, you're not just joining the best boarding school in central Queensland, you are becoming a key part in a thriving community. A place where you will enjoy your formative years. A place that will become your second home. A place where you and your family will always feel welcome, connected and proud to be a grammarian.
Well, Dad was really the main driver of the business. He was the one who obviously was a good tradesperson, but he was passionate about growing his business. He was born in a small town, Culture in west coast of Ireland, one of 8 children in the middle. They were very, very poor family. He left school at 14. He started a painting career, and then in his early 20s came to Australia. He bought a car, which was a van, and that's where the concept of the one man for a van started, Jerry Higgins & Co. And that was in 1949. He was very good at selling. He had an incredible charm. He was very good at, obviously, at delivering a service. But what he needed was a really good backup, and that was Mum was. Mum ran the office. She had 4 children under 3.5. But that didn't stop her working all day in the office and working all night on the business. So she was driven, committed. She had the eye for detail. She was an incredible influence. Through school and university holidays, I'd always worked in the business in any odd job, any area where they needed assistance, whether it was actually stacking cans of paint, delivering materials to jobs, etc. So in my early 20s, I joined in as a supervisor. After a period of time, I became works manager, moved into sales, estimating, and then basically took over as managing director in my early 30s.
I joined the business a long time ago. It was back in 1980 after I left school. I went to study and it wasn't for me, and had a meeting with Dad and my brother John, and they gave me a job mixing paint out in the back shed, as we did in those days. You know, one of the great things about my father, and I guess the legacy he left, was he was tough but he was fair. People respected him and wanted to work for him, as our customers wanted to give him work because they knew they'd get a quality job. We are a multiple generation business. We now have the 3rd generation working in the business today. The great thing about a family business is it attracts families. One of the things we're very proud of at Higgins is the growth we've had since the old man started the business, and that's only the start. I see there's great opportunity for us to continue to grow the business over the next few years.
The business was started by my grandfather Jerry 70 plus years ago. Used to hang around the office when I was a little fella, and now to be working the business alongside my uncle and father, it's a great opportunity. I like the people, I like the challenge. I like what we do. Every day is different. So working a family business, very lucky to have that opportunity. It's very rare, but to continue on what Jerry, my grandfather, started is a real privilege.
To think Jerry came out here all those years ago with so little, and to build the business that it has become today makes me very proud. It was Jerry's focused and respectful approach to business that resonates within the family and our employees in the business to this day.
What I love about the business is the diversity. I think that it's not only the backgrounds of people from all over the world. I love that there's more women joining the business at all levels. I just love that there's credible, talented, passionate young people. I see that they are the future. They're the ones who've got the enthusiasm to really take us to the next level.
It's still a very young business. We are 71 years old, been doing it for a long period of time, but I think the average age of the senior management group is between 35 and 40. And I think that just shows that there's a great deal of longevity left in us.
many, many amazing people who have raced for our country before, and so to be able to put on something that they've won before is definitely a big honour.
It's quite incredible to be part of such an amazing team. The camaraderie and unity that you create between your coach, the coxers, the athletes, it's really quite special. It's something that is quite difficult to put into words. So yeah, it's really, really exciting.
During the pandemic and the lockdowns that have been ongoing in Australia, it has been exceptionally hard because the rare times that we do get off, I haven't been able to go home or travel interstate on the fear of being stuck on either side of the border.
COVID's obviously thrown a big spanner in the works, but I think what we've really learnt is how resilient we are as a squad and as an Australian team as a whole. So it's pretty cool to get to the pointy, and it's kind of hard to believe, but yeah, I don't think there'll be any Olympics quite like this.
I'm expecting the unexpected when it comes to these games. I'm having no firm beliefs. The key is going to be adaptive and ready for whatever challenges rise up.
Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Yeah, I hear him chat to the noise. And stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Nice, keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. Let the girl tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on a pond. If you wanna touch me, please use caution. Quad. Now.
There is so much competition between ourselves, you know, to get the most out of ourselves and to get the most out of each other. It feels like we are racing every day. So I don't think we've lost that competitive edge at all. Yeah, the world should look out.
For us, it's a pretty special thing that we can go through this very, once in 100 kind of years and moment. I think that uniqueness will definitely make this a more special team.
It's anticipation, not anxiety. Yeah. It's excitement, and it is coming, and we're ready.
In the end, you're still rowing 2Ks, and the goal is the same in mind, that we can cross the line first.
We're piecing together those final bits of getting our catches a little bit faster and getting that timing at the back end just a little bit better before we head over and put together the perfect race.
Every day, we close our eyes and pretend we're standing on top of the world, looking down on a playground of everything we've